Hey Asif, I have all the EA interviews edited and ready to go.
I'm gonna stop you there, Greg. I think it's time we think outside of the box.
We're not doing our salute to games journalism solidarity anymore?
Nope. IGN bought all our competitors.
Damn. Well, at least we have the E8 stuff in the can, right?
About that. Remakes.
Remake?
E4 Remake. Remember when we didn't beat Gears 3 Horde mode with Ice-T? We can fix that with E4 Remake. Remember that Animal Crossing Last Dance with Turnips video that I never finished? I can actually finish that with E4 Remake. But wait, there's more!
More?
We're gonna do our jobs all summer long! So let's do it! E4. We're gonna start it right now.
Game director on Hello Kitty Island Adventure, and I work for Sunblink Entertainment.
Tom, I first want to ask you, this game really resonated with a lot of players. What was it like releasing this and getting that huge reception, the positive reception for Hello Kitty Island Adventure?
It was absolutely amazing, actually, and to be honest, I let out a huge sigh of relief as soon as it launched, and we immediately started getting just extremely positive feedback on the game. We had put a ton of work into it, a ton of passion, and just seeing the fans and even new folks who were not familiar with Hello Kitty, just really get into it, really get engaged by the gameplay, and give us tons of positive feedback. It was just invigorating.
Was it tough when you were originally developing the game? Because I feel like this is the type of game a lot of gamers will quickly dismiss just because it's Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Oh, it's a quick cash grab, right? Was it hard having that kind of feeling from the general public?
I do think that's a small hurdle we continuously have to deal with. Folks are like, oh, it's Hello Kitty, it's probably just for young girls or whatever. But the reality is the different characters in the game, it's a diverse cast. Sanrio actually has a lot of really interesting characters that can appeal to a lot of demographics. For example, we have Agritsuko in the game, who, that's a Netflix show that is more targeted towards adults. And we were able to bring her in and make her a part of the game as well. And through that, I think we've been able to pull in a lot of other players. And the response we always get is, oh wow, this is like a real game. This is really in depth. It's interesting. It has features that appeal to me. And so, yeah, as soon as folks try it out, they almost universally, fall in love with it.
What was the biggest hurdle when you were designing and making the game, from either be creatively or technically?
There were a lot of different challenges, of course. One big one is just the size of the world. It's a massive world with 80 hours of content. There are 8 unique biomes to explore, and they're all seamlessly integrated together. And fitting all that into a game that runs, on iOS or, coming soon Nintendo Switch, has been quite a challenge. But we pulled it off, and it was worthwhile because, I think fans really appreciate the fact that it's this living, breathing world that you can go anywhere and do anything in with no restrictions, and I think that's the kind of gameplay folks, especially in the cozy space, are looking for.
I feel like there's such a long period between Animal Crossing games, and if you're a really big fan of that franchise, you're waiting 4, 5, 6 years for another one. What do you pull from in other cozy games that help scratch that itch for that genre for players who really like maybe just one type of cozy game, but it's going to be 6 years till they get that cozy game again?
Yeah, for sure. We integrate a lot of different kinds of features to appeal to different types of gamers, really. We have a lot of what we call self-expression mechanics, where you can customize your avatar, you can customize the world around you, you can collect lots of different things that you can ultimately use to build up an experience that's truly unique unto yourself. We also have a lot of branching paths in the progression of the game, so you can choose which characters in the Sanrio universe you want to invest in to build up your friendship with them, and that unlocks quests that are unique to those characters and really allow you to drive your own experience. And we feel by doing that, we enable players of all different types to create an experience that is what they are looking for, without penalizing them for not necessarily participating in other sides of the gameplay. And by doing that, I think we've kept players engaged for the long term, combined with consistent updates that we've been putting out every 6 weeks. Players feel like something new and fresh is coming all the time.
In your personal and professional opinion, what makes a cozy game cozy?
You know, that's something we actually debate a lot because it's kind of a new thing and relatively new. And I don't think there's a universal definition yet. But the way we define cozy games revolves around gameplay that you play to relax. There's no high stakes, there's no risks, there's no stressful moments. It's all about being able to just chill and relax and get engaged by something that's just going to take you away from the common stresses of everyday life. We even see players who like to play, more core games that do have, high stakes, high stress. They'll oftentimes take breaks and play cozy games like this as well, just to decompress from those experiences. And they like to balance that kind of thing. And we love being able to fill that niche.
Can you talk about how you work with Sanrio when designing the game, working, and what they provide in terms of feedback and support to help make the game a reality?
Sanrio's been a fantastic partner to work with on this game. They have a huge library of lots of characters, and they've been very, very open and willing to help us out integrating lots of those characters into the game. They've been happy to give us lots of very specific details about Hello Kitty and all her friends and their types of personalities that we've been able to work into the gameplay and the stories that we'd like to tell. But they've also been very flexible, when we're like, oh, we want to do this, like make My Melody this very crafty person and help everybody repair things because that works well with the mechanics of the game. And they've been like, that's great, let's work together and make that happen. And they're one of the best partners we've ever worked with, for sure.
What would you say is the biggest misconception from an outsider looking in at your job, title, and responsibilities?
I suppose a lot of folks think that directing a game means you get to be the idea guy and just say, oh, do this and make it happen. And that's not the case at all, really. While certainly generating ideas is a part of the role, ideas come from everyone, and game direction is a lot about taking those ideas and putting them together into cohesive, single vision, and then making sure that everybody's aligned with that vision and working towards it.
And last thing, questions is what can fans look forward to for the future of Hello Kitty Island Adventure? You mentioned Switch.
That's right. It's coming to Nintendo Switch, which should be very exciting for players of that platform. We'll also be coming to PC and PlayStation 5 later on. So we're really excited to see a much larger audience playing the game. Fans of the game, fans of the franchise can just expect to see a lot more content, though. We've already got 80 hours of quests and story content in the game. We're going to continue adding to that. We're going to add more regions, more characters, more quests, more mini games, more activities, just more of everything.
Hello, I'm Genki Sunano. I'm a producer of Monster Hunter Now at Capcom.
I am the Senior Director of Marketing for Tokyo Studio at Niantic for Monster Hunter Now.
So guys, talk about what you're showing here with Monster Hunter Now.
We have an exciting new season coming up, Season 2, that's starting next week, and we have a bunch of new features coming up. So one of the most exciting elements is an Elder Dragon that's showing up. So Kushala Daora, which you see in the backdrop here, is the first Elder Dragon that is going to be coming into Monster Hunter Now. And we have a couple of other new monsters coming up, Kezu and Basarios. Those are new monsters that's showing up in Season 2. And we have a bunch of new features as well. So one of the things that we're introducing is Friend Quest. So you are now able to go on a quest with your friends that are connected with you in the game in Monster Hunter Now. So those are some of the cool features coming up in Season 2.
Monster Hunter is such a huge franchise across all platforms, mobile, PC, console. You're adding new monsters all the time to the mobile app. What goes into deciding what monsters make the cut? Because they're all those fan favorites. Can you go into that process for us and how you guys decide what goes into the mobile Monster Hunter Now?
So the Monster Hunter IP has gone into the 20th year this year, so it's a long history, of course, and we've got more than 200 monsters in the Monster Hunter IP. So it is a big selection to choose from. From the beginning of Monster Hunter Now, we've been choosing monsters from the Monster Hunter World game, but as we go into the new season, we are starting to explore further. And so Kezu that you see in the new season is from Monster Hunter Rise. And depending on the theme of the season and the new concept that we're introducing in Monster Hunter Now, we are choosing different monsters from different series. It's really exciting for us to be able to choose from over 200 monsters that are available in Monster Hunter IP. We do like to be the place where all kinds of monsters from the Monster Hunter series gather ultimately. Ultimately, Monster Hunter Now should be the game where you can basically encounter any monster from any of the Monster Hunter IP series.
You guys have a huge community. Can you talk about how you listen to that community, implement their feedback into future seasons or balance patches or even like cosmetics?
Yes, so of course we have a very passionate fan base for the Monster Hunter series, and every title is different. Every title we try to learn from other titles, we try to hear the feedback and apply the changes that we think are meaningful based on that feedback. Monster Hunter now, of course, is a fairly young game. We've launched back in September last year. It's only been about 9 months or so, and we are constantly improving our game, as he mentioned. And so a little bit to add to that, so we've had good feedback from our community. One of the things that we've done actually in this game is that, of course, we are a geolocation-based game, so depending on where you are, you have hunters around you or not. If you're in a remote area, let's say maybe somewhere in the US where you're not in a big city, it might be difficult to find hunters around you. And so we've heard that feedback. And we introduced a new system in our Huntathon where you can basically be connected to anybody in the world if you're into a Huntathon. So initially we restrict the Huntathon to your geolocation, but then if we realize that there's nobody around the Huntathon, we immediately expand that radius so that you can be matched with anybody in the world. So it's literally a globally connected game.
Can you go into detail about how Capcom and Niantic work together to make Monster Hunter now, and the process you guys go through when you're designing monsters or adding things or coming up with seasons?
So we work very closely together. We have weekly meetings based both on the development side as well as on the marketing side. We go into all the details of what's happening in Monster Hunter now. As far as the game development goes, it is up to Niantic to figure out what to do in Monster Hunter now. But of course, Capcom advises Niantic on whether it's authentic to Monster Hunter, is it the right way to introduce a monster or introduce this weapon and so on. So Capcom advises us on the authenticity, the credibility as the IP, and whether it fits the Monster Hunter universe. And Monster Hunter now, of course, is a new type of game, so we think about how we can make this game experience an enjoyable one for mobile gamers, and we work very closely together. Yeah, Capcom has been a fantastic advisor as well as a partner with us. It's been a really, really good experience for us to learn about the Monster Hunter IP. We do want to be an authentic Monster Hunter game. And of course, the fan base is really, really passionate. So we don't want to disappoint the fan base. We want to be excited about Monster Hunter now, and we want them to be able to experience something new. And so it's been a really, really good collaboration.
When a game like Monster Hunter Wilds is announced, how does that affect your internal team development of Monster Hunter now, like going forward? And you probably know that years in advance more than anybody else, before anybody else, but does that affect it at all?
Of course, we're always in talks about new developments on both ends, whether it's on the Capcom side or Niantic side, and we talk about these things. And we can't guarantee anything, of course. We're very excited about Wilds coming up next year, and yeah, we're in discussion about what we can do. Nothing is guaranteed, but this is the fun of two companies coming together to develop a new game on both ends. So that's really exciting. And then, another thing that I would add is we're very busy. Wilds is, of course, a new game. As we saw, it's very, very exciting. New features coming up. And so we'd love to see how we can excite the Monster Hunter IP fan base with this upcoming game as well.
Were there any games you played in your childhood that inspired you to get into game dev to where you are today at Capcom and where you are today at Morgan?
So he used to go to his grandma's house where he could play what we call Super Famicom computer. And he used to play Rockman. That was his favorite title. And so that's how he got into the Capcom universe. And then he's very fortunate and happy to be working at Capcom and on these new games. So for me, I love being outside. And so Niantic, to me, is a very unique company that provides entertainment while you're outside and you get to explore while playing on your mobile. So that's been a really, really fun experience.
So for someone who's not in game development, doesn't understand game development, when you tell them you're a producer, what's their biggest misunderstanding or misconception about what you do in your job?
So for those people who don't know how games are developed and who don't know the gaming industry, many people think as soon as they hear, they make games, people think that he might be a programmer. He might actually literally hands-on develop the game. Yeah, so it's difficult for them to understand what goes into game development. Obviously, there are developers, there are project managers, there are designers, and then somebody like Sunano-san, who's the producer, who kind of decides the strategy and the overall direction. And that's sometimes a little bit difficult to explain.
And it says marketing was the biggest misconception, that you just are in charge of the commercials.
Right, that's true. Yeah, which some of it I am in charge of, but I do a lot more than that. And yeah, there might be some misconceptions as well.
What can players look forward to coming soon in Monster Hunter Now?
So, like I mentioned, Monster Hunter Now is where a lot of the monsters from Monster Hunter IP are going together. So there's lots more to come. We just introduced Elder Dragon in this season, but there's more to come in July and August. There'll be new monsters. There'll be new features coming up as well. We have the summer the summer of hunting is what we're calling it. So we want people to enjoy, being outside, explore the outside world, and hunt monsters in the real world.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Gregory from Sumo Newcastle and original creator of Critter Cafe.
Eleanor, talk about what Critter Cafe is all about.
So Critter Cafe is a wholesome game that's all about finding fantastical creatures known as critters that are in need of your help and building a cozy home together with them in your rescue cafe.
So where did the idea for this game come from?
So I'm personally a big lover of wholesome games. This started as my game jam project for a wholesome game jam. So I have a lot of very good memories and love for cat cafes and dog cafes. So I just really wanted to create a wholesome setting based on stuff that I love. So cat cafes and fancy creatures. And it came from.
Now these creatures, they're not like cats and dogs. They're like fantasy animals, correct?
Yeah, so these are fantasy creatures known as critters. Some of them have inspirations for our own fantasy twists on real world animals. Some of them are more based on fantasy creatures such as dragons and phoenixes.
So what makes a cozy game a cozy game?
So for me, wholesome games is all about this idea of sort of lower stakes escapism. They're games that invoke feelings of comfort and compassion. So those are the vibes we've really tried to go for here in Critter Cafe.
Talk about what makes your game different from other cozy sim games out there.
So we're focusing on obviously making bonds with your critters. So you're heading out and you're rescuing them in these environmental puzzle sections to be able to, find them within these strange portals and bring them back to your cafe. And then you'll obviously be managing your cafe. So you'll be customizing your space. You'll be maxing your bonds with these critters, and then being able to go out and find more of them in these rifts to bring more home.
So cozy games are about collecting items like that, are like different furniture to decorate your place. How do you collect your items in your game? How do you earn those?
Yeah, so obviously you have your cafe space which you are refurbishing and you're customizing. So as you progress through the game, you're able to earn more furniture items for your cafe in a range of different aesthetics and styles. And while you're exploring the world, you can also find inspirations and more blueprints for different sets of items.
So what's your favorite thing about Critter Cafe that separates itself from other cozy sim games out there?
So I really enjoy the roster of critters that we have. As I mentioned, I love fantasy creatures and cat cafes, so I'm really all about the critters and all of these cute and wholesome designs that we have for our roster of friends here.
How long has this game been in development for?
So the original Game Jam was back in 2022, and we've been developing since then.
It was a Game Jam game. You'd be surprised how huge games start off as Game Jam games.
Yeah, so this started off as my Game Jam project, so it has been incredible to see it grow since then to a full project.
How did you end up getting the eyes of a publisher to get your game out there?
So this was an internal game jam. As I mentioned, I work at Sumo Newcastle, so I was offered the chance to pitch this as part of the game jam. And with a lot of love and support from the studio for the idea, we've gone through the process to make it a full project.
So where can people go to find more information about your game, and when will it come out?
Yeah, so the trailer was released as part of Wholesome Direct this morning, and we have our Steam page available now for wishlisting and viewing.
And because I have to ask, I have it here. Cozy games sure are good on Nintendo Switch. Do you have any plans for Nintendo Switch?
We are releasing on PC and Nintendo Switch as well.
In the meantime, where can they go to find more information? Discord, Steam page, website?
Yeah, so we have our social media up and running. Secret Mode will have the page as well as Sumo Digital, and of course the Steam page is up now as well too.
Hi, I'm Catherine Booth. I'm a game designer at Weta Workshop. We have Tales of the Shire. It's our cozy narrative life sim where you live your life as a hobbit in Bywater in the Shire.
So how does your cozy game separate itself from other cozy games out there?
Sure. So I think that obviously the Lord of the Rings twist on it, it's definitely a key factor that everyone's going to love about the game. We've got cooking, obviously very key to living your life as a hobbit, gardening, fishing, foraging, decorating your house, plenty for people to do in the game.
No beer making?
No beer making, so we've got plenty of cooking, plenty of gardening, heaps of other stuff for you to do though, so that's cool.
Now, I'm going to get a little nerdy here. Like, when does this game take place in the Lord of the Rings mythos?
Yeah, sure. So it happens between the events of The Hobbit and of Lord of the Rings. So in that middle point, so we've had some freedom to create our own story in Bywater. It's an area of the Shire that's not really been explored very much in The Hobbit or in Lord of the Rings. So we could be really inspired by the characters and the placement to build our own story in that space.
Yeah, you have I think it's 100 years between those two movies, just to give or take about that?
Yeah, I don't know the dates off the top of my head, but that's like the time frame, yeah.
In chapter 6, I'm not gonna go, that's not that type of interview. So can you talk about how you work with Weta and the Lord of the Rings license and to make this game a reality? What do they supply to you? What do they help you with?
Yeah, so we have on our staff a really talented writer, Darren Ormandy. He is our Tolkien scholar. So he's our guy, everything goes through him, we gotta make sure it's checked. And we also work closely with Middle Earth Enterprises as well, directly, to make sure that everything we're doing fits within the world, and it's so cool.
You have a really cool navigation system that I haven't seen a game in decades. You have these little birds. Talk about how that works, and it works so much more natural than a waypoint.
Yeah, for sure. We really wanted something that fit into the world. Birds felt really natural to us. It seemed to be something that fit in really easily. So instead of having sort of what we call non-diegetic waypoint markers. You've got a little bird, it's very natural. He hops from point to point when you mark something on your map, and they help you navigate around the area in Bywater.
So how do you earn rewards to decorate your house and put on different clothes and get new recipes?
So it all revolves around fellowship, being a Lord of the Rings game. So, so you build your relationships with the hobbits in Bywater by cooking food for them, working through their relationship tales. They give you rewards, things like clothing, outfits, furniture, different other things that you need in the game. So there's a hobbit who is a carpenter, and she helps you get more areas in your house, things like that. So there's a lot of it relates to how you build your relationships with the hobbits.
So you guys also have a dawn, midday, afternoon cycle. Talk about that.
Yeah, so we have, I think there's 4 or 5 different parts of the day, and a different lighting and really nice interchanges between those points in the day. It does have an impact on gameplay, so there's certain forageables that you can find only at night, things like that. The hobbits do different things at different points in the day, so each of the hobbits that you can build relationships with have their own schedule and their own sort of life, and you can find them on the map if you need to do what you need to do with them, but they do have their own schedule based on that time of day as well.
So you mentioned cooking's a big thing in this game. Can you bring us into the designer room for a minute and talk about how you design recipes? And is it a spreadsheet? Is it a big whiteboard you guys draw on with tiers and levels?
I often joke that if you want to do game design, get good at Excel, because that's pretty much where all the magic happens. It's a giant Excel spreadsheet with a bunch of different tabs. We have one thing that's just recipes, and I'll go in and put what's going into each recipe. We, as the design team, did heaps of research into what would all the recipes be, what would be included, what would be the different ingredients that you need to put in, what would they be called, how would you find them. All of these things have to be thought about at some point. But yeah, cooking is I'm really proud of the system, because we wanted something that would be interesting and challenging to do lots of times, because it's so core to the game, but also not be punishing, to be enjoyable every time you do it and relaxing.
Yeah, talk a little about that, because it's very interactive. You're cooking, you're tenderizing, you're chopping. If you chop too much, it's too smooth. And you can add ingredients at every step. It's a very involved cooking system.
Yeah, we wanted something that didn't sort of end up down the minigame kind of route. We wanted something that matched quite closely what you would normally do while you cook. We wanted to not just be choosing your ingredients, but also be seasoning it and texturizing it and creating different layers for players who are starting out with cooking, players who are sort of mid-game with cooking, and players who are getting really good at it, so they can still earn bonuses and things like that as they get better at it. Because all of the things that you do in cooking relate to how much of a relationship increase you get from the hobbits. So if you're hitting those flavor combos, if you're hitting that texture bonus, if you're making a meal that they prefer, because they all have preferences, they tell you what kind of seasoning they want that day. And if you hit all of those things, you get an awesome relationship outcome with them.
How are you able to customize your Hobbit, like hair, clothes?
Hair, clothes, ears, eyes, feet, hair, of course, because we're hobbits. Ears as well. Yeah, there's plenty to do with the customization as well.
So talk about how big the map is in Tales of the Shire.
I'm not very good at quantifying.
You're going to give me kilometers, aren't you, right? You're going to give me some weird kilometers instead of miles because you're from New Zealand.
I wish I could, but I can't. I'm really genuinely not good at quantifying it. But I can tell you that we have pulled all of the whole location has been pretty much directly lifted out of the maps that Tolkien has produced as part of Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. So we've very carefully studied them, made sure that all of the world area that we're building fits into how it would play out in that story. Like we know that the Battle of Bywater happens at the end of Return of the King. Spoilers, sorry. So we know we had to think about how would this take place in this area as well and make sure that it all still fits. So I think in terms of quantifying how big it is, there's plenty to explore. There's areas that are more developed, less developed, places for you to look around and find your forageables, and each of the sort of hobbits that you can have a relationship with have their own little homes as well that you can go and see what they're up to and things like that.
So is it safe to say that the game is based more on the book series, not the cinematic universe?
Yes, that would definitely be the correct, yeah.
What was the biggest challenge for you as a game director when making a cozy game? What was the biggest hurdle you had to overcome?
Yeah, I think that because we really wanted to stick to the cozy feeling, relaxing, restful, the challenge of creating a game that had some challenge and some constraint without creating any kind of minimizing failure states wherever we could, which is quite an interesting design problem to solve. And I think we've done a pretty cool job of that.
Can we talk to Bilbo? Is he in the game?
Bilbo's not in the game himself, but you will sort of hear from him I'm trying to think of the right words to describe it. But our map, for example, is the idea that it's created by Bilbo. So all of the map markers have a little narration, a little description that's from Bilbo.
What about everyone's favorite Tom Bombadil?
Yeah, so we are focusing on the hobbits. Tom Bombadil is a little bit of a way out of the Shire, so yeah, we're keeping it to the hobbits for now.
What do you think is the biggest misconception from an outsider looking at a game designer in your career? What do you think is the misconception in that?
Like I said, my life is often spent in Excel. I think that I want to say that even people who work in games often don't really know what the designers are doing, and it's mostly because our role can be quite different depending on the project, but also depending on where we're at in the project. So I could be doing quite a different day-to-day job at the start of a project, in the middle, and towards the end. So it's very varied. That's definitely something that I would say.
And so when does the game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
So we're looking at towards the end of this year. We've got PlayStation, PC, Xbox, Netflix, and Nintendo Switch.
Hi there, I'm James Montagna, designer and director here at WayForward, and the most recent game that I've directed is Yars Rising with our partners at Atari.
I'm glad you mentioned your partners at Atari, because I want to lead this off by asking, how did this collaboration come about? When were you first approached on taking on Yars Rising?
You know, WayForward and Atari have had a long-running relationship because we had worked on a previous title together many years ago, back during the Wii, and I believe it was also on Nintendo 3DS. During that era, we worked on Centipede Infestation together. And so I think we kind of got to talking again, and it was like, hey, it's been a while, or we should work together again on something. A lot of the staff over at Atari had since completely changed, and we thought, oh yeah, we should see what we can do together. And so the conversation sort of started between us, and we were deciding as companies, what can we do? And Atari has some of the most classic, renowned IP in the world of gaming. They're one of the oldest names out there when it comes to games. And so there was a lot of different brands we talked about potentially doing, but it was Yars that really was the one we felt like we had to make this game. Once we shared that proposal with Atari, they met us with the same level of enthusiasm, and we were like, we have to make this together. And so it got greenlit, and that's kind of how it got started.
So tell me about your affinity for Yars. What do you love about it in particular? And what is it about that original Yars Revenge that you feel still resonates to players today?
Oh gosh, there's so much. The thing about the original 1982 Yars Revenge game is it is just in a league of its own. It stands out so much among the catalog of games that were being created during that time. It's just so incredibly unique, right down to its presentation, the sound of it, the way it plays. It really was just doing something so unique. So my personal affinity to it is very, very deep and long reaching in a lot of different ways. But ultimately, the thing that I think is amazing about the classic Yars game is just how the experiential, like moment to moment sensation of play, the color sensations, the psychedelic visuals and flashing and lights and the droning sound. It's just so incredibly unique. And another great thing is it was one of the first games that really had a deep lore. The game came with a comic book in it to tell the story of the game. That was unheard of at the time, and that's so special. And I just think that's like really amazing, and I'm just really impressed with it.
So WayForward has had a long history of taking classic franchises and bringing them into the modern day. You just did it again a few months ago with Contra Operation Galuga, and
That's right.
now you're looking to work that magic with Yars Rising. But what's the first step in modernizing a series that was originally made popular on the Atari 2600, which came out way before like a lot of us were born?
Of course, yeah. I think when you look at how do we reinvent and make it contemporary, the idea is that we want to at the same time make something that shows great reverence to and honors the past. Now, you'll probably get people that have an immediately snarky thought of like, well, this looks nothing like the original Yars, and they would be right, and that's fair. But I would say to that kind of reaction, it's something that was actually built with a deep respect and a lot of research for the original Yars games. In fact, we were doing like a deep research dive. We, of course, already loved Yars Revenge, but once we knew we were making this game, we had to make sure to do our homework. And so every single iteration of Yars that was out there, I was playing it, absorbing it, and understanding like the story and the lore. We went as far as to like acquire like original like vinyl records of Yars Revenge that were released during the time the game came out to get the specific lore that was in that version of the story that was told, and hear the music of because the game itself didn't have music, but the album did, and so we wanted to kind of listen to that, and just every single bit of Yars we could absorb and understand, we took it and we try to find a way to incorporate it in some fashion into this. So it's made with just so much love for the original games, and that's kind of our approach for any game we do that's based on an existing brand. We want to show just great respect and then give our contemporary our spin and inject the way forward imagination into it.
So you mentioned that snarky comment of, it looks nothing like the original.
Right.
But artistically, you did have to make some big leaps forward because that source material was built with such primitive hardware. So how did you decide on this particular art style for Yars Rising?
Well, the visuals and the main character, Emi Kimura, who's this college dropout hacker, black hat hacker for hire girl, who's infiltrating the seedy mega conglomerate Kotek in the story of our game. All this stuff and the visuals, this kind of cyberpunky sort of aesthetic, it all came about from a seed that was planted in the initial pitch phase of what the story would be, and that informed even like the sort of gameplay approach we want to take, which is at first glance very different from the classic Yars experience. So the visuals that we have of like this character that's running around and this like kind of like cyberpunk future office environment, that really was just us taking our own like imagination and applying it to the Yars story in a really just different way, and sort of trying to present people with something that would surprise them, maybe something they didn't know they wanted, and something that we kind of wanted to play with expectations a little bit, something that they would ask, like, what on earth does this have to do with the original Yars? Like, this isn't the Yars I grew up with. And I think that reaction is okay. But for the people that feel that way, I want them to play it especially because when they see the places we take it and the ways we do respect the original, they'll understand better. And so I think it really was just the art style, the visuals, was just the story we wanted to tell.
Can you expand a little more on the story for Yars Rising? Like, how do you take the existing lore and expand on it?
Sure. So the existing lore, I should probably cover that first. In the 1982 Yars Revenge game, it's a game about two warring alien races, the Yars, which are these humanoid fly alien creatures, like housefly, and the Kotile, which are sort of like the opposing alien force, and they're at war on the distant solar system, the Razak system. And so there's the Kotile planet and the Yar planet system, and the Kotile destroy one of the planets, and so the Yar get their revenge and attack the Kotile, thus the name Yar's Revenge. Now, what does that have to do with the visuals that you're seeing in this game? Well, part of that I do want to leave to be a little bit of a mystery, but we have this company that is known as Kotek, and so Kotek is obviously a reference to the Kotile, the original like opposing force from the original game, and Emi Kimura's hacker handle is Yar, so she represents the Yar. But it's at first what it seems like is just a very abstract interpretation of it. As players play through the game, they'll find it's actually very literal. So we take all those things and fold them in a very interesting way. And without giving away too much of the story, I think anything from the original game that people remember, it will show up in some form.
So talk to me more about our main character. Like, who's our black hat hacker? Where is she when we first meet her in the story?
So Emi Kimura is this black hat hacker for hire who basically runs hacking gigs with her friends. So she has her little hacker crew, and it's her and a couple of her friends, and they essentially are just taking odd jobs and missions from anyone who will pay the right price to hack different things, whether it's a company, a database, a bank, what have you, or personal accounts. They do it all. And so one day when a mysterious client with deep pockets approaches them to hack mega conglomerate Kotek, which is, I imagine in their world, is a name everyone knows. They're huge. They have a big tower building that the game takes place in. And so this mysterious client is paying them big bucks to take on this mission. So they have to take it. And so Emi is the one that actually does the infiltrating and the hacking. So she gets a job at the company Kotek and earns their trust over the course of several weeks. And then the game starts at the day of the big heist, where she's now going to infiltrate them from the inside as an employee. She stays late one day and is attempting to hack them from the inside. And in the story of our game, it's a botched mission. The caper does not go well. She gets caught. And so she's radioing in with her friends who will have dialogue interactions with you throughout the game to sort of report back the situation. And she mentioned she got caught, and now the gameplay turns into her attempting to escape. But as Emi's attempting to escape the Kotek building, she starts to unravel a conspiracy and becomes a part of something bigger than herself, and she has her own character arc in the process. So that's I guess that's the plot of the game, more or less.
So you've designed Yar's Rising as like more of a contemporary Metroidvania. And what are some of the tools that players are going to have at their disposal for this adventure?
So as Emi navigates around the Kotek office where the game starts, she'll find different rooms with terminals where there's these experiments on machines. And what she can do is she can hack those machines, and these experiments, which are basically bodily augments, she can more or less download those augments into her DNA, and she basically upgrades herself. And that's part of the Kotek conspiracy. Like, why does this like tech company have like these terminals with like these bio experiments? And so she'll start augmenting her DNA, and one of the ones that many people have seen in the trailer footage is she's blasting energy wave from her hand. We call that the Zorlon shot. That's one of the first that is the first augment that she'll get for her body. And as you're exploring around, you'll find these, and it'll gradually be upgrading Emi, where she gets these crazy bug powers, but maybe she's like losing a little bit of her identity in the process as well. So that kind of like ties into the story as she's upgrading, becoming more bug-like and bug-powered. Yeah, that's kind of some of the things you'll find, and there's of course more, but I won't give too much away.
You're a studio with a lot of love and reverence for games of the past, including a lot of the old Atari games and some of them that you've even worked on. So can you give me an example of like a fun Easter egg that players might find over the course of the story?
Absolutely. There's so many of them. And part of that is because the original Yar's Revenge game was one of the first games with Easter eggs itself. And so we had to honor that past. It's part of the brand. If it's Yar's, there's got to be Easter eggs, right? So in our game, there's quite a few. Some people have spotted like little details in the existing footage that we've revealed so far. But I want to say this, the game itself, Yars Rising, is not just about Yars. It really is truly a love letter to all of Atari's brands, that anything we could put in. And so you'll find that there are bosses in this game, multiple bosses in this game, that represent classic Atari games. One major one that players will encounter is Missile Command, and so I'll just leave it at that. So if you know the game Missile Command, you can imagine how that boss battle might play out.
I cannot wait to see how that plays out. James, when can people get their hands on Yars Rising?
Yars Rising will be available for all major platforms later this year, 2024. So I hope people will look forward to it and pre-order it and get hyped.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. And for more interviews and all fun stuff, keep it here on Shack News.
Hi, I'm Dan D'Entremont. I'm the game director for Squirrel with a Gun.
So first of all, Dan, I have to ask, where did the idea for this game come from?
That question, that's a common question I get asked. If you talk to an indie developer, like they're gonna have like 100 ideas floating around in their head at any given moment. But it takes forever to execute an idea, so they usually have to like pick an important one. And this is one of said ideas. I think it could have been inspired by like some old stand-up clips. Like Eddie Izzard has one where there's like a punchline that says, "We wanted Diamond Sherbert or a squirrel with a gun." I don't remember what led up to that, but that was something that certainly is probably a factor of some kind, like a seed planted.
Can you talk about the guns are like 1-to-1? Like, can you talk about that process? Because I feel like you had that internal conversation of, well, should the guns be squirrel size? Should they be human size? And talk about how you landed on them being a 1-to-1.
I preferred the idea of like a regular human sized gun that the squirrel is wielding. The whole thought of it was, having just some wacky, powerful recoil when it shoots. Obviously that would only make sense if it were a squirrel holding a human-sized gun. I think it's visually most humorous. Like there's a lot of like photoshopped images out there where you have a squirrel and he's like in army camo or whatever with a gun, and like that's adorable, but I don't think it's quite as humorous.
The game is already like funny by itself, but like you take it a step further. There's like an intricate story in this world as well. Can you talk about the story we'll be playing through in this game?
I don't know if I'd call it an intricate story, but it's a story. A squirrel manages to stumble upon a secret lab of some kind run by these mysterious agent characters. He goes in, it looks at what it thinks is a golden acorn, and then ends up swallowing it. These agent characters are just pursuing him for the rest of the game, like they're the they're the antagonists, and that's sort of the plot that gets kicked off.
The fact that there is a plot to this that was a pretty deep plot. It's not just, you're just scrolling in an environment and you shoot people. That was a really deep plot. You talk about is that like, can you talk more about the inception of the story and how you created this world? Like, was it something was this a story you always had in mind, or was it something that evolved with the mechanics and the development of the game?
It was Squirrel with a Gun first, and then, oh no, now that it's popular, now that people are interested, we got to make sure that there's a story to go along with this. There was a video that went viral where a squirrel was like holding up a citizen for, his phone or something, and that was fun, but from a gameplay standpoint, it's not very engaging. So, we came up with these agents to, give it more of a shooting challenge.
Now, you're classifying your game as a sandbox shooter, but it's also a puzzle platformer. Can you talk about those two elements and how they work together?
We've called it a sandbox because, like, most people are alluding to like Goat Simulator or similar games, but as far as like platformer shooter goes, it's got a fairly typical third-person shooter controls in the game. It's a little different in that you're so tiny that you can only like walk around and grab like one weapon at a time. Like you don't have this whole inventory, so you gotta use what comes to you. And as for the platforming aspect, it actually incorporates the guns as well, because while you're jumping, you could jump again, and depending on your weapon, like if it's a handgun, Squirrel's going to shoot straight down and then be able to like hop along a little further, get some mid-air jumps.
Platforming is always an interesting part of game development. You talk about the biggest challenges with making the physics and jumping feel like responsive and like just good overall.
It's a challenge because, it begins as like a little joke game where you're just like shooting the gun and Squirrel's like going crazy and just flying around everywhere. But eventually it starts to get to the reality that it needs to be fun too. So you got to have some amount of control for the player to like actually be able to, accomplish these tasks. It's the same thing with as the shooting with the platforming, where originally it was just like, oh, Squirrel just goes wherever, it's crazy. And now it's a bit more controlled. Like you can have like more precise jumps one at a time, or if you have like a rocket launcher, you just fire up into the air at incredible heights, but kind of controlled incredible heights.
Now, you opted for like a more realistic kind of visual theme in the game. Did that ever change? Like, how did you settle on that like art style? Did you thought it was going to be super realistic at first or super cartoony? Like it's very Looney Tuny at sometimes.
I'm inspired by these very bizarre, frankly, CG shorts. I think it's called Cool 3D World, and they're strange. But what I like about them is that they kind of use like realistic characters, but in kind of like bizarre, unrealistic settings. Sometimes disturbing. Very Adult Swim, in my opinion. That was like an inspiration for the visual style. Like I do like that kind of realistic, but realistic in a way of somebody making 3D characters not as realistic as you would see in a AAA game.
Yeah, so like early 2000s like 3D games that were trying to be realistic, right? Like they looked great for the time, but looking back on it, you're like, ooh, yeah, that's definitely fake.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of got that aesthetic to it.
Now, talk about like I think humor in games is something that's like kind of glanced over a lot. Like, of course, you have like your big Borderlands games and stuff like that, but I don't think you see a lot of that humorous style, especially that zany off the wall humor. So, like, why do you think that humor is so niche nowadays?
I don't know, really. I like humor in games. It does seem like a rarity. Like when you're seeing like games where characters are like stretching around or doing like crazy cartoony things, like like Earthworm Jim or something like that. I'd like to see more of it personally. I love that. I love watching cartoons, and I love that style of movement.
You do have guns in your game, and it's violent to an extent, but doesn't look like there's any gore. Was that like a personal decision for your dev team? Did you guys decide to not do that? Did you want to do that but didn't have the budget for it? Like, talk about the decision to have it be violent, but you don't have grotesque amounts of blood and heads getting blown off. That's that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there wasn't. I don't think I ever like intended to have any kind of like realistic violence in the game. I feel like that kind of detracts from the carefree slapstick squirrelness of it. It can get a little odd at times when the guns are so realistic. In my opinion, I think it would have detracted from the humor a bit if like guys' heads were exploding. I mean, maybe somebody would find that funny, but.
Did you always want to use real weapons? Did you have like fake weapons that you were trotting around, like more video game type weapons, like weird laser beams or disc launchers?
I always had like real life weapons in mind mainly, although there were ideas in the past like involving something like like a gravity gun or a black hole gun, something that has an effect that's like not typical that you might not see all the time. Something I can ragdoll people, just something the player can have fun with. That was on the on the cut, ended up being cut, but ended up was on the list.
No, did you build the game in Unreal or Unity?
I built the game in Unreal.
Okay.
Yeah, I began it as like kind of a tech demo for Unreal's first system, because I just wanted to see how that worked. And it was pretty nice. It was pretty advanced. It's pretty pretty powerful too. Like it can eat up a smaller GPU. That was the general thing I was doing in Unreal, and it was kind of to dip my toes in the engine. And I really like it. I came a little bit from dabbling in Unity, and Unreal has been like, just as interesting.
Yeah, people would be surprised how many games that become very popular that start out as either tech demos or game jams. Like it's a lot of that stuff, or even modding in some cases. Like it's absolutely wild.
Every now and then I see like a demo or a trailer for a game that went viral, and I'm like looking at it, I'm like, yes, this looks like exactly what I went through, where I was making a little tech thing and it got really popular, and now everyone's scrambling to make sure it's turning into an actual game.
It's almost like a game being fun is like the most important key factor when you're making a game, before graphics, before story, before anything.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's it's essential. Like I always feel like there's like the story people and the gameplay people, and some games can have a good story, bad gameplay, or vice versa. Depending on who you are, you can enjoy it. But I really like good gameplay, like even if it's like an awful weird story, as long as the gameplay is good, I'm satisfied. So yeah, I like the fun factors.
What are some misconceptions from like an outsider looking at game development, specifically for Squirrel with a Gun? Like, what do you think are the misconceptions?
Generally, the assumption of how long things take to do. It's been like since August 2022, so we're nearing like 2 years on the development cycle. People are like, when is it coming out? It's been so long. And it's like, not really. It's been, it's maybe like if it was an asset swap, it's been a while, but they're putting a little more features into it than that.
How big is your team?
It was just me at first, my brother and my wife helping out with like social media. My brother's doing the music for it. At some point, can't remember exactly when, we signed with the publisher Maximum Entertainment. And so now the credits list is much larger in regards to like, they're helping with trailers, doing porting and all that kind of stuff. So I definitely in no respect can say I'm a solo dev anymore. But I would say the bulk of the Unreal stuff is still just me.
Now, what advice would you give to other indie developers out there to get the eyeballs of a publisher such as yourself, such as Maximum, such as you guys did?
Definitely, I'd say getting the eyeballs of the publishers goes hand in hand with good marketing. That's anybody who's like got a well marketed game is also going to be like approached by a lot of publishers. So my general advice in that regard is really just throw spaghetti at the walls. Like seriously, like I didn't know a squirrel holding a gun as a tech demo was going to explode like it did. And if I had committed to something else without really knowing the popularity of it, I'd be spending a lot of time on something that might not be as popular. So I say take the spaghetti approach.
And what do you think is the biggest misconception just about game development in general, from like someone who knows nothing about it? Your average gamer just maybe plays games a lot but knows nothing about game dev.
Oh boy, it's weird because like I really like I come from the world of like pre-rendered TV effects. I basically started being a game developer after Squirrel with a Gun went viral. I don't have like a huge amount of like industry experience, like AAA related things, but a common sentiment I see is like oh, why didn't they put X in the game? It should be so simple, and it does seem simple, but there's just so many systems at play going on. Like like when a modder makes like a gun for the game that they wanted, and everyone's like, why couldn't the devs just do that? And it's like, well, the modder didn't need to consider like what consoles they're going on. They didn't need to consider this. They didn't need to consider like how how it works with every other system. So that's I think a general misconception is just that it's always more complicated than it appears.
And then, like, for you, what was your biggest challenge, either technically or creatively? And feel free to get in the reads here when you were making Squirrel with the Gun.
Oh, there's been, I mean, it's like I said, like I've been coming from pre-rendered TV effects, so it's been like kind of a baptism by fire with this game development stuff. I think generally a couple things that have like really thrown me for a loop are AI characters. You don't really think about them too much. They're like vastly complicated, and an interesting thing about them is that in games they're always criticized for the AI being dumb. It's kind of dumb on purpose, like when a guy is shouting out, "I'm reloading," that's to signal to the player that it's time to attack them. It's like completely on purpose. So like things like AI has been an unexpected hurdle. I think physics, general like physics related things. I'm finally getting the hang of that, but it has been very interesting to get things not falling through the floor. Having the core loop of the game is actually a huge area to finish of it. Just like
big undertaking, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like in general, it's been pretty challenging, but it's been fun. Like everything about it, I love learning like all the aspects.
Now, when does your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
For PC is on August 29th for Squirrel with a Gun.
Do you have plans for console? Do you want to be on console, Switch, PS5, Xbox Series, S and X? Or are you going to release the PC client, get it as clean as possible, see the reception, then maybe think about spending additional money on porting?
I'd love to have the game on like Xbox Series X or PlayStation 5. Very excited about that.
And then last question for me is where can people go to find more information about your game? Discord, website, Steam page, and are you going to do early access?
We can you can go to squirrelwithagun.com. That's like kind of the branching area for where where all the other information is. I don't think we have Discord right now. Technically it's my personal Twitter channel, but we've basically turned it into Squirrel with a Gun's Twitter channel, and I believe we have a TikTok around there somewhere, but go find it.
So, can you also talk about like adding to your wish list is like extremely helpful? I don't think many people understand how helpful it is to a dev when they do that on Steam.
Oh yes, the wish list. I was like very lucky about this because after the footage got popular of just the tech demo of the squirrel, I ended up somebody on the Unreal Discord told me, you got to make a Steam page, and I said okay, and I didn't really understand the significance of that at the time, but after I did, then the video of the squirrel robbing that guy went viral, and that was like the real time it went viral. And that's when the wish lists the wish lists really exploded. I would say the wish lists are very important because if you take like a few years to make your game, or a year or so, it keeps people who were interested in it like a while ago informed about when the game releases. Because if they didn't have it wish listed, then you can release the game and maybe they had forgotten about it by then. So wish lists are completely essential. They're very important. I suggest anyone making a game get a Steam page up ASAP.
And then because I have to know, like, how the hell did you get squirrelwithagun.com in 2024? There's no way that wasn't taken. How did you get that URL?
It wasn't taken. It wasn't
taken. Wow.
It wasn't taken. I got it before it went viral. I'm sure it would have been taken after that. But yeah, there was just no squirrelwithagun.com, and I was like, $12 a month or whatever. That's fine.
I'm Ben Ruiz. I'm the director and creative founder of Dino God in Phoenix, and the game is Bounty Star.
What is Bounty Star?
So Bounty Star is kind of a mixing of two games. I love action games, God of War, Devil May Cry. So it's partially that, but it's also partially a light farming and base building game. Yeah, all in one.
You say I kind of get a glimpse of it. It reminds me a little bit of State of Decay, a little bit.
Sure, yes, right. Yeah, so it's light. So you'll go back and forth between the hub that the character lives in and out into the field for bounties. And it's got a narrative where the character's trying to dig herself out of a hole. But as she sort of goes on her journey, the base evolves with her. Yeah.
So talk about like the systems. Like, what makes a shooting game feel good in your case?
Oh, it's a lot of things. It's really gnarly to knock down. I mean, I have a lot of experience with melee combat, so this is my first time doing over-the-shoulder shooting, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, I think the key is to have a good variety, make sure people, the assault rifle people are taken care of, and the missile launcher people are taken care of.
The checklist.
Yeah, but mostly just to have fun with it. So I think we've got some fun weapons and some unorthodox stuff people will really like.
Talk about this world that you'll be exploring and building a base in.
Yeah, so I love the desert, huge bias, born and raised in Arizona. The game world is specifically based on Monument Valley on the border of Arizona and Utah, which is just like a mythical place. And I just don't feel like I see enough deserts in video games, so I went for it. So yeah, it's very much based on like the gritty Western world.
I think you get like a biome every now and then, but like not the last full game I think was Mad Max. It was all desert.
And that's too gnarly for me even. So this is a desert with water, with plants, with some green, the beautiful desert. Yeah.
Talk a little bit about your background. You're a game dev. What other games have you worked on?
Yeah, I've been making games for about 20 years. I mean, the last thing I made was a full-on combat game called Aztez. Before that, I was a contractor for 4 or 5 years. I've done a lot of indie things all over the place. I've helped some of my friends with their games, Meat Boy, Overland, Fantasy Strike. So I just kind of try and be helpful wherever I can be for as long as I can be. Yeah, generally speaking.
What do you think's the biggest misconception about game development from like a youth perspective?
Yeah, I think the biggest misconception is that it's all about ideas. Ideas don't have a lot of value. Making them real and work and fun is where the value is. So I teach sometimes, and that's a thing I always tell students. Make a thing, make it work, don't worry about the idea.
Yeah, these kids don't know the days of Daikatana.
Yes, yes. Yeah, it is absolutely so easy for something to spiral out of control in your brain with nothing to show for it. So yeah.
How big is your team for Bounty and Star?
We've got 5 full-timers and a couple contractors.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a small team. Veteran team, so a lot older, very, very skilled. We can't stay up very late. Our bones hurt, but it's a good team. Yeah.
Is it tough when you're working on your own project to set your own limitations and your own limits on what can be done in the time frame with the tools you have and the budget?
Yeah, for sure. We've gotten a handle on it now. It was very difficult for me. I've always been in an office with people. COVID obviously scrambled us a little bit. But at this point, I'd say we've got it kind of locked down. It does get easier as you get older, for sure. So we're in a place now where, we're all in the groove.
How did you get the attention of Annapurna? I think that's the big question that a lot of indie developers want to know.
Yeah, so in my case, I was very lucky to have known some of them from when they were still at Sony. So for years and years, I did combat consultation. So I would help other developers implement their combat, fix problems, and that's how I met some of those core people. When they became Annapurna Interactive, I already kind of knew some of them. So I was able to say, may I pitch this thing? And they said yes. Yeah, very lucky, very lucky. So when it comes to knocking on their door, I don't actually know. I was very privileged here.
So in the meantime, where can people find more information about your game? Discord, Steam page?
Yeah, so right now we're primarily all the information comes out of Annapurna, and as we get a little closer to launch, Dino God will start to do more marketing. We'll start to do fun TikToks, fun YouTube videos, etc. It's just a little too early yet, but yeah.
Are you planning early access at all?
No. Yeah.
Why not? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, it's kind of publisher call. If they said let's do this, I would, but as far as I know, that's not the plan. So, yeah.
Do you have a release date, schedule, or platforms?
Not yet. We're aiming for first half of 2025. I can say that we're definitely going to be on PS5, new Xbox, Xbox One, and PC. Hopefully more. We'll see.
My name's Andrew Willens. I'm the game director for Death Sprint 66.
Andrew, what is Death Sprint 66?
So Death Sprint is, it's kind of a modern take on the notion that we're going to entertain ourselves to death. It's a game show that's set in the year 2066, and it's kind of like a racing game on foot is the best way to describe it. A deadly racing game that's all about parkour. It's all about putting players in a flow state. So you're going to be chaining together lots of interesting traversals. You'll be running on walls. You'll be, sliding on zip lines, rail grinds. jump pads, speed boosts, and it's all about keeping you in this flow state and giving you tons of adrenaline at the same time. And also death. Lots of lovely, lovely death and gore and dismemberment. So a whole range of weird and wonderful abilities to mess with the other players. Because at its heart, it's a PvP game. So our main game mode, which we call Showtime, is 8 players duking it out to the finish line. And, goriness and fun and hopefully a lot of laughs ensue.
So at its core, it's a hardcore racing game.
I think that's pretty fair to say, yeah. I think it's definitely for skilled players, but I think there's an accessibility to it as well. I mean, you've just had a little go yourself. I think you probably know how easy it is to pick up and play. And all of the mechanics we've put in there are so that we do keep you in that flow state, so that there is something for a wider range of skilled players. So I think it's probably leaning more mid-core, but there is a lot of hardcore mechanics in there for people that really want to excel and showboat. For example, you can jump on a rail, you'll automatically attach to it and you'll go in one direction. But if you for the more pro players, they might lean their body weight left or right to avoid traps. They might take riskier routes within the levels. More risk reward basically.
What's the key to making a racing game feel good and tight?
I think it's about keeping the pack together, and that sounds obvious, but it's about giving, mechanics that allow for catching up. It's about weighting ability pickups. There's many games do that with their abilities. For us, it's really nice because we've got this game show fantasy, the nefarious agency behind the game show, the Bachman Media Network. They want a tight race. They want blood and spectacle, so they don't want people, steamrolling everyone and, finishing first place and then there's 2 minutes before the person behind crosses the line. It's all about keeping that, chaotic, frantic action together.
What games did you draw inspiration from when you were designing and creating the game?
Good question. A ton of stuff, really. I play a lot of snowboarding games, so a lot of the classics, SSX Tricky, even 1080 Snowboard, and I love to feel they're captured, and what they did with analogs is kind of what I'm trying to do with a lot of the tunings here, is like give you that feel, that sensation of being flow state, right? It's the classics. And then, of course, a lot of other racing games. I mean, it would be stupid not to name check the Mario Karts of the world, the Sonics. We played a huge amount of material, in determining what was going to work and how many abilities you have, how many tracks you have. You'll see hints of F-Zero in there. You'll see hints of Wipeout. There's a lot of the themes, that we're exploring are set in the future. And so there's a wealth of material that I in particular grew up because I'm getting on now. I can remember all these games when they came out. And that also ties into kind of what we're trying to do with it here, is just create something which is a great value proposition. It's a self-contained game, like the games I played when I was growing up all those years ago. So you buy a game and everything that you need's in it. You've got all of the tracks, you've got sprints, you've got circuits, you've got a whole range of collectibles, you've got cosmetics, and we even allow you to customize your scoring feed with an emoji score feed, which is cool. So hopefully people will, connect with it. And once we get it out there, get it in the hands of the players, hopefully it finds its audience, and then we can build on it, Your
game also has weapon pickups, and there's something like to say about a racing franchise that's been around for decades is Mario Kart. You said green shell, I knew instantly what it did. Can you talk about the design of the weapons and how you use them to defeat other players?
Absolutely, yeah. And the reason I kind of shortcut it is when I'm trying to demo it, if I say green shell, red shell, you instinctively know what I'm talking about. Now, obviously, our versions are slightly different. Our version of a red shell is effectively a seeker drone, which follows you behind you and then triggers an explosive in your neck collar, which pops your head. We don't get that in the other game. So yeah, we had a lot of fun with those. I think when we were designing the abilities, the design team worked hard to look at skills which would allow you to catch up to the pack. And then we could also weight the frequency when you get that dice roll of what the ability is. We've got something in there which is like an EMP blast, which levels the playing field, and everyone on the track gets an electric shock. And then we've got, like I say, some really interesting ones. There's the one which you saw called the Gigasaw, which is like a giant saw blade, and that will go through multiple players. So it's a really good technique to wait until there's a couple of people on the same rail, set that one off, and it will cut them all in half. Just go through them, and yeah. Fun.
Now, we were talking a little bit off camera about this, but you correct me if I'm wrong, this was a 6-month, right? As of now, it's like a 6-month development cycle?
It was super, super fast. So we did a lot of pre-production on this. So we did a lot of experimentation, trying to look for this. After Hood, the last game that we did, we wanted to kind of do something else in the third-person space. And we wanted to take that notion of, what can we bring? Like, what can we bring in terms of how can we do something with locomotion that we haven't seen? So we did a lot of kind of prototype in early doors, but then we got to a point where, the concept caught wind and it got a fair wind behind it, as they say, and they said, right, let's just go for it. Let's kind of get into it. And it's been a very short run. All in.
Pun intended, right?
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Fast game, fast development time, right? Fast.
Absolutely, but I think it forces you to make really the right decisions. You can't afford to wait around. If you've got a small team, if you've got, I'm not going to say small budget, but, comparative to a lot of games, you have limited resources, so you have to be really clever with what you do. You can't afford to just sit and, wait for someone to make an answer for you. It's got to be move and fire. Does it feel good? Yes. Play test it. Yes. Green light, go.
You've been in game dev for a long time. What did you pull from your past experience that helped Desperate become a game so quickly?
Probably, looking back on my career, I've worked on a lot of big titles, a lot of AAA titles. One of my precious memories really was Grow Home, which is a title I did at Ubisoft, and there was there was only about 6 of us in the initial dev team, and again we had a very limited time frame, very, very micro budget, and they said kind of go off and make something with this. We had a mechanic which was procedural locomotion, and make a toy with this, and it was just built around this toy, and everything we did was just plussing it, and we'd have really quick meetings. We'd get in a room and we'd say, okay, does this feel good? Yes, move, and we'd get agreement really quick, so I don't think anything really stayed longer than a day. There were no lengthy kind of design discussions that spilled over for 3 months and, write me a paper on here or show me this.
Approvals.
Yeah, exactly. And I think keeping that fluid, fast nature is important. It keeps the team's energy high as well. If you're working on something and you think it's going to come out, within a year or two, I mean, that's a luxury. I've worked on games that took up, 3-4 years of my life. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to move fast.
Are you planning for crossplay at launch?
We are PC first, so we're launching on Steam later on in the year. So we are launching this year. We'll announce proper dates soon. We've got our gameplay trailer dropping tomorrow at the PC Gaming Show. But yeah, in terms of crossplay, we are set up to do it. Obviously, we're a console studio, but we'll have to see how things work out. We're hoping to get it out on PC, find our audience quickly, and then validate the fact we've got something really cool here. And then obviously, the next logical step is to have conversations about the consoles. And I'm a console boy, so of course I want it on consoles.
Do you have plans for Steam Early Access? This is a competitive game. Are you going to launch in Early Access?
We'll probably communicate that again in the next couple of months. Sometime in the future. But we will have a series of, moments where people can get involved. Everything from, validating gameplay with playtests and even technical tests, just make sure our servers scale up appropriately, stuff like that.
And in the meantime, where can people go to find more information about Desperate 66? Discord, Facebook page, socials, Steam page?
Yeah, Secret Mode's our publisher, so Secret Mode's probably a good point of calling into on, Twitter, X. I still can't get used to that one. And obviously we've got a Facebook page and everything else set up, and I think we've got our own website now as well.
Hello, I'm Paul Hollywood. I'm Development Director at Sumo Leamington. I'm really proud to be here today to talk about Stampede Racing Royale.
Awesome, man. So talk about what Stampede Racing Royale is all about.
Well, Stampede Racing Royale, at its heart, is a classic karting game with a twist. 60 players online, battling out together over 3 rounds of elimination to be crowned the champion. So it's round 1, we lose 20 players, round 2, another 20 players, and the last round is, okay, if you want to be the champion and be the best in the Stampede universe. The game is free to play. We're coming out very soon on Steam, Early Access, and Microsoft Game Pass Preview.
You have a long history of racing titles. Like, what did you learn from those games that you brought with you to Stampede Royale, Racing Royale?
Everything. It's a journey. It really is a journey. Personally, I've worked on 7 games beforehand, WRC games, MotorStorm Pacific Rift. The development team has got a massive heritage of racing games, Sonic All-Stars, Forza, Colin McRae Rally, and that blend of industry dinosaurs like myself, plus a very young, vibrant, skilled and passionate team. There's 140 people working on this game, and we all love it. We play it every week for about an hour, and it's so easy to get everybody to stop working and play the game because it's so much fun.
When you have so many players in a race, what are some of the challenges you're making for it doesn't feel too clustered or you're not getting hit constantly? I'm speaking as like a 20-year veteran of Mario Kart.
Yeah, very, very true. It's a lot of different game mechanics going on within Stampede Race Royale. So firstly, it's the technical side. The game is server authoritative. We run the game on the server and we send information to each client, so the game is very fair and even. It also helps us protect against hackers and bad actors and cheaters. And then the actual mechanics of the game as well, where you have so many carts, so it's a really not complex, but really impressive physics engine that we have to cope with all the collisions, all the weapons that are going off, as well as the different mechanics for boosting, power-ups for protecting yourself, and also massive amounts of fun that you can play in the game.
So talk about, you have 3 different carts in the game. Talk about how they vary in play. And do you have different drivers as well, or just carts?
Okay, so we have 3 carts in the game right now. That is going to get more and more as we progress through our seasons, because we're going to be dropping more content, tracks, game modes, game mechanics, as well as cosmetics, like you say. So once you've chosen your cart, you can pimp your ride. You can choose a nice skin for the cart, you can choose some cool wheels, and these different variations of the cart, like heavy, light, and standard that we have right now, have slightly different variations in handling. So you pick one that suits your driving style. And then when you choose your cosmetics, there are small little variations, like little perks that you can bring into the game. We're still making it quite level and even, but these are perks that you can choose, again, to complement the way that you play the game.
So there's a level of customization, almost like, I wouldn't call it a talent tree, you call it perks. It's better like a perk. So it's just kind of manipulate the way you play a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah. We call it kart mastery, and that's the way you can sort of. There's a big tree that you can sort of move around. We also have player progression, so the player journey is you level up, and obviously as you play the game more and more, you can then unlock cooler and cooler items. Or if you want to, you can use hard currency, your own hard currency, to buy star chips, and those star chips then can be used within the game. Or you can play and just enjoy yourself and sort of earn your rewards.
What's the key to making a racing game feel good and tight?
That's a really good question. There's so many things in play there. The physics, the speed. So what you want to do first, you want to start with just the way that the car handles. That's got to be really accessible for the casual gamer. But you also want to put in mechanics in there which will allow a more skilled player to master the game. So, as you play it, you can find these little subtleties that you can exploit to get more speed out of your car. And once you've got that, another big important thing is the way that you perceive and view the car. So the way the camera is positioned, the way the camera moves and reacts. So as you accelerate and decelerate is super important for that feel. Then you've got the cart-to-cart interaction. So the way, again, as I mentioned there, about physics being really robust and solid, so you have a real sense of feeling of the cart is real. Then we have mechanics on the tracks as well, such as stomping blocks, rolling blocks, and lasers. And these items are dynamic and can change race by race, so no 2 races are the same. And we also have multiple routes on the track, so you can choose a racing line that suits you, but sometimes we may block those off just to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, talk about the track design, because it's got to be different when you have so many players on a track at the time. It's got to be different than a regular racing game.
That's absolutely true. We have to give enough space for that number of players on the track, so it doesn't feel too crowded, but you want to concentrate the action. And as I mentioned before, as you go through the different rounds, you have 20 players in the final round. We have slightly tighter tracks, again, to funnel and focus the energy and the excitement of the race and make it, purposely for that a number of players on the track. So yeah, there's been a lot of thought in our track designs.
This isn't the first Battle Royale race. F-Zero 99 came out last year, a few years ago. Did your team see that and think of any ideas or draw inspiration from that game? You were probably working on this a long time before that, but I'm just curious if other games inspire you to make changes or look at designs.
We look at all the games in the market. Let's say not our competitors, but our friends. There's lots of games out there that you can draw inspiration from. And we look at your long-established karting games as well as your newer games, and we take them all in. But we also look at games that are have massive multiplayer online elements with battle royale elements. And we take all these inspirations. But what we wanted to create here was our game. It's a unique game, a unique offering, and hopefully it's something that's going to appeal to a lot of players.
When does your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
Okay, we're coming out in a few weeks. We're coming out very, very soon. The version of the game we were playing just then, that is very close to what we're launching with. We're coming out on Xbox in Game Pass Preview, Steam, PC, Early Access. That's going to be Season 0. We're already going to be moving into like season 1 in 3 months. We have an exclusivity with Microsoft, and after that we'll be looking at supporting more platforms in the future.
What we see now, you mentioned Game Pass and Microsoft. I have to ask you, you have a lot of cosmetics and stuff you can unlock to really make your character racer identity in this game. You have plans for like Halo cars, Halo cosmetics, Banjo-Kazooie, because there's so much that Microsoft owns.
Well, I can't really say anything specific, but when you look at the game, you can see that it's ideally placed for IP tie-ins.
And in the meantime, are you going to support cross-play at launch, cross-progression?
So cross-play definitely at launch. Cross-progression is something we'll look at in the future. But we're coming out on Xbox and PC and Steam. We've already got cross-play. We had that working a few months ago. We were in the Insider program on Xbox. We ran a Steam playtest at the same time. So that works. It's very solid, and it's a great way to play with your friends, even if you've got different hardware.
Can we just take a minute to say, like, because you've been in this industry for over 30 years, cross-play, like, this was never a thing, and it, like, this last, like, 5-6 years, it's really exploded. Like, what has it been like as a veteran game dev, seeing that become now a standard practice? This would have never existed in the Xbox or 360 era, never.
Or even back in 1990 when I started on 8-bit consoles, I only had 16 colours, So to see the way that the hardware and the software is developed over 34 years, it's just exponential. Right now, we've got a free-to-play game that has an economy in it. It has all these mechanisms of cross-play, like you say. I'm learning. Every day is a school day. It's like I'm in a real strong moment of growth. So is the rest of the team. We're learning. We're spearheading. We're evolving, and we're creating brand new gaming experiences.
What do you think is the biggest misconception from an outsider looking at specifically a free-to-play title from a game development perspective? Like, what's the hardest thing, or you think people don't realize when you're making a game that's free-to-play in 2024?
The simple questions that is how you monetize. Okay, so you have a free game, and we just want everybody to play the game and enjoy it. Cause that's what we've created. But you want to also, as a business, you want to make return on your investment for making that game, and that's probably the hardest challenge. But it's something that we believe we can achieve, because once you're invested in the Stampede universe, then you want to evolve, you want to show off, you want to create your own look, and also you might want to just accelerate your sort of progression in the game as well. So there are many ways that you can enjoy the game, and there's many ways that you can spend your money as well.
And in the meantime, where can they go to find updates, Discord, Steam page?
Absolutely, we have social channels. The community is so important to us. We're making a game for the players, so we listen to the players' sentiment. We try to understand what they like, understand what they don't like, more importantly, and we'll give them all the good stuff that they do enjoy. And that's super important. So yeah, we're on all social channels, Discord, you follow us, Stampede Racing Royale.
And because I have to ask, because people will yell at me if I don't, man, kart racers on Nintendo Switch sure are fun. Any plans for Nintendo Switch?
Again, I'm not here to talk about any other platforms apart from Xbox and PC right now, but everything in the future is possible.
Hi, I'm Nick Sutner, co-founder and writer and producer and business guy, and we share creative direction on the game.
Yeah, and I'm Nico Recabarren, and I'm programmer and game designer.
So, talk about what this game's all about.
Yeah, this is a role puzzling adventure, and hopefully our subtitle helps sort of sell some of the spirit, where we're like, we're kind of Trojan horsing a puzzle game through the aesthetics and setting and vocabulary of like an adventure game and a role-playing game. So you're adventuring through a world and talking to characters, but we're keeping it pretty breezy, where it's sort of, things like inventory or just objects in the world that you push around are kind of unique mechanics so that everything exists on this big interconnected gameplay grid. So the whole world is a grid, and when you move on a row or column, anything on the same row or column like moves with you. And also you can loop around one edge to the other. So we introduced that pretty much at the start of the game. And the game doesn't really get harder, and we don't really add complexity. We just take that core mechanic and add lots of different interesting remixes and riffs and subvert it, and just kind of make it an interesting experience versus sort of like going too deep in a traditional puzzle gamey way. And sort of, I love games like Into the Breach, where you're like staring at the screen for like 20 minutes and you're like, I know the solution is here, I just can't find it. But we're trying to make something that's more feels like a breezy adventure game, where puzzles is like the language that unites combat and narrative and exploration and everything else.
Where did the idea for the game come from?
The idea, I mean, that concept of having to merge everything, like both like the world exploration and the puzzles, was mainly because of like our interest on trying to keep players like stuck in the game, like not stuck, like how do you say, like they keep playing the game, because sometimes puzzle games becomes like harder and harder with time, and we wanted to make it like so it feels like. Well, like Nick said, like breezy. So it's like you never get like stuck in a way that you can't move on, or you never stop like you are not like transported to a level selection screen. It's like everything is like blended in the same thing.
Yeah, I think unlike most puzzle games where it's like a sort of a series of, standalone levels or puzzle rooms or whatever, ours we want it to be, again, a big sprawling like world that feels more like Zelda or a short hike or something like that. And where, I assume this is part of the question too, Nico, what was the original idea for the game, even before the yeah?
This is always like kind of funny. Like I was making a prototype for like a 2D Rubik cube. So that's like the whole system is like like that. Yeah.
That's actually really clever.
Thank you.
Did you like back up over a Rubik's Cube with your car and you like smashed it flat and you were like, wait a minute?
He was making pancakes and had a wonderful idea.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're like cutting lines in a pancake. Yeah.
So one of the things I always hate about puzzle games is that people don't understand how much work goes into designing the puzzles. That's like, talk about that process and how involved it is.
Yeah, I think we actually like cheated a bit, because I feel like the first thing that Nick explained about like keeping like new ideas like coming through the game, that made it like, I feel like more fun for us to make the puzzle games, the puzzles, because it's like we never get to that part where you have to be like super like intricate to find like connections of elements or stuff in the puzzle. It's more like we are only showing you like fun new idea after a new fun idea and so on. So we are always in the like honeymoon phase of the puzzle. So it's like it was like a very like fun experience.
I think also, I mean, Nico's definitely done like most of the design in the game, all the design. But I think the parts I've come to understand, like working with Nico and talking as a team of how to solve things too, is not even so much just the puzzle design itself, but things like, okay, if you make a mistake, can we add an undo button? What are the implications of that technically and design-wise? Do we want to be able to reset the buttons? Why, or reset the puzzle? Why and why not? Like, there's things like that too, where like a puzzle game is more than a puzzle game because you have to be able to sort of figure your way out of these things. And the theme of our game and a lot of the design is you sort of have to sort of make a mess and things get chaotic before you find your way through to the other side of it. But in practice, to implement that technically and to be able to stop players from breaking the game is easier said than done. Yeah.
In your game, Arranger, what came first? The story followed by the puzzle design, or was it puzzle design first, then followed by story, or was it intermingled?
Nico Nico had an early prototype he'd been working on and brought me onto the project, and then I brought our co-founder David on. And pretty quickly, I think, Nico had a really tight little nice demo, which is pretty much the backbones of the first town in the game, which is our demo that's out on Steam right now. And I think pretty quickly we sat down and we were like, okay, what kind of scope do we want? What do we want this game to be about? I think Nico had a lot of interesting versions of the mechanic already. Like, how do we want to contextualize these? And I think we talked a lot about our values and what we want to express in the game, both overtly and thematically and in the dialogue, and what we want the vibe to be. So I think it sort of came together like in parallel, I think, and then the design served the story and the story served the design and the art served both, and so they sort of all like take turns building, but definitely started from Nico's like core design in the beginning. I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, I always remember like David, the artist, David Hellman, that mentions that he was very inspired by the music by Tomás Batista to make the art. So it's like also like every element of the game was like feeding the other elements. So.
And I think our company structurally is like a flat partnership. There's no hierarchy. We're all equal co-founders. And I think because we're sort of like Nico isn't saying, oh, I need your story to serve this design. We're saying, oh, how do we figure it out together? And so we sort of do have this mutual inspiration and just bounce things back and forth, which has been like a really nice way to be able to make something.
Now, how did your studio get the attention of Netflix games? That's the big one that everyone wants to know, right?
Let's see. I think, it's a lot of, video games,
Your
I think.
Uncle Netflix?
Yeah, well, it's like, it's a weirdly small industry sometimes, and it's who you know as well, at least to sort of start these conversations. I worked at PlayStation for a long time. I'm doing sort of indie biz dev stuff. I worked with someone named Ray Bautista, who got a job at Netflix a year or two ago. And when he landed there, I was like, hey, just want to say heads up, congrats on the gig. If you guys ever want to talk, I'm working on a new thing. And then that was sort of the start of the conversation. So it's like, maybe it's a cheat code to start the conversation. But I think we're making something that maps pretty well to a mobile platform, where it's just a 4-directional game and one input button. We always intended to keep the controls really simple, even long before we thought we were. Nico was like, don't want to do a mobile SKU day one, because when we thought we were going to do it ourselves.
More porting work, yeah.
Yeah. But then we were like, oh, we have a porting studio, we can get some resources, we can get Netflix itself. Okay, now it feels more doable. And pretty quickly, I think the game just felt right, not overcomplicated. And it's nice for us again to be able to release like a premium game on the App Store, and like my mom can play it with her Netflix password. She's not going to log on to Steam. So I like the idea of reaching a huge amount of people, and I like how it it just looks and feels a lot on mobile. So,
Nico, expanding on that, what did partnering with Netflix games open up for you creatively?
I feel like the biggest, like, how can I say, resource was like the freedom, right? Like we didn't get like any kind of like restriction in the art direction. Like we never get like I'm always scared of big companies like being like involved too much and blocking our vision and stuff, and it wasn't that at all. So I feel like that was mainly like my takeaway, and also a lot of support in like the platform, like launching the game, like testing the game and stuff like that. That I feel like is always like super expensive, so it's like super helpful to get that.
And I think conversely, actually, it added some constraints in a good way that made us solve challenges in a different way. So when we did sort of a final pass on the camera in the game, we didn't want to do a bunch of different custom camera work for depending on what platform you're playing it on. We were like, oh, can we sort of set the common denominator so it feels great wherever you're playing for it? And once we're accommodating for the fact that people are going to be playing on smaller screens too, it's like, oh, now we have these constraints we can build around, and now I think it just feels good no matter where you play it. And I think generally constraints are what like makes good art probably, and I think it did help our game sort of like being able to like make something that felt good however you were interacting with it.
So when does your game come out, and what platforms will be available?
July 25th. It'll be out on iOS and Android via Netflix. It'll also be out day one on PC and Mac, on Steam and the Epic Game Store, and PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch.
Creative director at The Odd Gentleman.
Oh, hi. I'm Matt Daigle, and I am the co-creator, co-writer, along with my wife, Kay Daigle.
So where did the idea for this game come from?
That's a long question. It's been a constantly evolving thing. It started off with, we wanted to make a musical, and then we collaborated with Matt and Kay Daigle, who write the webcomic That Deaf Guy, which is a very hilarious comic about a deaf husband and a hearing wife, which they also happen to be. But the humor in it was very similar to my writing style that I put into King's Quest. And it was funny, even if you're not a part of the deaf culture, and we thought they would be great collaborators. And then from there, we ended up hiring on a deaf animator, deaf designer, deaf artists, and just expanding the collaboration. And it's kind of tricky to say how we got here, but we're happy to be here.
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say that's why it's such a great story, is that the creative team here is telling a story that we wanted to be a good, authentic story. The information, the roots of where it came from, all of the ideas needed to be from a person who had the perspective of the deaf culture. Our protagonist here, Melody, is a deaf girl who is on a journey through a musical universe called Harmonium.
Matt, what's been the biggest challenge for you personally when making a game and being deaf? That's a big question.
Well, it is a big question. I think the thing is, how do we create entertainment that satisfies a larger audience? I think people have focused on, oh, this is entertainment for deaf people, and this is entertainment for hearing people, but we want to create something that is visually based, that each person from every culture can understand. Melody's journey is going through a coming of age. It's like, what are the barriers she faces? How does she ameliorate those barriers? How does she achieve success? We wanted everyone to see a person doing that in a game and having fun at the same time while using sign language. It's a visual language which requires one's face and body to move as they communicate. And we use those elements to create the puzzles. So this is an exploration journey, and that's like the best answer I can give you for your question.
Is it hard nailing down that animation when you're using sign language in a video game?
Yeah, I mean, Matt will agree with me. It's been a constant process of changing and iterating. We have a very talented animation team, but our pipeline is pretty tricky for this. So we end up, a lot of times in media with something like this, a consultant would come on after the script is written and kind of just put their stamp of approval on it. That wasn't really good enough for us. We didn't feel like that would be the most authentic way to tell this story. So the script is actually written in ASL and English kind of simultaneously, going back and forth. And then Matt serves as our ASL master, and he'll do a reference video. And then we actually have two actresses who are both Filipina and deaf, and they will take his reference and then act it. We'll hand that to our animation team. We have two deaf animators who are extremely talented, and they will animate it in ASL, and we'll go back and forth and make sure that it's accurate. It's all hand animated. That was important to us. Instead of using mocap, we wanted to actually play with making it stylistic, and it's been a huge learning process and challenge, but we're pretty excited to see the result.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say ASL is a visual language, clearly, but it doesn't use just one's hands. It includes the body, facial expressions, facial affect, to know whether you are being asked a question or wanting to give a response. It includes a lot of details that wouldn't exist in spoken English. So we're able to represent all of those things, and Melody displays them dynamically throughout the game. And ASL and English are not the same thing. They're different languages, which required some tricky translations. You want to keep the meaning of whatever the original language is, but the target's got to be funny too, so to find that place is a challenge. It's been fun. It's been a great experience. I think everyone who sees it is going to enjoy it, and they're going to appreciate having learned about a visual way to communicate.
What are some of the challenges when you're balancing story, design, and education in a game like this? And does one favor over another?
So we never set out to make an educational game, and this is not an educational game. It's an entertainment product. Obviously, if you play through it, you are going to pick up some stuff and learn stuff. But our goal is actually that someone finishes the game and they are inspired to take an ASL class afterwards. That said, Matt can talk more about this, but one of the goals of the game is sort of inviting people into that deaf culture and sharing it.
Well, and to learn sign language, and maybe even before you've taken a class, you run into a deaf person that you need to communicate with, and you have some tools tucked away back there because you played a 6-hour video game, and you learned a few things along the way.
Matt, what do you think is the biggest misconception from someone who knows nothing about the deaf community?
The biggest misconception is that deaf people don't like music. Oh, they can't hear? How can they enjoy music? Come on, there are so many deaf people. I have deaf people have a variety of hearing losses. Some people hear certain instruments. Some people hear lots of music if they have amplification. Some people enjoy the vibration of music. Some people love to see drum shows. There are many ways to engage music. Some people like to see songs signed out loud. and it's for each deaf person to understand their own way and their own relationship to music.
Matt, when does the game come out, and what platforms will it be at launch?
So we have not announced the release date yet. We're not too far off, but we're not. It's not around the corner or anything either. Currently, our announced platforms are it's coming to Game Pass, so that will include the Xbox family of consoles and PC, and it'll also be with Netflix on mobile platforms as well.
Hi, Katie Kaczynski, Senior Producer on New World Eternum.
David Verfai, Creative Director.
So what is this game? It's not a DLC, it's an actual standalone game.
Yeah, so this is actually like the ultimate experience of New World. This is, for folks that have been playing for a while, this is a continuation of their journey. And then for folks that are new, this is the ultimate experience for them. So it's not a standalone.
Yeah, I think what for me is awesome about it is it brings all the content we've been putting together for 3 years all in one new package for players. We've streamlined the start of it. We've added a bunch of things to make it easier to onboard into the experience.
So would it be fair to compare this to like a Game of the Year edition, something similar in that regard?
It's not that I would say that, but I love the way you said it, so sure. I love that.
So you guys have had controller support in New World, and this game also has full controller support. What are some of the challenges in making that feel good in an MMO?
Yeah, I think MMOs are very complex, obviously. So having to deal with all the complexity of there, we've done things like added shortcuts now. We've allowed you to rebind it. We've also added a bunch of new and improved controller functionality. Like now there's aim assists, there's target lock on. So we really brought controller, I think, to sort of the heart of the experience to make it feel natural to run around the world with it.
What are some of the challenges when bringing an MMO to just a console in general? Because now I feel like there's less power than you have in the PC versions.
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, I think one of the biggest things that I love about New World Eternum is the scale of the combat, right? Like you can play as one person, solo, but it scales all the way up to like 50v50 experiences, and getting that to run on a console has taken a lot of work. Our engineers have been hard at work, like getting the memory, the performance in so that it feels awesome to fight at scale.
Yeah, and there's also, we have this lawless zone that we announced, and we'll dig more into that a little bit later as we get closer to October, but it's an exciting experience that anybody is going to be able to hop in and just throw their weight around. So while some things might seem a little more tricky for people on console at first, you can go in there and you can just practice and harness those skills out in the open world. You don't even have to join the 50v50s or the 20v20s or the 5-persons or the 3v3s or even the solo PvE experiences. So it's definitely something that folks will get a really great moment from, and they'll feel good on that controller.
Now, for someone who has maybe thousands of hours in New World and they come into this game, what are some of the big changes they'll see?
So one of the things that I'm most excited about that we're bringing is our 10-person raid. That one's super exciting. I don't want to give too much away because I really want to have this be a special moment for all of our current and new players. But it's difficult, and you get really great rewards out of it, and the bosses are things that you have never seen before. So it's super exciting.
Yeah, I think to add on that, there's a gear score increase for all the players sort of at the end game already, so there'll be even more to go after, and that ties very heavily into the raid, right? So you'll be doing the raid progression to get the best gear, and I think that's going to be super fun.
Will the game feature crossplay with PlayStation, Xbox, and PC players?
Oh my goodness, yes, it will. That's actually another thing that I'm super excited for because I play on a console that my other friends don't play on, and then I have a friend that plays exclusively on PC, and this is going to give us the opportunity to finally play New World Eternum all together. So I'm super excited about that too.
Yeah, no, I think crossplay, it just opens up the world. It gets a lot of people in the world together, which is what makes games like this fun, playing with other people.
As a follow-up to that, what about cross-progression? If you start your account on Xbox and move to PS4 or PC, will your character and all their items transfer over?
No, they won't. So cross-progression is not something that we are releasing. Crossplay is. So if you have an account on PC, that account will stay with PC. If you have one on Xbox, it'll stay on Xbox, etc.
So choose your platform carefully.
Or choose them all. Choose them all. I know that I have some people in my life that are excited to play on PC, but they're also excited to watch on 4K and sit on their couches where their rigs aren't, but their console is. So that's a moment that I'm glad that we can bring to them.
And when does this new game come out, and what platforms will be available at launch?
October 15th, we'll have PS5, Xbox X and S, and obviously PC.
And then, as a fun question, what do you think is the biggest misconception about your job? I'll start with you.
Oh my goodness, probably that it's easy. You hear a lot that, just do this, it's really easy, just do that, it's really easy, it's really simple. But, there's a lot that we have to take into consideration, a lot of different opinions, but also we take into the design that we have. And so there's just a lot going on. So I would say that it's easy is probably the biggest misconception.
The creative director, yeah.
Well, I think time for me is a big one, right? Like people think like, why can't you just do this? It sounds super easy. And it's like doing stuff in software takes a long time, especially with a game this big. Like it's intricate and it takes time to sort of get new content into the game.
But it's just one line of code. You just type it in and it's done. You hit enter and you compile and you're done, right?
But then you have to test it for 100 hours. You have to test it on every platform now. Like, there's a lot that comes with it.
Yeah. In the meantime, where can they go to find updates on the New World game and the Discord website, Steam page?
Yeah, so we have the New World Eternum Discord, the official Discord. We have newworld.com. They can go there for any of the updates, information on media, our blog, things like that. And then also our X account, so Play New World. You can go there and you can see the latest and greatest.
Director and art director of Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess, Shuichi Kawata. And on your right would be Yoshiaki Hirabayashi, the producer of this title.
So for people who know nothing about this game, give us a brief elevator pitch about what this game's all about.
Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess is a new IP from Capcom that merges the exhilarating action and strategy elements.
So what were some of the challenges when you guys were designing this game and making it fun and challenging for players to experience?
The most difficult aspect of this game was merging together the action and strategy elements and finding the right balance and adjusting it so that it felt the best fit. They feel that the difficulty of merging these two will allow the users to experience a new gaming experience with this game. This game allows the users to, if they are more action focused, they can focus the villagers to move on to the more support elements, or if the users like the more strategy elements of the game, they could work together with the villagers and have action as like a kind of like a support function to find the right balance of what they find, what's fun and interesting, and use action as like a support or the main act of defense.
Do you guys talk about inspirations you pulled from, either from genres or even other games that inspired you to design and make the game?
He received many inspirations. Shuichi Kawata received many inspirations from real-time strategy games and tower defense games, and there's not a specific one. He basically received a lot of inspiration from many of them. And also from the action perspective, since Capcom specializes in many action games, he used his experiences from Capcom's action titles and merged those two experiences together from the tower defense, RTS elements, and action elements of Capcom, and created into a new genre of action strategy and tower defense put together.
Can you guys talk about your cultural influences? A lot of Eastern culture, obviously, but it seems to be it's very vibrant, colorful, lots of different mismatches here. What were some of the inspirations you pulled from culturally from different people in the world?
Since this is a game from Capcom, we wanted to make it a global game, and it's specifically showing the Japanese culture of the game, so that when it was delivered to users all over the world, they would get a glimpse of what some of the specific Japanese cultures are that Japanese people may be already familiar with, but it may be new to the pan-Western global audiences. So we pulled a lot of inspiration from the Japanese culture to this game.
You guys have a beautiful color palette in your game. I know that's intentional, it's not an accident. What made you want to fill the game with so many bright, vibrant colors? Like, I love seeing bright colors in games. Like, Dark Souls doesn't have bright colors, right? It's a very gritty game. This is so beautiful. Like, what drew inspiration to put so many different colors and palettes in your game?
The color schemes are based on the Japanese Edo era, where they're such as ukiyo-e and Japanese woodcut prints. So the color schemes are originally based on those, but we also took a modern take on it to make it more realistic, to implement it into the game to really match the aesthetics.
Do you or any members of your team, I saw miniatures, sorry, in the behind the scenes, a lot of miniature work. Do you guys play tabletop games, build models like in your spare time as well, or is that just something you did specifically for this game?
Yes, I do like a lot of tabletop games, especially if like miniatures are implemented in games. He tends to go like see them on the weekends and stuff like that. And he thought that it would be an interesting idea to have those miniatures implemented into the game. So that's why he incorporated the miniatures and 3D scanned them, put them into the game.
What games did you play growing up that inspired you on this path to game development?
It's not really like a game, but ever from his experiences, he was really interested in the Japanese culture and the technology. He really took a liking to it. He would go watch kabukis, bunrakus, which are traditional Japanese puppetries. Japanese culture was always close to him, and it really inspired him on the visual aesthetics and what he wanted to visualize. So that might have been one of the roots that led to where we are right now.
For somebody who isn't in game development and knows nothing about it, what's the biggest misunderstanding about your jobs and responsibilities as a producer on a video game?
He feels that having a physical experience is really important, hence to card games or even going to watch anything. He finds it interesting because it's you're physically interacting with it, especially and it builds on to the building experiences, or whether it's like an activity that you go outside and experience. And he's constantly thinking of ways to implement those experiences and put it into the game.
And my last question is a very easy one. When does your game come out and what platforms will it be out at launch?
Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess is planned for release on July 19th, 2024 on the platforms Xbox Game Pass, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Steam, and PC.
That's super interesting. Was it difficult porting the game to older generation consoles like the PS4? Was that a challenge for your team?
They did face many difficulties because this game was originally meant to be developed for Xbox Series X and S and also the PlayStation 5. But in order to make it available on all the platforms, they had to adjust the technical issues such as like the resolutions, and those were the aspects that they found a little bit challenging, but in the end they were able to implement.
Hi, I'm Corey Bowen. I'm a senior game designer for Magic the Gathering, and today we're talking about Universes Beyond Assassin's Creed.
So Corey, how fun was it to get to design an Assassin's Creed set for Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Assassin's Creed is a huge universe with so many different games, so many different characters. I love solving the problem of like how do we take a universe we haven't worked with and adapt it into Magic. And so adapting a bunch of assassins that like to assassinate and kill and all that kind of stuff into Magic, which has like a huge diversity of colors and moralities, I thought that puzzle was really fun and challenging.
So when Magic comes to you and says, okay, we're doing an Assassin's Creed set, we need you to design it, where do you start? What's your starting point?
Yeah, so my starting point is, well, I played the original trilogy when I was young, but now my starting point is buy 6 titles, realize that I can't play all the way through 100% all of them, so kind of do my research, understand what is core to the fun about these games. It's not just the narrative, but the gameplay itself. How do we bring rooftop jumping into Magic and that kind of stuff? So really it starts with research and understanding the core pillars of what we think makes Assassin's Creed, what we can bring into cardboard.
Now, do you start with mechanics and abilities and creatures that just are numbers and abilities, or do you start with, Ezio, or do you start with Hidden Blade, or whomever?
Yeah, generally we'd start with concepts. So we'd be like, okay, let's figure out all the characters we want to bring in, and let's do, our tier 1 characters, stuff we obviously know we want, our tier 1 concepts, our tier 1 items, stuff like that. And while we're brainstorming that, we're writing down Ezio, we're already kind of thinking, okay, we think Ezio might be able to do this. Hidden Blade, I have a great idea. It probably is going to be a surprise enterprise kind of equipment card. So it's a little bit of both. And then as we research further, kind of the mechanics emerge from what we think we're missing or what we think we need to express more of.
Now, you guys have a ton of mechanics in Magic. It's, decades and decades of mechanics. When do you guys decide to maybe put a new mechanic into a set?
So there's a new mechanic in this set.
There you go.
It's the free running mechanic. So in general, for a lot of sets, we want to make sure they feel different set to set. So a lot of time we are looking for an idea of, can we create a mechanic that will create definition in this gameplay different from another set? For this set particularly, we found a different desire to make free running. We were making all these assassins, all these weapons, which fit naturally into Magic, but we wanted something expressed in the instants and sorceries that felt really core to the universe. And at the same time, playing through the games, we recognize that free running in general in the games and all these acrobatics, all this parkour, and all these game actions are a huge part of the series. So we kind of married those two problems. Hey, we need something on instants and sorceries, and hey, we need something to represent these high acrobatic actions you're doing. Let's make a mechanic that we can put on instants and sorceries that will represent those game actions.
Can you talk about how you work with Ubisoft when designing the game to make sure their requirements are being met as well?
Yeah, so every partner we work with is completely different. They all have different desires, all different needs, and we have a team of people who will talk directly to those partners for us. So as we're collaborating with Ubisoft, they gave us some great feedback on kind of the direction. They actually pushed me more towards, hey, what if we make more weapons other than just Hidden Blade? Can we represent more of the Assassin's repertoire weapons? I said, that's a great idea, let's do it. So Ubisoft were great partners, really love to work with them.
So, you guys have a lot of product at launch, which is great. It's a good entry point. But as a designer, a lot of thought goes into those pre-made decks. Can you talk about some of the challenges when you're making a deck for someone to just pick up off the shelf as opposed to just buying booster boxes?
Yeah, so it's insane. For the starter kit, right, we're trying to make two balanced decks that are both low complexity and face off against each other quite well. And you'll notice in these starter kits for the Assassin's Creed set, we'll have, these 5 drops that need to be around the same power level, need to be able to trade off with each other, need to be able to, have both decks need to be able to have a good early game and a good late game so they feel balanced against each other. There are 2 1-drops, or there's a 1-drop in each deck that match up very interestingly against each other. So we're really paying attention to how the cards are going to interact most often to make sure those decks play balanced against each other.
Is it also hard because, each of your colors in Magic represents, a certain theme, and I feel like when you think Assassins, I immediately think, oh, everything's black, everything's swamp, but talk about that challenge.
Yeah, so in the starter kits, you're right, we have a blue-black deck that's all about those Assassins, about cunning and trickery and, murders in the deck, and the red-white deck, it still feels like Assassins because it's about equipment and weapons, a huge thing in Assassin's Creed, all these different weapons. Now, in the main set, the booster set, we'll find that actually because the set isn't a draftable set, it's more of just a fun collectible set. We don't have to have the constraints of color balance. So there are a little bit more black cards in the main booster set. There's actually a little bit less green cards in the main booster set. And we're really exploring, how can we best fit this franchise rather than force it to the colors we think are best.
Can you paint some perspective for the Magic players out there and talk about how long a set like this takes to make from inception to having a booster pack in your hand?
Yeah, I mean, from right now, I finished working on this set from my perspective maybe a little over a year ago, right? And then maybe I started working on it a little over 2 years ago. I mean, I can't be exact on the timeline. It's not only is it so
approximately
that kind of stuff. But these sets take a long time to make, and the Universes Beyond sets, particularly the art pipelines, are very interesting because we need to work with our partners to make sure we're representing them the best we can.
Art's usually the final step, correct? Is that still the case?
So art is kind of, it's intertwined a little bit. During design, we'll be thinking about art, but usually art's towards the end, art and editing and all that kind of stuff. Finishing off what's going on in the cards, at some point we need to know exactly what the cards do. The cards need to be done in terms of what they're mechanically doing so that the editing and the framework and the art can accurately represent what they're doing.
As tools evolve, for PC and just design tools in general, what does it open up for you? I mean, I'm sure you still use pen and paper, sit down with things written on cards, but in this digital age, if you can talk about it, what digital tools help you create the set so it's balanced and fun and you kind of can get a whole gander of just looking at a PC screen rather than a binder full of cards that you have to look through?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have internal tools. I don't know how much I can speak on that, so I'll say we have internal tools.
Yeah.
But one thing I will say is some of the technology we've had advancing in the recent years is just how easy it is for us to print playtest cards. The way that we print playtest cards has changed a lot, and that's let us rapidly playtest faster and faster, which really helps the design process.
Now, there are a lot of different formats in Magic. Commander's a very popular one. When you're designing a set in Universes Beyond, such as Assassin's Creed, is that something you have to think about when you're giving things titles of like Legendary Assassin or certain spells?
Yeah, of course. And, I think it's not something I feel like I have to think about. It's something that I love to think about. Magic is so many different formats. There's so many different ways to play. I want to make sure my cards have homes in different audiences. And Commander is going to be a huge audience for this set, given that the free running mechanic is a little geared towards Commander as well. So there will be many legendary creatures that need to have a nod towards Commander. So certainly Commander is one of the main audiences for this set, and I'm more than happy to think about a breadth of audiences when working on cards.
What do you think is the biggest misconception from like a veteran Magic player when looking from the outside to your job as a designer in the game in general?
The biggest misconception? That's an interesting one.
That you hate the game, or you just hate X color, or hate X thing, or whatever, yeah?
Yeah, I would say I see a lot of players, maybe they're really thinking about how they play the game, what their format is, and they're really thinking about cards in the closed lens of what is it for them. And like I said, Magic is 100 different games, it's 100 different formats, it's unlimited ways to play the game, and we're constantly thinking about all of the different ways to play the games. And I don't think players are wrong for thinking how they want. Obviously, they want cards that they want to play and what they want to play into. But sometimes I feel maybe we're not considering how we're affecting the holistic ecosystem.
Is it fun releasing a new set, having people experiment, and maybe having a card that's incredibly misjudged or misplayed, and then dismissed, and then 2 sets later, it's the most powerful card in Commander?
Yeah, I've seen that a lot. A lot of sets I've worked on, it's like I read the Reddit comments, so sorry, maybe I shouldn't, and then a month passes, and you're like, wait a minute, I think this is a cool card actually. It's like, well, I told you you should have trusted me.
If you think there's one card that's really going to shake up how people play in either Commander or Standard in this set, what card would it be and why?
One card that I think are going to shake up, I would say keep an eye on the historical characters, whether it be Leonardo or Cleopatra or Mary Reardon and Bonnie. I think those cards are designed with a lot of love and passion for the game.
So when does the Assassin's Creed Universes Beyond set come out, and where can people go to find more information about it?
Yeah, it comes out at July 5th, and I assume you can Google it because I don't know.
Just Google it. Your local game. Check your local gaming stores for listings.
I'm being told that Daily MTG is a great source for your MTG news.
Did you play any tabletop games or video games growing up that kind of set you on a path to working in card games or tabletop games as a designer?
Yeah, very interestingly, when I was turning maybe 17 or 18, all my friends, in 1 week, decided, let's start playing Dungeons & Dragons. And then almost in the next few days, actually, we're in a store buying books, let's also start playing Magic the Gathering. So almost in one full sweep, I completely committed to tabletop games. And then, that was in high school. I went to college for game design in general. And then immediately after that, I started working at Wizards. So really, a slippery slope for me. I started playing Dungeons & Dragons, and suddenly I'm here at Wizards.
Hello, I'm Min-seok. I'm the creative director of The First Descendant. Nice to meet you.
Hi, my name is Bum-Jun Lee, and I'm a producer from The First Descendant.
Go, for people who don't know a lot about The First Descendant, can you give a little elevator pitch about what this game is all about?
So yeah, The First Descendant is a PC, Xbox, PlayStation platform game. It's a 3-person PPS looter shooter game, and each player will become the descendant, and then they will protect the continent called Ingress from the outer forces.
So you guys talk about the different environments we'll explore in your game. You have this massive open world type of massive hub world, I should say.
Yeah, so first of all, the humanity lives in the continent called Ingress, and they're trying to protect them from the invaders, from the outer forces. And the descendants and also the invaders are fighting over this thing called Ironheart. And this is the main theme of the story, where they fight, the humanity and then the invaders fight over this. And then within this Ironheart, the mystery of the humanity and the invaders. And then also as the story progresses, each descendants will have their own storyline.
And this next question, I mean in a positive way, what would you say to a gamer out there who looks at your game and says, oh, it's just Destiny? What would you say to that gamer when they see your game, where you're giving them a demo or they're playing it for the first time and you're getting that comparison?
So what I think stands out from Destiny or other loot shooting games out there is that we have a lot of different contents, and those contents also unfolds with different characters, many different characters, and also the stories and different skill sets. So I think that's what differs from Destiny or other games out there.
Yeah, can you go a little more detail about like the classes you have, because you have those archetypes like healer and like damage, and like talk about how, because that is different than from other games. So the other games are just damage. Everyone's just damage. There's no other thing they do. They shoot the thing, right? Can you talk about the different classes in your game and how they're different from other looter shooters out there?
The first Descendant was different from other games is that we have individual characteristics and their own stats depending on the characters. And since it's a shooter game, pretty much, so the basic is a shooter game, so everybody has to shoot. But for example, like a healer, it's different from the regular RPG is that they have their own other characteristics too besides shooting. So also like healer, and then there's like a protection. There's also a character where you debuff the ability of the enemies, and then you also can buff the ability of your own players, team players. And so that's what makes it special about First Descendant.
What does it open up for you creatively to have a game where it's PvE rather than PvP?
So what's different, since our content is player versus environment, we tend to focus on the cooperativeness rather than competition. So we always think about that game's mechanic where you can play with your teams, play with your friends, help with your friends, so not rather than just competing with your friends. So right now in the gaming industry, there aren't many PvE shooting games out there. There's lots of PvP, but we wanted to just solely focus on their cooperating with teamwork with their friends to defeat the enemy, not rather than competing with one another.
Player identity is really important of representing themselves in game with their avatar. I saw for a split second, some pretty crazy cosmetic options in your game. Can you talk about, I saw like a Sailor Moon inspired one. Can you talk about some of the stuff players can equip, emotes, cosmetics that can make their avatar their own unique person?
Yeah, we tend to spend a lot of time on outer appearance, and also how we customize, how we costume, and how we cosmetic ourselves, and we wanted to satisfy all the players out there. So not just solely focusing on the entire story, entire theme, but we wanted to give a different concept, like putting out like a panda costume or even like a dinosaur costume. So we wanted to give that little fun, little spark to all the players out there.
What's the biggest challenge in making the shooting feel good in a game like this as a creative director?
So just making the shooting game itself was the most difficult part. So as you know, there aren't that many loot shooter genre games out there. But since the one that's surviving the most, is already out there that people all know of, and they have high expectations. So we kind of had to meet that expectation at the same time. So just rather than making a performed loot shooting genre, but we also had to focus on RPG. So it almost felt like making two different games at the same time. And since this is a PvE game, we had to make a content that you can enjoy for a long time. But since you asked one thing that that was the most difficult part, but now as I'm stating it, everything was difficult.
Game dev. Will you guys feature cross-play at launch?
Yeah, so we will support all PlayStation, all Xbox, all PC with cross-save, cross-progression, and cross-play. Cross-save, yeah. Cross-save, cross-play, cross-progression, yeah.
Cross-progression, was that a challenge? I know that can be difficult on the back end sometimes. Was that hard for your team?
Yeah, so it was very difficult because no matter what platform, Steam, Xbox, or whatever, because you have to share everything, all the data and everything, so it was very difficult.
From an outsider who's not in game development, looking at your team and your job, what do you think is the biggest misconception about your title as producer?
It's a cultural difference because in Korea, producer tends to be in every aspect of the game itself. But I guess Western countries, the producer, they only tend to just focus on the producer itself. So he is pretty much involved in all the process of from 0 to 100. So yeah, the misconception that he gets, is somewhat plausible, but that's okay. Yeah, with the misconception.
For you as a creative director, what's a misconception someone has looking at your job, or when you tell them you're a creative director, do they just say, "Oh, you play games all day," right? That's
그러니까 맨날 게임만 하는 거 아니냐 뭐 이런 식으로 이제 사람들이 오해를 할 수 있는데.
근데 맨날 게임만 하는 거 맞고요.
It is true for him. He does play games all day.
근데 물론 가장 많이 하는 게임은 First Descendant를 엄청 많이 합니다.
And of course, the most played game for me is the First Descendant.
아침에 출근하면
주말에도. And also on the weekends, as soon as he goes to his work, he plays, and then also on the weekends. So the most important thing I do as a creative producer, creative director, is that I constantly play games and think about how I can fix certain things or the feedbacks that I get from the players and how can I implement that to make the game even more fun. So that's part of what I do. And what you told him about the misconception is right, that he does play games.
Yeah, it's different.
All day, and even the weekends.
Aside from the First Descendant, were there any games that you played growing up that got you into the industry? Any specific games you played as a child that you really enjoyed that got you on this path?
So I especially like the Dark Age, EverQuest, and Ultima, and also loot shooting games such as Destiny. Growing up, yeah.
일과 상관없이 순수하게 개인적으로 어릴 때 많이 한 게임이 떠올라 보면은 개인적으로 코만도스 좋아했고요.
Commandos.
Commandos. Do you know Commandos? Yeah,
Yeah.
Commandos. Yeah, I love the
Commandos. So, apart from work,
되게
I
뜬금없이.
especially like Commandos.
Commandos.
Yeah.
뭐 Final Fantasy,
Or
Chrono
Final
Trigger.
Fantasy.
Yeah.
RPGs.
RPGs,
also,
yeah.
RPG, yeah.
When does the game come out, and where can people go to find more information about the First Descendants? Steam page, Discord, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so the game officially launches on July 2nd, and as we already announced at the SGF, the Summer Game Fest, it's gonna be released worldwide simultaneously, and you can check us out in our homepage, Discord, and Twitter to get the most updated information. And sometimes I do a live chatting on YouTube, and sometimes I talk about like exclusive stuff, and then and then I try to do my best to communicate with one another, with all of our players out there. Stay tuned, check us out on our website, Discord, and Twitter.
Was that
Xbox
difficult
S.
to get the optimization on those older consoles? Because your game is gorgeous. I'm really curious if it was hard to make it look good on those old consoles.
Yeah, so it was quite challenging for me, but since this was developed on Unreal Engine 5, we had to make that optimization, and we received lots of compliments technically doing that optimization from Sony and MS, as I have meetings with them very frequently.
How much grind is too much grind, and when is it not enough?
First Descendant로 예를 들자면.
네네. So giving an example for the First Descendant. So for example, if I were to play 10 hours a day, then I think you need to get some sort of result after you invest 10 hours a day.
하루 10시간 매일 해야 된다는 뜻은 아니고.
Not every day. That doesn't mean you have to play 10 hours every day.
어느 날
For
그렇게
example,
한다면
one day you pick a day and you play for 10 hours.
그러면 그
and
유의미한
then,
결과는
yeah, something out of it.
무기 한 자루를 내가 원하는 무기를 크래프팅 할 수 있다거나 캐릭터를 크래프팅 할 수 있다거나
You can
그
craft a
시간을
character or your weapon. So if you spend one day 10 hours, then I think you need to get at least something for return.
문제는
그렇게 해야 하고 대신에 퍼스트 디센던트는 그렇게 모아야 하는 캐릭터와 무기와 이 빌딩을 만드는 이 아이템들이 굉장히 많은 거죠.
So we have lots of various different characters, weapons, builds, cosmetics and so on. So yeah, you can grind all day if you want. If not,
우리도 매일
you have to earn
고민하는 게
it. So we always think about how much content we can provide so that they can grind and not get bored. Yeah.
I'm Daniel Lafuente, the Globalization Design Manager for AGS, working on Throne and Liberty.
I'm Merv Lee Kwai, Head of Third-Party Publishing at Amazon Games.
So you guys talk about, for people who don't know what this game is about, talk about what give us the elevator pitch for Throne and Liberty.
Sure. So Throne and Liberty is a MMORPG that's available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation 5 with crossplay enabled. It's free to play, and it's set in the world of Silesia, so it's a very fast world. And I want to highlight two things here. The first is a big part of it is massive scale combat. Think thousands of players participating in castle sieges, for example, or hundreds of players participating in guild versus guild battles or boss fights in the open world. And then a deep social system, so really heavily influenced by guilds. And letting players accomplish things together and also getting shared rewards in those guilds, that type of thing.
Now, this game is kind of different in terms of a classic MMO where you guys have not class archetypes, but kind of weapon archetypes instead. Talk a little bit about that.
Sure. So we have a dual weapon system, as you mentioned, unlike traditional MMOs, which have classes. We have a dual weapon system, and it's the weapon that you're wielding that determines your skills. And you can have two weapons at a time, and you can combo any weapon with any weapon. So if you want to combo great sword with staff, or staff with wand, either of them is okay. And that's just one of the ways in which you'll kind of customize your build or your playstyle. We have other progression systems in the game that let you tweak that, such as weapon mastery and your gear itself and some of those substats within it.
Now, are you still able to, like if you're a fan of the classic, wizard class or tank class, you still have those archetypes in the game, and how does that work?
Yeah. Again, that's going to be based on what weapons you select. So if you choose to go with the sword and shield spec, you will probably fill the more traditional tank role. If you try to play the wand class, you will fill the more traditional support or healer role. But all of them have a flair for DPS as well. And so how you pair those weapons with others allow you to still help or influence your teammates in other ways. But you still do feel those roles. You may have noticed during the demo that there was a player with you that was playing sword and shield, filling that more traditional tank role. So it's definitely possible, and it's just about which weapon combinations you pick.
You mentioned you have these big raids, much more than 40-man raids in this game, and 40-man PvP arenas, or even 50 on 50. How does that work in your game? How do you balance that? How does that even compute with that many players on screen at once doing their rotation?
Yeah, of course there are challenges to that. It's a pretty big and ambitious endeavor, and it's something that we'll probably be iterating on for a long time, right? We'll always be looking to make improvements. So the first is the castle siege. That's what I was mentioning. So this is a purely PvP experience in the sense that you're getting together with your guild and with other guilds. You're forming large alliances. You're trying to combat against other alliances and trying to claim the throne. And the winner of that throne, of course, is going to get rewards. But then we have something, and that's thousands of players. So we've actually already seen the game is live in Korea now, and we've seen sieges that are upwards of 1,700 players. So really massive in size. And then it goes down from there, of course. We have guild versus guild conquest battles. Those are going to be more around the roughly 60 to 70 person per team type of battle. We have dynamic events that occur in the open world where a zone changes to a conflict zone, and you're, again, competing against others in this PvP nature. And I want to touch on two other things kind of to talk about this massive thing for Throne and Liberty. The first is open world bosses that are PvPvE, so this PvX concept where you're with your guild, but there's 10 other guilds, and you're all trying to down the boss, but fighting each other at the same time, having to deal with these kind of different win conditions that come with having to battle other opponents that aren't just the boss. And then we have these massive open world dungeons. So you played a demo that was one of our instance dungeons, but we also have open world dungeons. This is a great place for people who like exploring, people who like going deeper into stuff where the challenges, the mobs and the bosses get harder the further down you go. So lots of really good content, all based around this kind of massive nature of the world.
If someone's a more traditional MMO player, how easy is it for them to kind of get in and kind of get their bearings for this game?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty easy. It depends on what you like and what you want out of your game, but I believe we have something for everybody. Of course, we have a lot of deep social systems and game mechanisms at scale, but if you like exploring or you like playing by yourself, you can do those things in Throne and Liberty as well.
Now, you mentioned the game is free to play. Is there like a battle pass option, multiple currencies? What's the monetization system look like?
Yeah, Throne and Liberty is a free-to-play game, and we really pride ourselves on offering personal expression. And so a lot of our business model is based around cosmetics, weapon skins, armor skins, and we believe in free and fair monetization. So we don't gate any content with any sort of payment. We do offer a battle pass, and we have a leveling pass as well.
If someone cares for a more solo experience, are they able to do that, or is this more of a social game?
Yeah, there's plenty of things that you can do solo as well, whether that's just, hey, you want to break from some of the more intense group play combat, or if you're just a solo type of player, there's the exploration side that I mentioned. There's story questing that you can do, lots of side quests as well, which each have their own kind of mini stories built into that. We have some solo dungeons actually, which are pretty interesting. It's this, imagine you're going through floors of challenges, and each floor is its own solo boss. Where the boss also has unique mechanics, not just DPS checks, which makes it really fun. Puzzles that you have to complete to kill the boss, stuff like that. Some time trial challenges, so really a plethora of content that's available for players.
You mentioned your title here. Like, what is that? Can you elaborate on your title? That's an interesting title.
Yeah, title of third-party publishing. Yeah, basically, we consider third-party as games that are made by external developers that Amazon Games brings to the rest of the world. And so I'm focused on any of our titles that fall into that criteria.
Do you guys have to worry about localization? Do you have another team for that? Like, how difficult is that? Because there's a lot of information in a game like this, and having to get it in all different languages and all different regions has got to be a daunting task.
Absolutely, and it's not just localization in the sense of traditional translation, although that is a component. But it's also making sure that the game is globally adaptable, visually, is inclusive, is accessible, and these are all qualities of globalization. So I like to look at it, I title it as globalization, not just localization, because there's content reviews and making sure the game is appropriate and hits the marks and the quality bars that we're looking for.
You guys mentioned the game is crossplay on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Cross progression?
It's just crossplay for now. And it's really great to see PlayStation players playing with PC players in these huge at-scale atmospheres. It's one of the things that we really pride ourselves on. So if you have friends that play on a console, that you can join them in Throne and Liberty.
A controller interface on an MMO has got to be another daunting task. Can you talk a little about that process, making it feel right and tight?
Yeah, and it's been a very iterative process for us. And I think it starts first with the philosophy of console at parity with PC. So console hasn't been like a secondary thought. It's always when we add a new system or we add a feature to the game, how does this work on PC? How does this work on console? It's pretty challenging in some situations with Throne and Liberty because of the massive numbers of players and targeting and how your abilities map to the controller. But we've gone through many cycles, many user focus groups and feedback rounds about how to improve that. And we've seen in recent testing rounds in our closed beta test that players are really warming up to the console experience and how to use the controller to play TL. We even see PC users using controller to play.
My last question for you is, when does the game come out, and are you releasing simultaneously on all three platforms?
Yeah, so we have an open beta that's taking place on July 18th through the 23rd, so it's about 5 days. That will be on all three platforms in North America, EU, South America, and Japan. Those same regions will be available for the full launch, again, on all three platforms on September 17th.
And in the meantime, where can they go to for more information about your game? Website, Discord, Steam page?
Yeah, you should go to playthroneandliberty.com. That's where we're going to have all of our news articles. You can find all of our socials there as well that you can link to directly from that website.
My name is Haiyang Dong. I'm the team lead of level design team in the J team.
So your studio is showing Delta Force Hawk Ops. So what would you say to a person who looks at your game and says, "Oh, it's just Call of Duty"? Like, how do you separate yourselves from games like Battlefield and Call of Duty?
So one thing really makes Delta Force Hawk Ops unique is our very tactical approach towards the game, that we see ourselves as a tactical shooter, and this applies to all three modes of the game. Obviously, we can't talk too much about the game's campaign mode today, but we can definitely talk about the multiplayer parts. For the first mode, Havoc Warfare, which is a ground war experience, you need to be aware of your team's goals and what's happening on the battlefield, and what you need to do to not only to land more shots for yourself, but to help your team achieve the goal, because this is how the games are settled. And that's really important. And for the other mode, hazard operation, you need to think strategically before, during, and after the game. Before the game, you need to decide what you need to bring into the game to power you through the entire game. And once you are in the game, because you have different spawn location for every time, and you have different configuration events on the map, you need to plan your moves accordingly, and you need to adjust your plan on the go. And even after the game, you need to think strategically on how to deal with your loot. You need to allocate your loot and make sure that you are growing your black set, which is a place where you can develop and improve facilities to translate into in-game advantages. So you need to really think strategically before, during, and after the game, and that's how we see ourselves different from other titles.
So we played a game mode that is similar to Conquest or King of the Hill today, but there seem to be a lot of players on the map. How many players are there on that mode at any given time on both teams?
In the PC version, there are 64 players in the game, and in our other extraction shooter mode, there are near 17 or 20 in the one map. In the different maps, the players' number is different.
So, what are some of the challenges when making a first-person shooter in 2024 and making it feel different from like Battlefield?
So obviously it is a very competitive market. There are a lot of great titles and there are a lot of great choices for the players. And we as shooter gamers ourselves, we know that it is really important that the game delivers quality in the first place to be viable for the players. So the game should look good, it should run well, and it should play fun. And they are crucial. And at the same time, like we talked earlier, Delta Force Hot Ops is about being tactical, and we think this is one of the game's key identity to convey to our gamers when they are playing the game. And at the same time, we do feel that it's really important that as developers, you need to play your own game to really know what players actually want and need. So we are trying to put our boot on the ground and to really work on optimization, on connection, on anti-cheating, which means we are not only making good-looking trailers, that's easy to achieve, but what's more important is we are trying to make the game actually looks good on players' actual screens. And we are also making sure that the server connection is stable and reliable. We want players to have the sense of security that when they fire a shot, they want to say the bullet will land, the damage will register, which sadly does not often happen, especially with a lot of titles going on right now. And lastly, we know how cheaters can really spoil the fun, and we are really working very hard to make sure that we will build a community that's very aware and very responsible, and will be fighting cheaters teeth and claw.
Now, you guys have a lot of weapons and gadgets in your games. Is this like a semi-futuristic type of game or more modern? Because I did see drones, I saw like other weird kind of futuristic gadgets. Like, talk about the gadgets and weapons in your game and the tone you're going for. Super realistic, semi in the future?
Of Delta Force Hot Ops takes place in the year of 2035 in, let's say, a parallel universe. But we are trying to make sure that the game feels relatable and believable, and this is not really a sci-fi vibe we are going for. We are also working with a veteran consultant from the military to make sure that the weapons and gadgets they feel real. And this is not only the looks, but also how they are maneuvered in the game. Yeah.
So, as a level designer, what are some of the challenges with making these environments interesting and tactile? I mean, you have to have your choke points, you have to have your engagement points, you know.
Okay, you know level design very much, I think. Yeah, the biggest challenge of our level design is the design scale, because now we have near 5 large-scale maps, and one map near to 1 kilometer to 1 kilometer. It's a really large-scale maps with maybe 13 or 14 POIs locations in the maps. So this is a really large project for the level designers to build the world and build the map. The most important thing is the interactive actors in the level. So you can see there are so many interactors in our levels for the loot box and the switch and the contract point. Yeah, and AIs. So build them together with lots of interactor world is our first goals. and in our hardware warfares, we build a large-scale destructible map that's nearly almost. There are so many props and buildings we can destroy it to make our battle like the large scale and players feeling good.
What games did you play in your childhood that inspired you to get into game development?
I think there are so many games inspired us. The Dirt Force series, and the Half-Life series, and the Battlefield series, and also the Quake series. Yeah, and also the Far Cry. Far Cry is also inspired us. Yeah, and also the like the Call of Duty. Yeah, it's the good quality FPS game.
What about you personally, though? Like, what games did you play when you were a child that really made you want to get into game development?
Borderland 2. Borderland. Borderland? Yeah, Borderland is my favorite FPS game.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
and if it has another choice, I will make choice to Counter Strike. Yes, Counter Strike.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah, that's lead my work, I think.
Awesome. Let me see your name tag. So I know your name tag. Let me get your name tag. Yeah. Real fast. All right. HENRYHYDO Hyundong DONG Team J level designer. Just so I have it. But make sure I spell his name right when I give him.
Hey, I'm Brian Singh, and I'm half of Cozy Game Pals.
Hi, I'm Krista Castro, and I'm the other half of Cozy Game Pals.
We have Fear the Spotlight, which is Blumhouse Games' debut title. It's going to be out later this year. You can wishlist now on Steam.
So what is this game all about? I'm getting a lot of PS1 Resident Evil vibes.
Oh, for sure. This is our love letter to horror, and it's also like our invitation to horror, like to our friends and family who don't quite play horror or don't quite play a lot of games, but it's everything we love and know about horror. Try to cram it into one game.
Where did you guys draw inspirations from when you were designing the game's visual look?
Yeah, I think we grew up playing the classic like Silent Hills, Resident Evils, Fatal Frame. Those were big. Yes, that's a very if you notice the little twinkle, that's very much Fatal Frame. So yeah, there's a lot of inspiration of those like retro titles. But even horror movies and horror media we grew up with. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Goosebumps, like these things. Yeah, just things that we know growing up when we were also their age, like like in high school and middle school, like the things we remember being scared of.
So how do you make a horror game accessible to people who may not be familiar with the genre or may not care for it?
A lot of people are just intimidated by horror. They think it's full of jump scares, full of gross stuff. So for us, we keep thinking about teenage Krista and what she would have loved, And so it's a game that sort of learns a lot from modern game design, like making it sort of easy to play on the controller, as well as having content that flow of the game and the scenario really just kind of pushes you along, almost like a roller coaster ride. Like you're just always moving forward, always seeing something new and exciting.
Nick, you talk about the gameplay in your game. Is it like an inventory puzzle game, adventure game? Like what kind of gameplay are we talking about?
Yeah, I feel like our game goes through different modes because we really think about the pacing. Like there is like piecing together the story with notes. You're like reading notes. You come across a monster that you cannot fight, so you're stealthing, you're solving puzzles and finding keys and figuring out what to do, and exploring new areas. So those are the main bits of gameplay that you'll kind of be going between when you're playing Fear the Spotlight.
So what kind of environments will be exploring? I see a library that has no power, apparently.
Yeah, so it's going to be a school. It's like very familiar places. So whatever you can think of at a school, like gyms and courtyards and things like that. So
game technology has advanced so far over the last decade, graphically and visually, and you have such a unique art style that harkens back to that PS1 days. Is it difficult to achieve that look with modern hardware? Does it take work, or is it easier because the tools are more advanced?
A little bit of both. It is, it's possible for a two-person team to do something like this because of modern tools, but for us, it's not necessarily the goal to just replicate that look. It's to try to make that look work for us. So we think that the sort of like shimmery pixels, that kind of look works really well in horror because it adds to the ambiguity and it gives you more, it kind of puts more on the player to fill in the gaps and imagine worse versions of what they're seeing. And we also very intentionally made the look add to that ambiguity. Like for example, the way the pixels move on the PlayStation with like the dithering, is a little bit different than what you see in our game. Like our dithering has extra shimmering to it because sometimes you might see a silhouette in the corner and you're not quite sure if it's there or not. So we wanted to make sure we took what we remember from our nostalgia and apply it to the design of horror.
I just think it's interesting because there are other game developers that like Digital Eclipse where they actually program in slowdown because they can't replicate. They have to recreate it because it's just what the systems did, and you can't naturally do that. So it's a very similar process. It sounds like when you're trying to get that jagged aesthetic.
Yeah, for us the goal is a lot less about replicating the hardware exactly, but just evoking enough of our nostalgia. And if we're getting the nostalgia, we're happy with it. We're very happy to incorporate a lot of modern touches. So like the soundscape is very modern feeling. The gameplay and controls are very modern feeling. Like it's not fixed camera. You gotta move very smoothly through it. So, game design has advanced a lot in the last 25 years. So we wanted to make sure to incorporate all of the lessons learned from game design. And yeah.
Did you have that discussion internally if the game would be fixed camera angles at one point?
We talked about it a little bit, but I think again, I think this is part of our accessibility for players, where we think it plays a little bit easier when you can look around and control the player instead of having these fixed cameras that might be confusing of which way do I go now. So I think that plays into it, but we did talk about it a little bit for sure.
No, it's interesting because that's one of those nostalgia things you remember fondly, but it hasn't. And people are going to get mad at me. It hasn't aged well. People say, we want fixed camera angles, but you put that in a game, and it's like, no, it doesn't really work in 2024.
Yeah, it has its own feeling to it. And so this game really is just a game to our taste. It's a very selfish game. We really put as much of ourselves into this game as we could. So a lot of it's just our guts and our intuition. And for us, we preferred the modern style of controls versus the classic style.
Now, is the game a period piece in the 90s? Because your UI also kind of reflects like a VHS type of menu system.
Yeah, it's a bit of both. It's a little bit timeless, but a little bit dated. It's mostly just what we remember from this age. The game features teenage girls going through a haunted high school, and so what do we remember from high school? We try to incorporate that because that's also the era when we were playing PlayStation games and things.
Now, sound is so important in a horror game. You can talk about how it plays a role in your game.
Yeah, I think we try to make sure that the soundscape scares us, and we're mostly an artist and a coder, so we kind of do our best with sound. But I think we've tried to tune it into a way that we feel is very scary. Like when you hear a creak in the distance, it all just adds up to the horror atmosphere. Especially because our game is such a slow burn. I feel the sounds really add to what people are visually seeing and experiencing.
Yeah, I'll add that sound is one of those things that can help your brain imagine more things. So if visually you're still not seeing quite a lot, you still hear the fabric of your pants moving or slight noises of things in your bag or in your pockets. Even though you're not seeing those things, the sound helps you really fill in the gaps and make the world feel more rich than what you're actually seeing.
How did you two meet and start collaborating on the project?
Oh, I guess we didn't mention we're married. So we're a married couple, and yeah, we've been, this is our first game. We quit our jobs and with our own money started this project 2 years ago. Yeah.
2 years development cycle, that's pretty short for two people.
Yeah, it's we did make this game on our own time for about 2 years, and this was before Blumhouse. We actually released a version of this game last year. And we don't know what we're doing. We put it out there and started attracting people. Started building it started becoming a bit of a hidden gem, and that's when Blumhouse found us. And so Blumhouse saw our game and thought, "Wow, this is really cool." They reached out to us and asked how they can help us. They said that they're fans. They just want to do anything they can do to help, and gave us a very open offer. And that's when we decided to partner with them, and we actually took the game down so that we can add more to it with Blumhouse's support. So this year it's going to be re-released on all consoles and a lot of different languages with a ton of additional content. So before it was like a 2 to 3 hour game, and now it's going to be like a 3 to 5 hour game. And like the content that we've added since working with Blumhouse is like some of our favorite content in the whole game.
What does having a publisher like Blumhouse open up for you guys creatively? Because having more resources has got to be nice. Does it put any more pressure on you now that you have more time, more money, more funding to put into the game?
Yeah, it's like we have more funding, but it really is still just the two of us. We still kept what we liked working on with the original release. Like they really let us decide what we wanted to do. They didn't say like, oh, we think you should do this or whatever. They really said, this is your project, this is your baby, like go do what you want with it. And so what we decided on was like, yeah, we'll just the two of us again, we'll just add a new 1.5 to 2 hours of story because we thought that was the most exciting version of what we could add.
What's the biggest misconception you think about indie gaming? Because you're technically indie, you have a publisher, but you're technically indie gaming space from an outsider looking in about game development.
Oh, I don't know. I'm such a fan of indie. I love that's where the creativity is. I think that's where, it gives a small team the opportunity to get more personal. Like this is, a sample into our taste in horror. I think if we're talking about misconceptions, I think that maybe there's a misconception about horror that it is not for them. Or if you're outside of horror, you might be afraid to give it a chance. But it's super exciting that Blumhouse is hopefully showing people that there really is horror for everybody. There's so much different kinds of horror. And them selecting our game as their debut, I think is very indicative of that philosophy. Like our game, a huge part of our motivating philosophy is to try to make horror that can be played by people who don't think they are into horror.
No, I think that was great. I think I also just love games, and I think indie games in particular are the things that I really like. And I feel like a lot of my friends who play games are also very into indie games. I think it is like the horror thing again. Like we made this game for the people who aren't necessarily into horror, but we want to convert them into horror fans, and we want to make a game for them that they can actually get through and finish. But also for people who might like horror movies and not necessarily play games, we think this would be a really welcoming experience. So I think as far as indie misconceptions, just that maybe it's just harder for people to find this stuff if you're not already in the know of games. So I'm hoping that with Blumhouse, because this is a studio that just casual people know that
you have a marketing budget.
Yeah, exactly. Those people will have a chance to find us. So.
Now, what was the game in your childhood that set you on the path into game development?
Game development in general. I've been making games since I was 13 years old, making Flash games on the internet. And so I'm Mario on the NES, that's my intro to games, and I've just loved everything about games since then, yeah.
I'm just a creative. This is actually my first game job. Before this, I was working in TV animation. I made cartoons. I just like making stuff. I think games that were inspiring to me that I was oh, I think I really want to start making games. Was Inside. That was a big inspiration for me to I want to try making something like that. Yeah.
The last question is, when does your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch, and where can they go to find more information about it?
Cool. Fear the Spotlight is going to be out this year on all platforms, Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, even previous generation Xbox and PlayStation, as well as PC. You can wishlist it now on Steam.
So Natasha, I'm going to ask you some community questions about Dune Awakening, and I know you can't answer all of them, so if you can't, you can just say pass, or we're not talking about that right now. Okay, so one person wants to ask if you have a release date planned yet.
We do have a release date planned, but we can't talk about it just yet, sorry.
Can you talk about any specific plans for keeping the game updated? Do you plan to implement other classes like face shapers? Also, what role do Freemen play in the game, since they said they were in hiding?
Okay, so
I can't three questions there.
Yeah, 3-question-1. I can't really comment on the details, but obviously we plan a lot of additional things. It's a live game, so we want to add, potentially other areas that you can explore as well, than the ones that we have at launch, and definitely more things, potentially skill trees, potentially new things and stuff. So there's a lot in the works.
This person wants to know if you plan to add more hairstyles to the character creation other than what has been shown.
Yes. Absolutely, yeah.
So I know we talked about this at GDC, but you're working on server population. How big are your servers, and what will the population be?
So we actually have, with the next Toon Direct, we have something coming out where Joel, our creative director, will talk specifically about this and the server structure and how many people we expect in the different maps. So I don't want to take that out of the... I don't want to onto that now. Just tune in on the 20th of June on our Toon Direct.
Now, you've given us some press assets and have some gameplay trailers, but these players really want to know when they can expect to see real gameplay.
Gamescom.
Gamescom. Okay, yes. That works out.
Gamescom is going to be our big gameplay reveal.
Can you talk about your relationship with Brian Herbert himself, and did you have specific limitations in terms of lore for the developers?
So obviously Joel would be a great person to answer that in more detail, but from what I know, we have a very close relationship. Joel has been talking to the Herberts quite a lot, especially when we do want to change up the lore part, especially when we were talking about the big thing, Paul has never been born, Jessica actually had a daughter, and they were very much on board with that. So the big decisions, we always run by them as well and have discussions with them.
Will Dune Awakening be beginner friendly for people who have never played survival game MMOs before?
100%. That's something that we really wanted to focus on. So we even have a specific part at the beginning of the game that we call New Player Experience, where we kind of teach the player mechanics, the base mechanics specifically. So we want to ease them into the game and not just drop them into it, right?
So can you talk about what clothing customizations are looking like currently?
Well, there's a lot of armor. We also are looking into a system where you can color your armor. There's probably maybe looking into transmorph systems. So there's a lot coming.
So can you talk about what your anti-cheat policy will be in Dune Awakening?
That I can't really talk about, unfortunately.
This person would like to know more about the crafting system. Is it more deep and complex than Conan Exiles?
More deep and I feel it's different because we have a modular approach to the crafting system, right? We have a system where you kind of choose which parts. For example, if you want to do a vehicle, we have a system where you can choose which parts you want to add to the vehicle. So it's a very different approach than what we have in Conan Exiles. I don't think you can compare them. It's definitely... It's just different, I think. It's the same, but also different. It's a little bit hard to answer that question at this point.
Yeah, the person also mentions, I know that you've mentioned having to collect blueprints, and they will be limited and will get wiped away by Corallus storms, making them more scarce and valuable when obtained. This can create an interesting economic market in the game that definitely can help in game longevity.
Absolutely. So there's both. You can unlock things that you can build or you can craft them unlimitedly, but then there's also very unique schematics that have only limited uses. So there's this economic thing that we want to create, like the what is it called? Question and demand? No, what is it called in English? Supply and... Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
So do you know if the game will be free-to-play with microtransactions, subscription-based, or one-time purchase?
We have not talked about that yet.
Will you support cross-platform play?
We are working on that, from what I understand, but there's no decision so far. It's a little bit tricky because also about how the server work and everything, so I'm not really sure about this at this point.
How major are the options available in players in terms of transforming the areas specific to their bases, like trees, grass, catch basins of water?
Also terraforming, we don't have that. But you can actually, if you want, you can build kind of into the rock formations and stuff, and you can do really cool builds that way.
How will the story in the new alternate timeline advance given the difficulty of maintaining a cohesive narrative in an MMO game that places such weight on the player's actions, player guilds for example, or will Arrakis, I'm going to say that wrong, Arrakis be forever locked in an eternal unchanging war?
Well, maybe. Maybe. I mean, the game is we have a very strong narrative, right? A storyline and cinematics and things that the players are going to play through, and we will add to that also after release. So who knows what's going to happen? You never know.
If somebody really wants a beta key, how can they get one?
Sign up for the beta.
Oh, we talked about this at GDC too, but are you going to have private servers, or is it an MMO with official servers only?
So, because of how the server structure works and the MMO part of survival, like of Toon Awakening, like survival MMO, it is a bit tricky. I know that, especially Joel, our creative director, he really wants an option for this, but right now it's a bit difficult to say.
Can you talk about, will there be a reputation system for the different factions, and can you align ally with them?
Yes.
Will the different factions have different specific schematics or things you can do as a reward for leveling up?
Yes.
Can you talk about the end game content loop? Like, what's it for players who want to spend thousands of hours in this game? How will you keep them playing after they've already gone through all the story content?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spoil too much, but we have different things. We have like PvE things, but also PvP things. Like we have the Deep Desert that we talked about before. So the Deep Desert is like a huge area. I think it's like 9 times Corn and Exile, something like that. Hopefully I don't say anything wrong here. There's a lot of politics. There's a lot of faction things going on. We have the Landsrat system with the political system attached to it, and players hopefully like fighting for better, fighting over spies, trying to kind of carve out their own way. Maybe becoming the next Baron Harkonnen, who knows? So there's a lot of things for players to explore and a lot of different things to do.
This person asked, will there be a healer class?
A what, sorry?
A healer class.
Oh, a healer class. Not that I know of. I think we've had at one point some healing things, but I'm not sure if there's any plans for having an actual healer class.
Will there be any crop farming, like food and plant farming at my house or base?
Not at the moment. I'm not sure if there's anything planned for later, so I don't know.
When can players find out more information about the questions that you couldn't answer in this interview today?
There weren't that many, though, to be fair.
There weren't?
No. We actually, yeah. Well, down the line, make sure to follow our socials, our Discord, and our news updates, and then you might get an answer to your questions, hopefully soon.
Hey, my name is David Kim, Senior Game Director at Uncapped Games.
Hi, my name is Ted Park. I'm the Art Director of Uncapped Games.
You guys are showing Battle Aces. For people who don't know what this game is, what is Battle Aces?
Yeah, so Battle Aces is an action-packed RTS game, and our main goal is to try to create a game that is for everyone, like players that are experienced at RTS as well as players who are brand new to RTS too.
You have a lot of talented developers on your team, but a lot of them are ex-Blizzard devs that worked on StarCraft and the Warcraft series. Talk about what that brings when you're making an RTS in 2024.
Yeah, so personally, I strongly believe making something great is all about kind of like ironing out the final polish kind of thing, right? So with our kind of lessons learned from StarCraft or other RTS games, because we have a lot of people from various RTS companies that are at Uncapped Games, such as like Relic Entertainment, BBI, etc., right? Yeah, right? So our goal is to use kind of combined knowledge and iterate together to make something great, and eventually we can make a great RTS kind of thing, yeah.
You just showed me the demo and playing the game. You really did a good job at doing that classic thing of cutting out all the unnecessary, I would say tedious or like micromanaging stuff and just focusing on core gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. That was actually our main goal. We wanted to remove the tedious clicks required to play an RTS and focus on the fun, and not just that, but we wanted to amplify what's fun. So how we define fun is things like the strategy, the unit countering, the out-of-game thought process, etc., right? So we tried to amplify all of these things and then make everything else that's a little tedious either removed or reduced kind of thing. Yeah.
For the young people who don't know that, StarCraft 2 was a very good game, but it was very complicated and very technical, which is what made it great to watch. I loved playing it, but I was terrible at it for that reason.
Yeah, for sure, right? So for example, I want to say a lot of, like, I love StarCraft 2 also, right? It's my favorite game of all time out of all the games that are released right now, right? But the difficulty is, when I think about it, a game that requires like 200-300 APM to be able to experience kind of the fun side of it, that's really not for everyone though, right? So our
clicks per minute ratio, there was a bunch of weird stuff at the end there that got really Excel sheety.
Yeah. But like, if you just kind of think about it simply, how many players are playing StarCraft 2 because they love, like, oh, I love clicking and making a worker once every 12 seconds out of every single command center. And not only that, once they come out, I gotta set them to the right resource patch, all this stuff, right? Or are they playing for that army versus army commander fantasy, right? And I want to believe that majority gamers out there will be more attracted to a more like action-focused game, army versus army game. And how many army commander fantasy games are there out there? Like there's not many, right?
Big hitters, but like that's about it. Age of Empires 9 or whatever they're on now, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, right. So we really wanted to kind of hit that goal. Yeah.
So, you guys went with a sci-fi visual aesthetic. What made you decide to go that route instead of fantasy?
So we obviously have many paths we could choose from. It's a brand new IP, a brand new studio. Yeah, we kind of felt the sci-fi area kind of gave us a wider horizon for where we could go in the future. We're also a little bit less capped about what kind of ideas we could pursue in making this game. So the sci-fi aesthetic, it's something that we love. Our concept artist who create the unit designs just loves robots, loves a lot of other things when he designs our units. So it's just something that we felt was very appealing, and it's something that we felt like not a lot of, like with MOBAs and other very successful products kind of sitting in the fantasy space, I felt like this would be a good opportunity to kind of explore.
One thing I think the younger generation doesn't understand is the importance of the visual aesthetic of a unit, looking at it and know exactly what you're controlling or exactly what's attacking it. Can you talk about that process and why it's important in design?
Oh yeah, it's very important, especially with RTSs. There's a fixed camera, there's a fixed view. You have to be very intentional with readability, silhouettes, and then directionality of units. So we concentrate a lot of the way we make our units to kind of fulfill all those functions, but we also kind of want to pursue unique silhouettes and unique designs as well too. We're trying to establish a brand new IP. It can't be too derivative of other things, hopefully, and we want something to be recognizable that's specific to our game, essentially. So yeah, we've tried our best to kind of carve our own lane aesthetically.
So for the veteran RTS players out there, you have all those core elements. Can you talk about how you streamlined them and made them faster, like building, expanding, and just spawning units?
Yeah, for sure. So we have a lot of things that we've added, which might not be noticeable at a glance, but for example, we have workers, we have expanding, we have teching, we have all the core RTS elements that makes up an RTS, but our goal is just, can we do these things in a way that an average PC gamer can easily learn to play, right? And I want to say this weekend is a great example of this. So things like, I guess, specifically automated workers, one-click expansion, one-click teching, all these kind of add up to it. And what it adds up to is our main goal of easy to learn, right? So this whole weekend, I want to say maybe 80-90% of the people that came by to play our game, they've never played RTS before. But they're learning all of the basics and executing some advanced strategies in some cases in a matter of like 2 or 3 games, right? That's unheard of in an RTS kind of thing, right? And then on the flip side, we do want to kind of have a game that's impossible to master too. And this, I feel like we've proven out during the alpha stages when, say, like the topmost professional RTS players have played, they're saying stuff like, I didn't really see it when I saw this game at a glance, but the more that I play, the more mastery there is, right? So we really wanted to hit both sides of the spectrum, I guess, yeah.
Now you don't have heroes in the game, but you have kind of hero-like boss units that are late game end-tier units. Talk about that.
Yeah, so we wanted to design units that are as different as possible and as unique as possible kind of thing, right? So how it kind of started was like, oh, we should have some capital units, capital ship units. So we added the units like the Cat Bus, which you can see in the demo, or heavy ballista, things like that, right? And then we wondered, because this is a unit deck-based game, we can actually have these guys be very strong. So like in the past, if you look at RTS games that are more competitive, then there's a high restriction. If, say, like battle cruisers are used a little too often in a certain matchup, then the game might just turn out a little bit more boring because they cost so much supply, etc.
Or there's units that just don't see play because they're not good.
Absolutely, right? But the advantage that we have with the unit deck system is all of these guys can be good as long as there's a counter for it. Then players can learn to kind of deal with those units accordingly. So we can have a much more, I guess, variety, higher variety in units kind of thing, right? And so a long way to say, and then we thought to ourselves, can we go really extreme and maybe even have like a hero unit, right? So we had the Kraken. So all the units in our game are like 100 cost or 250 cost or 500 at the most, right? And then the Kraken is like a 6,000 resource cost. So you can kind of see the scale difference, right? And the supply count is like 80. So you can take on like 100 supply worth of units using the Kraken kind of thing, as long as you have the right counters, etc. So we really wanted to lean in on the cool parts of, I guess, both in and out of game strategizing kind of thing.
It reminds me of StarCraft 2, where you had there were rush builds, you could go late game build. Like those were two different paths you could take.
But way more amplified than that kind of thing, right? So there's so many different ways to rush. There's so many different ways to like timing push. There's so many different ways to go for the late game, etc. And the key here is all of these units that we have, we can make them useful, kind of thing. Yeah.
So where can people find more information about your game? Do you guys plan early access?
Yeah, so playbattleaces.com is where players can find more information, and also they can sign up for the closed beta, which is starting very soon, in, I want to say, 3 weeks or so. Yeah.
I work for Samsung. I'm the manager of content operations for our smart TV cloud gaming service, Samsung Gaming Hub. Yeah.
So, Isaac, you're here to talk about the Samsung Gaming Hub. If for people who aren't familiar with what this is, give a little elevator pitch about what this service is all about with your TVs.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. So we launched Gaming Hub in 2022 on all of our smart TVs, and we've brought it forward to all of our devices, our smart monitors, smart TVs up until now, 2024. It's also available on our smart projector, the Samsung Freestyle. And what it is it's a place where we put gaming apps, it's entry points to your console, and we wanted to make it easy to access. It's all in one place. So you can Bluetooth connect your controller directly to your television and gain access to over 3,000 cloud games across all of our partner services like Xbox and GeForce Now. Traditional console and PC games. We've got classic arcade games. Really trying to give people a lot of options.
You also partnered with PDP to have a controller built for your system. Talk about that.
Yeah, that's right. So our first officially licensed peripheral. We partnered with PDP, launched in January of this year. So it's a controller. It connects really well to our TVs. We've added some additional functionality too. You can adjust the volume of your TV with the controller. So I think that adds some value to customers, right? Instead of having to juggle your controller and your TV remote, you can just adjust the volume with your controller. Yeah.
Now, if you already have an ecosystem at home, Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, can you use that controller with your TV as well?
Right, exactly, yeah. So that's a big part of what we're trying to do is make this experience accessible, make gaming accessible for more people. So when we launched Gaming Hub, we wanted to make sure that we weren't requiring people to go out and buy another piece of hardware, another controller. So we support, over 90% of Bluetooth controllers in the market. So you can take your old DualSense or DualShock 4 controller, Bluetooth connect it to your TV, boot up Xbox and play Halo with your DualShock 4.
Now your TV is your built-in proprietary OS system, but it works in tandem with things like Luna or Xbox Game Pass. Like, talk a little bit about that.
Sure, yeah. So Tizen is our smart TV operating system, and then our partners build applications for that system. And then we have a technical account team that supports them, helps them with bug fixes, helps optimize the experience over time. We're really dedicated to trying to make the experience better and better every year. Add more partners, bring more games, experiment with new ways to play. Really, again, just as a company that has tens of millions of screens out in the world, the expectation of modern players is that they can play their games anywhere, and we think we have an important role to play in that expectation. Right, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help players play the games they want to play. Yeah.
Now, in terms of support, we'll use Xbox. That's a big one for Game Pass. So if you have an Xbox account and you pay for Game Pass, you'll have access to all the Game Pass games on any of your TVs.
Right. So Game Pass Ultimate is the subscription tier that cloud streaming is available through. So if you're a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber, you can download the Game Pass app on our TVs, log into your Xbox app, and play all the games available on their service. Yeah.
I feel like the biggest criticism gamers look at when they see a device like this is latency. Like, talk about the latency when playing like competitive games like Call of Duty, for example.
Sure. Yeah. So we are aware of that, right? We have an internal goal that we work with our partners. Our internal benchmark is we want to make sure end-to-end latency is below 100 milliseconds. So that's our target, and we push our partners and push ourselves to hit that target. Yeah, it's your mileage may vary, right? We recommend we have Ethernet ports on all of our TVs, and we recommend you plug an Ethernet cable into your TV. But if not, Wi-Fi works great. I use my devices at home on Wi-Fi, and I'm sitting in bed, playing indie games. It depends on your internet connection, depends on the service that you're subscribed to, but we're committed to always do whatever we can to reduce latency on our end and push our partners to do what they can on the infrastructure side as well. Yeah.
Now, in the market, if someone's looking for a Samsung TV that supports Gaming Hub, how will they know it does in the wild? Whether is it marked on an Amazon sheet in the warehouses and in places like Costco?
Yeah, so we've got our product page on our website. I believe it's samsung.com/gaminghub, where you can see all of the devices that Gaming Hub is on. So again, just quickly, any model year 22 TV and newer. We also backported it to some of our model year 21 TVs. So we find in a lot of cases we're talking to people at events like this, and they're like, oh, I just bought a new TV. I didn't even know I had all this. So if you bought a new Samsung TV, like go look for Gaming Hub, grab a controller, connect it, play around, give us some feedback. We're really interested in hearing what customers have to say. Because again, we're always just trying to make it a better experience for everyone. Yeah.
Now, is Gaming Hub currently only available on TVs, or do you have plans to do mobile phones? I mean, you guys also make fridges. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, so it's available on our smart TVs. It's also available on our line of smart monitors. So everything from our 55-inch Odyssey Arc monitor. Like, you don't need to plug in a PC to play games on our monitors. You can just play games via Gaming Hub. And it's also on a really cool device that I love is our Freestyle projector, which is a portable projector. It's like about the size of a can of coffee beans. And it's got all of our smart TV guts in it. It's basically like buying a little portable smart TV. What I like to do with mine is I put it on my bedside table and I lay in bed and play games on my ceiling. Just some really cool new ways to play that cloud gaming and our devices enable. Yeah.
Hi, so my name is Jonathan Rogers and I'm the game director on Path of Exile 2.
Jonathan, you're showing off Path of Exile 2 on console. So with the first game, it took years for it to come to console. Mm-hmm. And why was it so important to make sure that Path of Exile 2 was ready for console in time for launch?
So I think that because of the way that Path of Exile 1 didn't have console on launch, it really made the console players feel like second-class citizens, and they never really built like a proper community there. So I think that if we really are to take console seriously, we have to make sure that we're simultaneously launching, but also that every patch is deployed, and having things like crossplay and so on just really helps with that as well.
You're adding couch co-op for the console versions, and what are the big challenges for incorporating that feature?
So the main thing is that, obviously there was a bunch of engineering work to sort of even get to the point of being able to start working on it. But then once you've done that, it is quite a UI challenge to kind of make it work. We effectively have to make 3 versions of the UI, one for PC, one for console, and then one for couch co-op. And that's taken quite a bit of time. Like, we have to make sure that that we sort of thought at first that we'd be able to get away with reusing a lot of the UI from the console version, but basically almost every screen had something where people were like, oh, I really want to be able to do this with both players at the same time. And so they kind of ended up finding, oh, we have to do this like sort of half-screen couch co-op UIs. And that has been worth it because it makes couch co-op a lot better, but it's certainly like a large engineering task. It's just that I think that for console particularly, it is something that people do really want. Like, we've had a lot of excitement for the feature.
What are the biggest opportunities that couch co-op has opened up for Path of Exile 2 in terms of gameplay and delivering the most enjoyable experience possible?
So ultimately, couch co-op is the same as being in a party with another player, but I think that Path of Exile 2 is particularly good at that because we've got a lot more sort of cross-cutting things between skills from different classes. So a lot of classes have shared keywords. Like for example, you've got something like armor break, where multiple classes can either apply it or take advantage of it. So therefore, you can kind of come up with a build that's going to work across 2 players really well. But also just simple things like today we showed on the monk that Tempest Bell skill. The Tempest Bell is a skill that you can, any character can hit it. So if you've got another character class with like a really fast hitting skill, then you can ring that thing and do a bunch of damage. So there are a lot of pretty interesting cross build synergies going on.
That's interesting that you mentioned that. Have you taken that into consideration, whether certain classes will work for in a co-op setting when designing new classes?
So I wouldn't say that we design explicitly for it. It's kind of, I think what we do is very similar to how Magic the Gathering would work, where effectively you design keywords, you come up with interactions you think might work, but we kind of want to ideally leave it to the players to come up with the most interesting stuff. Now, of course, we still have to be caring about what is possible for balance reasons. But ideally, we just make a lot of things with interesting keywords. Other players work out how they might use those things to their advantage. As long as we've got enough stuff, you should come up with interesting combinations.
So you're unveiling the Witch as a new class. What can you tell me about the Witch's skills and abilities?
Yeah, so the Witch, when we were designing, we really had to try and work out, what do we want summoning to be like in PoE 2? And in PoE 1, we kind of had this issue where it was very hard to balance minion life in a way that's fun for both boss fighting and clearing. If you balance minion life too low, then when a boss slam will just kill all your minions, and then you're like sitting there like rezzing for a long time. But if the monster life is too high, you can just trivialize any kind of clearing that you're doing, and it becomes not very good either. So we kind of knew we wanted to come up with a system that would allow us to defeat both those problems, and effectively by having the system of permanent minions that respawn all at the same time, what it means is that we can balance minion life low enough so that clearing works. And then if you do get hit with a giant slam from a boss, then that will kill them, but then they're all back, 5 seconds later with all of your minions again, and then you're kind of back in action again. And when we really thought about it, it's actually very similar to how flasks are. Like if you're a traditional player playing with flasks, and a boss slams you and you don't die, but you get down to like 20% life, how long does it take you to get back to full life again and back in action? And the answer is a couple of seconds while you use your flasks. So for a minion character, we really had to find a way for it to be the same, where you can get back to full strength again without too much time passing.
Now, I went into that Devourer fight and I kind of saw that principle at work, where basically a boss slam just wiped out all of my minions, but they were back within a few seconds after like a brief cooldown. So I think that's a very interesting idea, and I also want to ask, what other sort of mechanics have the idea of permanent minions opened up?
So the other one, of course, is the command skills. So command skills effectively make it so that when you, each minion, not all of them, but most of them, come with some kind of skill that you can use while you have that minion. There's a couple of interesting things with that, with the fact that you want to keep that minion alive, like potentially have it in the back in order to be able to use the command skill. But also it means that there's just more stuff as a minion character to do, because once you remove the need to summon manually, we kind of have to make sure that we've got other stuff that, that the character is able to do. So it kind of makes the minion character play a bit more like another character, except that they're using their minions' abilities rather than their own abilities. Now, we still want the ability for you to be able to use your own spells and have like a hybrid build like that, but we also wanted to make it so that if you're just a purely minion character, that you've got like active abilities, you've got things that feel like you've got that same kind of responsive gameplay where, a boss does something, you do something in response, like a situation comes up, you do something. Like, we want that type of gameplay to happen through all of our, for all classes, even summoners, even though summoners traditionally are more like summon your minions and then wait. In order to get that, we needed to find some other way to have active abilities, and command skills the way we came up with.
As always, when it comes to anything Path of Exile, I have to ask how big the numbers get. So how many permanent minions can you have out at one time? And is that solely limited by how much spirit you have available to you?
Yep, so it's entirely limited by spirit. The sort of what you might call median number is towards endgame is around 20. It would be relatively easy to get 30 if you were really like juicing, if you're juicing everything like to the extent of any other thing that you're doing. If you just went for spirit, you'd be able to get that. But sort of 20 is the kind of end-game thing. Now that does turn into a bit of a ruckus. In order to somewhat ameliorate that, we have higher cost spirit minions that cost more, and so in order to pare back some of the spam you would do. But one thing we didn't show in the demo was specters. So we have specters as well. The reason we didn't show it is because the console version of the UI wasn't finished yet. This will actually be shown once the embargo lifts in the PC demo that we're going to show. But effectively, you can bind any monster that's dead on the ground into a gem, and then have that as one of your permanent minions. So that effectively means that the minion choices you have extend to the entire game's different monsters. And there's different spirit costs that we've balanced for each monster in the game. And so because some of those monsters are extremely powerful relative to others, like in PoE 1, the difference between two white monsters might be like one's like twice as good as another one. In PoE 2, that could be like 10 times, 15 times as good as another one, which means that you've got some monsters that, like can have lots of abilities and so on, and you can get one big one of those and then a bunch of other little guys. But yeah, effectively your minion group can extend to a very large number of different monsters.
I was having a lot of fun with the Witch in there, so this is great news for me, and I'm looking forward to seeing how all this works. So the last question from me is, there's so much that you want to have ready for launch that's going to call out to the original Path of Exile player. I mean, those are the guys that have been with you since day one. They've been with you for about a decade now. But you also want to attract newcomers. You want to bring people in who are looking to dive in with a fresh slate. So those players are probably going to look at a ginormous skill tree like the one you have in Path of Exile 2 right now, and they might think it's a little overwhelming. So how do you balance designing Path of Exile 2 as a game that you want to add so much more for fans of the original game, while also not coming across as something that might be too intimidating for a newer player?
So what we've done, especially with the skill system, is make it so that we present the game as if you've got a bunch of class-locked abilities with a traditional skill tree, and even though it isn't actually that. So you're a warrior. You right-click on an uncut skill. It gives you what looks like a traditional kind of Diablo 2 style skill tree of like, here's like some different skills per level. And you could just pick those. And you could also pick a skill from any other class. They're all just there, but most people just won't really think about it that way. Like, oh, these are my skills. I'm going to pick these things. And then also for support gems now, which we showed in the demo, you right-click one of those, it says like, here's the skills you got equipped, here are 3 choices per tier of what you might want to equip with that, and all of these will work reasonably, right? And when you present it that way, once again, it just looks like a pick list of like, here's some stuff that would work with this. And what people don't necessarily realize when they're a new player is, oh, there's also the 100 other gems that would work with this that you could come up with interesting combinations for. But if you're a new player, you look at that, you're just like, you take it at face value, like, here are my options. So effectively what we're doing is we're making it so that more things are like that, where there is the ability to pick anything, but we're showing you kind of up front, here are some stuff that will just work. And if you pick those things, you'll probably have an okay time. So like we're trying to really make sure we're doing that. Now the skill tree kind of can't be that entirely because it is just this giant thing. But I think that the skill tree inherently is simple. It's just a question of what do I pick. So it's making sure that the things that are nearby that you can sort of see do feel like things that are obvious that you would want. And that's just a careful balance of making sure that everything is correct in that way. But yes, that's still a bit intimidating, but I think that in Path of Exile 1 when you had the skill tree, but also all the other intimidating stuff that was going on with skills, that kind of went over the top and made it very hard to get into. And I think Path of Exile 2 definitely does improve that situation a lot.
Path of Exile 2 beta still on track for this year?
Yep, definitely. We're still very much, it's been too long without having actual players. We definitely need to get some players, and so that's why it really has to be this year.
Jonathan, thank you so much. Really looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul Eller. I'm the head of production for Marvel Rivals. Hi, everybody. I'm Thad Sasser. I'm game director on Marvel Rivals.
Hi, everyone. I'm Danny Koo, executive producer from Marvel Games.
Okay, and I mean this in a good way, but what do you say to the person who's looking at this right now, the gameplay of the trailer, and just saying it's just Marvel Overwatch? Like, what would you say to that person?
I would say that while Overwatch is probably one of the bigger games in the genre, we are definitely bringing something to this play area that we think is completely different to everything else. We have, of course, the iconic Marvel characters, the heroes. We have the destructible environments. We have the team matchups. All of those things, I think, differentiate us from other games within this genre. And I think that is an important thing and is why we should be set aside from those other games.
Well, the most important thing is third person. You can see yourself and battling in style with all the cool costumes that we have from the Marvel Universe.
Yeah, I think overall the game is slightly faster paced as well. It's action packed, and I think that's creates a different flavor, a different experience as well. So I think all of those things really help set us apart. I don't think there's anything wrong with a comparison to Overwatch. Overwatch is a great game. A lot of people love it, and we have some of the same principles. The idea of the team fight, where the whole team fights over an objective, and the team that wins proceeds to the objective. And that core experience is something where we've taken this basic idea and then we've made our own version of it, our own flavor of it.
I had a chance to play for about 40 minutes. I would would call the game more, it's more arcade-like than Overwatch. Is that something you guys were trying to do in the design of it?
I would say faster paced, if that's what you mean by arcade, because the faster pace is deliberate. That's something we find to be a lot of fun, and it really keeps you engaged in the flow. If you're aware of the flow state, once you get in, your level of skill is matched with the challenge. It feels really good for the players. The rest of the world falls away, and you're immersed in the game. That's definitely our goal with the pace of the gameplay.
So you guys have different classes in the game, or roles. Can you speak to those roles and how they play their part in the team?
Do have the different classes, and these are intended to give different types of players different experiences. Maybe you're not particularly good at shooting, but you still want to contribute to your team. Well, Mr. Ella here might be a representative of that particular type of player, and he's really good at playing Rocket. He can place the respawn beacon behind cover. He knows how to throw out the healing balls, and he can still deal some damage from kind of the backline supporting the rest of the team. So there's a lot of different ways to play. And suppose you're really clever about how you use the destruction. You get a character with big AoEs and you use the destruction to impact the enemy team. There's a lot of different ways to play, and they're not just based on your class, but also how clever you are as a player.
Well, for Marvel Heroes, you never really fight from behind. It's always head-on clashing. You know, whether you're playing a support role in strategies, like strategies can turn the tide of battle at any point in time, and they are very valuable. And that duelist is to make sure that we get moment-to-moment battle at all times, so high impact blow, destruction at all times. And then we have the Vanguard, which is more like a front line, that they always head first into the battle and making sure to dominate and control the space that so your team can continue to push forward. Now, some Vanguard, we just announced Venom, is versatile. It literally can just dive into anywhere and say, hey, I'm here. and it's like, whoa, frontline. So with Marvel Heroes, you can't really bucket them into just general 3 category that we have so far. But hey, for classification purpose, we put them in 3 buckets. But really, we want you to experiment and play however you want with different play style.
And actually, that emergent play he's talking about is something we really look forward to hearing about from the community. It's one of the ways we love to hear from the community about, oh, here's how I use this character. Here's the cool thing that I found. Oh, did you know if you do this, if you place Doctor Strange's portal here, you can make the enemy players jump off the map? Haha. That kind of stuff. We love that stuff. So.
The design of the characters and how you make them feel unique. Like Spider-Man's a great example. He plays nothing like any other character. He's very difficult to play, but he's so. I feel like you have all these different subsystems for each hero that are just like indicative. Like I would have never expected a web slinging mechanic in the game to be so fluidic in a shooter.
Yeah, I think as Thad explained earlier, a lot of these characters have their own unique abilities. They have their own way of playing, and that combining them together with the team mechanics, you get a unique style of play for every time you set up with a team. As your teams are different, so your play style is different, so your strategy is different, and how you utilize your team and your abilities is part of the core gameplay of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, and I think we have a very talented team as well. We've just got some amazing designers who've come up with some great ideas, and then of course iterating through these designs and play testing them and getting feedback from Marvel, from the community, and so on is an important part of that as well. I'll keep harping on that. We love the feedback.
Yeah, as we have multiple Marvel games in the market, and there is a set expectation of how a hero is being presented. Like take for example Spider-Man, you say it's unique for a shooter. Because that's a lot of iteration, making sure that it feels like Spider-Man. Even little stuff like, did you know like the Spider-Man in this game actually also has Spidey sense? When when there's enemy nearby, so it brings the character's flavor even in a hero shooter, make it work, which NetEase designers are great at this.
Now, talk about your relationship with NetEase and Marvel. How do you guys work in tandem with each other? Did you guys start the design process, then go through Disney? How does the pipeline work?
So it's very collaborative. We have a tremendous amount of freedom from Marvel. They are very generous, by giving us the IP to choose from as we wish. We are very collaborative together. It is a symbiotic relationship. That's a Venom throwback for anybody who's playing. Hey! We are definitely in a situation where we can build on each other's strengths. We have a good rapport where we can bounce ideas off each other and come up with even stronger suggestions that we can implement into the game. So it's a really, really good relationship that we have.
If I could tag in on that. somebody asked me earlier. They said, "Oh, well, isn't it restrictive working with Marvel and the IP?" And I was like, "Oh, actually, no. I found it to be the opposite. There's 85 years of Marvel, across different genres, across different media. There's over 9,000 characters. There's so much to pull from, and we'll come up with what we think is a really good idea, and we'll talk to Danny and the team at Marvel, and they'll make it even better. And then we'll take that and we'll say, oh, but what if it did this? And they'll be like, we love that. And what if it did this? And it's just been a great relationship. I couldn't say enough nice things about it.
Well, think of us as a creative extension arm from NetEase creative team. We work with them daily. If they and NetEase is a global company, work across different time zones. We'll be there whenever they need us, as much as they need us, and we're always there to bounce off great ideas. And we ask, it's like, what are you trying to do? Are there ways to achieve the same goal, but with a better performance? And we keep bouncing great ideas across, and you can see the results.
And my next question, I'll get to characters later, but for right now, we'll talk about the characters you have announced. Like, how does the design process start? Like Venom, for example, do you have an idea of like a bruiser or like a tank, and then pick a character and put him in the place, or does it start with the character first and then build that way?
First of all, we look at the roster, right? We explained earlier, like we try to select the greatest hit of characters that everyone know and love. We throw in some curveball and we throw in some deep cut. So we have a big giant roster that we have. Then from there we kind of try to balance across the board of a family. Like, do we have enough Avengers? Do we have enough Guardians? Do we have enough Spidey characters? Fantastic Four characters, like etc. Others, right? Every aspect we look, and then when we feel good, and then we look, okay, for this character, what are the relationship between this character and the rest of the cast? Like, what are they doing in this world? And what can we do about them? And then the design team will come and say, all right, say for Venom, like, we think these are the skill set that represent Venom, and we'll take a look at it, and we look. If there's three things that take away, two or three things to take away from Venom, you need to express X, Y, Z, and the team will take it back and come back with even crazier ideas, and we love it. We love to collaborate with them, and from there, once we solidify the skills, design, and everything. Then we start writing the narrative, the dialogues, recording the voiceovers, and even the sound design against it. And then we'll play test it, and in parallel in the gray box and see if the skills are fun, right? Every day, right? Yeah.
So it does start with the character first, then you design around that character like Venom. Okay.
Like you said with Spider-Man, there's some expectations with certain characters. Spider-Man's got to have webs, so you kind of start with that in mind, right? So yes.
Is it difficult because there's been so many decades of Marvel, like Venom, for example, there's like heavy symbiote alien Venom, then there's more Todd McFarlane Spider-Man Venom. Like, is there like a meet? Like, how do you work in that environment where there's so many different renderings or visual aesthetics of a character?
That's when the narrative come in. So, which Venom is this in this world? It's like, why is Venom this way? And what is he doing in the Marvel Rivals world? What kind of situation is in? And then based on that, you'll design a character type, a shape, a form, and then you got to compare this character against the entire roster, making sure it's unique and distinct and it stands out by itself. So that's that design philosophy as well. Like, even skills, like, we don't want to repeat like what Spider-Man is doing, because Venom is clearly a different character. So we want to make sure that a player has a unique approach to playing different characters, even though they're from the same Spidey families.
So, like, I mean, personally, just more of a note than a question, but you guys are just a gold mine of DLC. I mean, all the costumes, emotes, voice lines. That's where I was going with. So the voices, have you announced some of the cast yet? I think I heard. Am I allowed to say who I think Spider-Man is? Because I feel he's from the MVC game. I can, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, you can absolutely guess. It does not mean we will deny nor confirm any of your answers.
In success, anything is possible.
That is true.
Let me tell you about this. We will have a dedicated art plan in the future to announce the voice cast that we have. So we're working on this title. It's some people that is very well known in other medium. Let me put it that way.
And then we're playing. Talk about the levels you're showing here today and how the destructible environment adds that other level of depth to the design.
Yeah. Well, the destructible environments are really exciting. I think, there's the spectacle of them, which looks awesome, but then there's also the gameplay impact. We've told a couple stories today about how destruction has impacted the gameplay, and whether it's shooting a floor out from underneath your feet so you can escape downwards, or creating a new route by blasting open a wall, or collapsing a bridge so now your friends can run up and join you or whatever. There's a lot of different ways to use this environment to gain an advantage over the other players. And now start to combine this with the different combinations of characters on different teams, and start to combine that with the different team up abilities. There's a lot of different ways to think about the game and to use strategy to outsmart your opponents and not just beat them down every time.
Now, do you guys have a release date for? You have a beta coming up, but do you guys have a release date set in stone yet?
We've got a closed beta at the end of July, and we haven't announced the release date yet.
At release, are you guys planning cross-play between all three, PlayStation, Xbox, PC?
So yes, there will be cross-play with PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. And we're also going to allow cross-region. So we bring friends internationally, play together. And for cross-progression, stay tuned. We're still discussing about it, and we'll let everyone know as soon as we're ready.
So it's cross-progression could still be on the table. You're still deciding the logistics. I know that's a complicated back-end thing with a lot of accounts and items and all that good stuff. So everyone has their favorite character in the Marvel universe. And so I'm going to throw you some rapid-fire questions. You tell me if the game, if they're in the game, if they're not in the game, if you have plans, or if you just want to pass. Okay. All right. Wolverine, pass. Jean Grey, pass. Cyclops, pass. Abomination, pass. Taskmaster,
pass.
Hobgoblin,
I'm going to pass on that one.
Carnage,
stay tuned. I would pass.
Iceman,
pass.
Nightcrawler,
pass. I will say
$20.99.
Don't do that. You can't say that because now they'll be like, great, Nightcrawler. The headline is now Nightcrawler confirmed in 2099. What did you do? You ruined the whole short.
You just made a complete mess of my timeline.
Yeah. Now we have to extend the gameplay.
Now I've got to go out and redo all of my roadmap.
Juggernaut,
pass.
Blob,
it's a good question. Pass.
Toad,
pass.
Mystique,
pass.
Any or all future Marvel characters existing or not?
Maybe.
So I'm the producer of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. I'm Jun Furutani.
Why is now the time for Dragon Ball Budokai to come back?
The Budokai Tenkaichi series is quite old now, right? With Budokai Tenkaichi 3 being 17 years old. For us, it was like a completed series at that time, and actually also a success. And in between, we had many other series, right, for the Dragon Ball video games. But now, in between, we have so many changes and evolution also in the technology from the video games consoles, right? So we thought that this was the right timing now to really provide a new experience that makes a real difference with the previous series.
What did your development team learn from past Dragon Ball Budokai games, or even Arc Systems Fighters that you applied to Sparkling Zero?
So to start first, of course, this is an old series and there is a history of it, right? So, for example, this series for us is a very good game. In terms of reference, this game is really in terms of a high-speed system, the high-speed battle that you can have in this game. The series, also the multiplicity of the actions, diversity of the actions that you can have also in the game, the gameplay of this game. So we thought that even the players themselves thought that this series, Budokai Tenkaichi at that time, felt quite unique versus the other fighting games. And this is also what people like indeed in the game was this Dragon Ball experience, Dragon Ball fighting experience that you could have in the Budokai Tenkaichi series. So for Sparking Zero, this is what first we wanted to provide to the users to make sure that these players that enjoyed the past games of the series definitely enjoy also this game. So that's the first thing. So when it comes to Dragon Ball FighterZ as a reference, it's quite difficult because they're very different games. Of course, Dragon Ball FighterZ will focus more on the competition and the esports scene actually. While Dragon Ball Sparking, as I said, is really more about this Dragon Ball fighting experience that you want to live through the game, even before any competition. So for example, when it comes to the character balance, more than the character balance, what we're thinking about is how the characters are faithful to the anime, right? Really want people to feel that their character is just like they are in the anime. And this is the main difference with Dragon Ball FighterZ actually.
And I mean this in a positive way. Why Sparking Zero instead of Budokai Tenkaichi 4?
So indeed, I mean, it brought a lot of discussion also internally regarding the title name. But first, like what's interesting to notice is that the game had different names at that time also between Japan and overseas. So overseas, yes, it was known under the name of Budokai Tenkaichi series, and it was actually a quite famous series, right? Even overseas. But today, I mean, it's obvious that now the community and the players they do talk on internet, right? And they will want to talk about the same game to feel part of the same community. So we thought it was important for us to go with the same name worldwide this time. So that's the first thing. And since Sparking was also like the name of the Japanese series, we decided that Sparking could be then the common name this time for the game worldwide. So we went with Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
So like, Dragon Ball, there's a lot of transformations in Dragon Ball Z, SSJ 1, 2, 3, 4, there's fusions, multiple, Broly has multiple transformations. How will you be handling those in Sparking Zero? Are they going to be individual characters, or are they going to be things you activate during a battle?
So obviously, like there are a lot of transformation, as you just said. Each of them can be picked up actually in the roster, so at the start of the game, at the start of the match, right? So you can pick up the one you want to start with. But of course, you can also during the battle transform. And this is why, for example, if you take Goku Black, for example, you will not be able to take like Goku Black, Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2 in the same team. The reason is that Goku Black in the battle can transform into Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2. So this is one of the way to tackle this transformation thing.
Do the characters' movesets change based on the transformation, or is it purely like aesthetic and just power?
So each transformation, of course, will be quite different. First, in terms of power level, yes, that's true. But also in terms of like the way they move, the movements, of course, but also their special attacks will be dedicated to each of their transformation, just like in the anime. And also, even like when you will be, for example, sending the opponent like far away, and then you want to go with a combo, the number of combos or attacks you can do, depending on the transformation, will differ.
Budokai was very cinematic in its execution, its supers, it's you going to different levels, like you're getting hit to different like zones in the area. How do you balance that so it's not so long that the players are getting bored and wanting to get back into the fight?
So yeah, in terms of like the way we tackled like the different animations and scenes in the game during the battles. So first you will have like the usual like super attacks cinematics, right? Where really like the battle would stop and then you will have these cinematics happening. But our goal was really like to build very cool scenes that are faithful to the anime, right? With crazy effects like that reproduce what you will feel when watching the anime. So we believe that the user will enjoy watching these scenes. And on top of that, we have like the usual like more like real-time effects, real-time animations that you have while fighting, right? When the battle doesn't stop, but still that you feel powerful thanks to all these animations that are around you, like the wind effect, like all the destructions effect, and all the superpower, for example, when you're charging your ki. That brings, we think, into the immersion of the game.
I feel like that's what separates you the biggest from Dragon Ball FighterZ, is that FighterZ is a very fast-paced game that doesn't have a lot of time to wind up a super move, but in this game you're more of a cinematic experience. You want to see that long wind-up, you want to see that big explosion before you get right back into the fight. Would that be accurate to describe?
So indeed, yeah, of course there are some differences with FighterZ, but still, I mean, although we said that there are, of course, the super attacks with the cinematics that will, again, stop the battle with impressive cutscenes, we also focused on like having these these second type of attacks that are like the traditional attacks. Even a Kamehameha can be done without stopping the battle itself, stopping the fight itself. So you will see this impressive effect and animation of the Kamehameha, but the battle is still ongoing, and actually it's even like you have the thrill of the battle because the enemy can still reflect your Kamehameha, avoid your Kamehameha, and come to you, right, to keep fighting. So in that sense, we're still keeping like the fast speed in terms of fight in this game.
Now, is Bandai Namco planning to support Sparking Zero on an esports level? Like, do you want this game to be competitive, or is it more of a casual, like, cinematic immersion experience? If they want the game to be an Evo, like, for example.
So yeah, as we said, like this game is different from Dragon Ball Fighters. As you said as well, like the game is really much more like focused on like the action and again this Dragon Ball experience that we want people to feel. So yeah, it's not planned at first like for being an esports game. This is not what we expect. We really want people to enjoy it in a casual way, and in a positive casual way again. Like you have this fast speed as we said, and the actions are quite complex if you want them to be. But at first, what we want people to experience is this Dragon Ball fighting experience.
I think what's great about the Budokai series, well in the US there's Budokai series, is that you were able to watch these characters fight each other in a very cinematic way that you would never see in a series. You know, you want to see Krillin fight Vegeta Super Saiyan level 4, you can do that. Do you guys have fun with that at all? Like making that as real as possible so it looks just like the animated show?
So yes, of course, in the game, just like through the normal versus game, right? You can pick up the characters you want and leave this kind of like either iconic moments of the series or even like the ones that you just want to make yourself. And this is why also it was very important for us to focus on the number of characters and make sure that we have an unrivaled number of characters in this game versus the other previous games. And this was definitely one of our main challenge. But on top of that, we went even further than that because we included this time the custom battle mode. So this time, like the players themselves will be able to recreate like some scenario, like some small scenes on their own, and they will be able to customize very different things. For example, of course, the characters that you want to have fights against each other, and the discussion that they will have, you know, as an introduction before the fights, and also you will be able even to customize some like kind of events happening during the fights. So let's say, for example, you just have half of your HP left, then suddenly you become sparking mode. That's some things you can also set up on your own, and many other ways to customize these battles. So we really want people to create even more situation than before with all these options and enjoy the game.
So there are multiple iterations of characters in the series. Vegeta was a lot shorter at the beginning and now is much taller. Krillin has hair at some point in the series. Will those be cosmetic options or will they be unique fighters? Yeah, because Vegeta is short in like season 1, and then like in season 10 he's tall, and like he has like the outfits with the long ones and the tank top, and then Krillin has hair in the Majin Buu saga, but he's bald everywhere else. Like, will we have characters like that be separate, or will they be just the same character but with cosmetic variation?
So of course we will reveal more during the campaign, but of course, as we said, like there are some characters, like for example Goku, that will have multiple forms that you can choose from the start, right, of a match. So for example, you can choose the Goku at the first the Namek era, for example, or you can choose the Goku like the Cell era, for example. And just because they have different fighting style and mechanics fights, right, they are different in the roster. And of course, they will have their closing of that moment in the anime, that's for sure. But when it comes to like a character that's with the same kind of fighting system, with the same mechanic systems, this one will not have like a separate roster, but you will be able to customize the character with some additional customization items that will add into the game.
Get into a little bit more detail, like Frieza is a good example. Frieza has 4 forms, Cell has 4 forms. Will those be available cosmetically, or will they be individual fighters as well? And where their styles differentiate based on the form you choose or cosmetic option you choose? That's a better example.
Yeah. When it comes to this exact question about Cell and Freezer, we cannot yet reveal everything because we have not revealed all these characters yet. But just as I explained it, let me try to clarify a bit more. Again, like each character that has very different like mechanics of attacks, that has different attacks into the anime, yes. Then there will be like different characters in the roster. But like again, for one character that has just different costumes in the anime, but actually the same attacks, this will be more like treated on the customization items side.
My very last question I saved till the end. In terms of roster, there's a lot of characters in the Dragon Ball universe. Can you talk about how you guys decide on who to include and who not to include? I know there are some oddball characters like Android 19, Android 20, Great Saiyan Man. Like there's some Hercule, some of Majin Buu's minions, Dabura. Like those are some of the more deep cuts. Do you plan on having them in the game, and how do you decide who stays in the game and who gets cut?
So when it comes to the character selection, of course, it's always a challenge, right? But of course, like the first focus we had is making sure that we have the most important ones, the ones that you usually have in the original series, right? So, for example, and also making sure that the people that have played the Tenkashi series in the past will find like their usual like Z characters, for example, like Goku from, of course, Dragon Ball Z, but also Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. We will make sure that we will have first these characters into the game. That was one of our focus. And in addition, of course, to what we just said about the Z fighters, right? We know that there is this series, that Dragon Ball Super, also the new series that was not at the time of the Budokai Tenkaichi series. So we also want to make sure that the new fans of the Dragon Ball Super series, whether they were fans of Dragon Ball Z or not, will find their favorite characters also into Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi.
So he's the art supervisor on the team, Kuroki, and I am the producer, Joshua Weatherford.
Chief producer, Oda Yasuyuki desu.
And then the chief producer, Oda Yasuyuki.
So you guys, SNK is back. So why now? Why is now the time for Fatal Fury to make a return?
Wanted to just say that basically we've always wanted to bring it back ever since we came back to the company in 2014. So, but obviously we had to work on some other titles first. We worked on KOF and then Samurai Showdown, some spin-offs like SNK Heroines and then KOF 15. And basically it was just a matter of time, and basically it came around to its turn being the next game to be revitalized. And especially going forward, we're planning to basically bring back as many of these kind of original like SNK fighting game IPs that were originally the building blocks for KOF to basically make the next KOF even more exciting and even better.
What did your team learn from Samurai Showdown and King of Fighters that you've applied and brought with you to Fatal Fury?
Yeah, I think one thing is definitely just the experience of working on those titles and, you know, giving the team more experience, especially for certain platforms. For example, taking the PlayStation 5. We really know like how to push it to its limits basically and really get more and more out of our development process. So basically that was one of the bigger things, is being able to take full advantage of the hardware now as we're learning more and more about how to develop as a team.
Now, I'm going to ask each of you, because I want answers from each of you, but what's the key to making a really good fighting game?
So for him, basically, I think it would be the fact that, especially nowadays with online, there's a lot easier access to information. So he can really kind of expect what the users will think about a certain animation or a certain pose or something like that, and use that in the development process to help him along, basically. Yeah, definitely the core is, you know, just how do you make these characters look cool on screen? Make sure that the movements give the players a sense of satisfaction and stuff like that. And then it all just comes down to building the total package. You making sure that the modes are there that they expect, the you know, the online experience, just making sure that the full experience is the highest quality as possible is definitely key. For me, I guess one thing is, you know, I think with a fighting game, you know, it's one of those games that has a very high potential to sell for a long time, with things like esports and the community growing and growing. And I think that's one of my things that I like to see. And even it's a little bit more of almost a boring program, but we have like the SNK esports support program that's kind of a grassroots program where anybody can like approach us to support like a local tournament, even if it's just 10 people, and we'll send out like t-shirts and prizes and sometimes even like extra pot bonuses and stuff to help grow the grassroots communities around the world, because at the end of the day we want as many people to come to places like EVO and compete in our games as possible.
You know, over the last decade, since the 90s, arcade technology has improved tremendously. GPU game development tools have gotten better and better. You went with a 3D style. Can we talk about why you chose that instead of like a 2D hand-drawn style?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the biggest problem is kind of a logistical and just like a human resource issue where it's not really a skill that's taught on the same level, 2D art compared to 3D art. Like, most people are learning in 3D nowadays, so especially when you need to build up a staff of 180 people to build a game of this volume, the really only choice nowadays is 3D. Yeah, I mean, personally for him, obviously with the 3D, just the level of freedom that you get where it's camera presentation, close-ups, there's a lot of things that you can't do with a limited 2D art style that allows the creators to put more expression into the game and stuff. So that's what he thinks is the strength of 3D art style like this.
Now, I'm not going to grill you guys about who's going to be in the game or the roster, because I know that's a big elaborate thing, but can you take us into the process about like the people you're showing here today, the characters, and why you chose them as your opening introduction to Fatal Fury?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you think of Gardo, Mark of the Wolves, the previous title, you know, the kind of focus was a lot of new characters, you know, characters who might be, for example, like Rock is the disciple of Terry, Hokutomaru is the disciple of Andy, stuff like that. So, for example, for the two new characters that are brand new to this game, Preacha and Vox, they are also disciples of previous Fatal Fury characters. So, kind of creating that almost next generation and trying to make sure that the world feels like it is growing more mature was kind of a key point of the process this time.
Fighting rosters are very difficult because I feel that no one is happy. What
Yeah.
could you say to someone who's really concerned that their favorite character might not be in this version of Fatal Fury?
Yeah, I mean it's an an endless topic, I
Yeah.
guess. Especially we hear this a lot with KOF because it's the entire SNK All Stars, especially. But I mean, there's a lot of great characters in any of our games, so just try out a new one, and I think you'll find somebody you like, possibly. And the more successful the game is, the more characters we're going to put out. So just keep supporting us, basically.
What was a video game that inspired you at a young age that brought you on the path to in game development, that put you on the path to game development?
Yeah, Call of Duty 2, Art of Fighting, and Super Mario Brothers.
Now, what about you?
Phantasy Star Online.
That's a good game.
Yeah.
Same question.
Invader.
Oh, Space Invaders.
Invader. Space Invaders.
Space Invaders.
How much Power Wave is too much Power Wave?
いっぱい出したらパワーゲーザーになるんじゃないかな。どんだけ出せば十分っていうのはどう？
なんていうかな、かなりアメリカンジョークみたいな感じですけど、サタデーナイトライブとかわかる？カウベルみたいな、これもっといる、どれぐらいがありすぎるっていうか。
どうやろうね。まず先にその前に
バンナックル。
アリカの西谷さんが本当に波動拳出せるようになってからやと思うけど。そっからやと思う。確かに。パワーウェーブなんてまだまだ西谷さんいつか出せるまだ後輩なんで。
I mean, they were just saying that basically it's hard to decide, obviously, because it's a cool move. And he was saying that I think if you keep putting it out, it's just going to become a power gazer at the end of the day. But then they were also just like, I mean, eventually I'm more scared whether Nishitani, who is one of the original Street Fighter developers, who's now at Arika, and he's always doing Hadokens, like in his pictures and stuff, and they're like, someday he's going to be able to shoot a real one. That's scarier to me.
So when does your game come out, and what platforms will you be available at launch, and do you plan for crossplay?
Okay, so the game will have crossplay and rollback netcode. It is coming in early 2025 is what we're saying now, and it is coming to PC, PlayStation platforms, and Xbox. So Xbox Series S and X, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Steam, and Epic Game Store.
Well, PS4, what were some of the challenges when going back to those last-gen consoles and optimizing them? Was that difficult for your team?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty tough, especially like the base PS4, obviously. It's pretty long in the tooth at this point, but it sold so many units and there's so many users out there, and especially in a lot of countries where our games are popular, we wanted to do our best and make sure we keep putting it out on PS4 for now.
And my very last question, and I know you can't answer this, but if I don't ask it, I'll just get yelled at by everyone on the internet. Terry was announced in Street Fighter 6. Does this mean we're going to get an SNK versus Capcom game sometime in the future? Possibly.
この後カプコン行ってきますって言って。
He's going to go ask Capcom about it right now.
So Max, good to see you. First of all, so I wanted you to give this some clarification because the news on the internet is, I think there's a miscommunication of like, you're not officially making a Marvel vs. Capcom game.
I'm definitely not. If it's that's the last thing I want, so I'm trying to remind everybody, exclamation point, it's a mod. So what happened as a result, somebody by the name of Rin, she created an MVCI editor, like out of nowhere. Seemed like a fun project. This modder in the past has done really crazy things like put Goku into Strive, functioning, which is a lot of work and a lot of hookup and a lot of stuff to make that happen. I played with it and it was shockingly like working. Like you could take Goku online against other people playing Strive if they had the mod and literally fight Strive characters and just give them hell. So as soon as I noticed that was that person, it was like, oh, there might be a route here to actually make some changes to the core engine of the game. Because this isn't a surface level mod, we're just swapping out textures. This is engine access. So we had access to the full amount of the game. We started like re-engineering how things worked, visuals, and that's where it all started.
So going back to that, why do you think MVCI got such a lukewarm reception at launch, like in your personal opinion?
Several very good reasons. MVCI, while it is a really fun game, probably one of my favorite Marvel vs. Capcom games to play, the visual style of the game was almost like in a negative, like not even in a positive light. It just did nothing but bad things for it. They were going after a cinematic Marvel Universe look, and it just didn't look good on any of the Capcom characters, barely looked good on any of the Marvel characters. Not to mention the game's roster was severely lacking. This was the period of Marvel where they had not acquired Fox, so they have no X-Men characters. At the time, Marvel was like literally actively pushing away X-Men from everything. This game was made with that in mind. It quite literally came out at the worst time possible, like right before I think Infinity War came out, so nobody cared about it. Long story short, and ended up selling okay, but there was so much ire. And as someone that's like, my main bread and butter is Marvel vs. Capcom, it's my favorite thing ever. It was one of the most painful experiences as a content creator to be like, I like this part of the game a lot, I love this franchise, but I can't not pay attention to these absolute huge blemishes. And, it was obvious. It was like, it felt like they're trying to milk the audience in some way by making a subpar MVC game.
Pretty venomous DLC immediately, that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Like the DLC characters were in the story mode, and then they dropped like a month later. So it was like a whole bunch of just bad news on top of bad news.
So like, what's your goal here for MVCI and beyond? Like, what's the roadmap and the ultimate goal to get this game out there and to change it?
So my personal goal, I've had this for years, is just to make Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite a cool game to people. Because a lot of people look at it the same way people saw Street Fighter V. It's just not a cool game. It's a game that ripped people off and made a bunch of people angry, right? So it had that. This is many years have passed. It's been almost 7 years. Right. So as a game that I personally love coming back to, and it's incredibly fun to play, and it has some of the best Capcom fighting game characters in the history of the entire franchise, people will never see that because of the way it looks and the roster and all the bad news. So just to get the game into a space where it's like cool looking, which was why visuals were priority number one. And then after that, I kind of want to approach balance and things like that, adjusting characters, in a way where if this game did get developer support beyond a couple of months when it came out, what would that have looked like 6 months later, a year later? What would they have done to the game? So that's what we're effectively targeting. Like, get the visuals online, and then start tackling some systems in the game that are kind of annoying to high-level players, just making adjustments on the fly and going from there.
So do you have like a plan in case Mr. Mouse gets a little antsy when you're doing this mod?
Yeah. I mean, that immediately as we started showing things off and we're getting front page IGN and all these, it's like, uh-oh. So I had a big red flag in my head. But at the same time, there has been other mods in the Marvel 3 scene that have been incredible. They've added 50 characters to Marvel 3. They've reverse engineered the game. I paid someone to figure out how to add character slots for an engine of a game that has no documentation. So they like brute forced everything in there. And if there was a game that was going to be taken offline at some point, it would have been that one. But from what I understand, if we're not selling things, there's no intent to sell. I have to remind people, this is a mod, it's not official. We're going to make it look as official as possible, but it is not going to be a thing that is for sale anywhere. There's another example I like to use. Monster Hunter Iceborne had a thing called Ice Mod that I recently played, and it rebalances the whole game. Like quality of life across the entire experience, new moves on weapons, everything. It works online with other people that have it. It's incredible. But it's like a large-scale mod for the whole game. And I think I want to do that with MVCI. I want to like have a large-scale mod. Here's all this new art, assets, moves, characters, visuals. Like check this out, and then just put it out in one big, tiny, easy-to-access mod. And if you want to not use it, you can just take it out.
You've been playing fighting games for over 3 decades. Wouldn't it be awesome in a dream world if they approached you and said, you know what, Max, we're going to make you an official designer of this game?
I'd probably say no. This has already been like, when you get into projects and you don't realize how busy you are until you just start doing something, and it's like, wow, this is taking up a lot of my life. And yeah, we have over like 25 people working on MVCIB right now. So, and this is just like industry folks that saw that, oh, there's a chance to do something on a Marvel-style game, a franchise that's effectively dead. People love this stuff, you know? So, yeah, a lot of people jumped on board really fast. And, you know, some really talented people are making crazy things. We just demoed it last night. We had a couple of surprises. The first surprise was that we have a functioning 2v2 mode. So 2 players versus 2 players, you can tag with each other, and you can actually play 4 players at one time. We just got to hook it in the engine. And the second big surprise was, for the first time in 25 years of the franchise, we added Cross Fever, which is 4 players on the screen at one time. And we got it all working. And the systems were already there. You know, Soulstone already allowed that to happen. So, you know, we got a lot more surprises of what we want to do to the game. Nothing that'll make it a different game. I don't want to add 3v3. I don't want to add like 1v1 modes. I don't think that's necessary. I just want this to be the MVCI that everybody wanted.
And then where can people go to find more information and updates on the progress of this project?
Pretty much Twitter. We don't have like a community profile as of yet. It's mostly just me and Rin posting things and other modders, but I think that might be a good idea eventually because I don't want to release it until it's done. And it's just like a let us cook situation. We've had a month, and we've got 8 characters online. They're like 95%, and we got a big roster after that. So, just give us a little bit, and there will be updates on my YouTube channel, that's for sure.
Now, my final question is, I've watched you grow over the last 3 decades. It's been a long journey. What would you say out there to younger generations who maybe didn't see that growth, what the biggest misconception about being a popular influencer is?
Sure, and I think a lot of people will look at influencers and YouTube channels at where they're currently at in their success and use that as an example of like a jumping point off for them. And I made the same mistakes too, where you look at what other channels are doing and you're like, I'm just going to do that and expect the same thing. And it's not the case. You don't see all the history that came before that to get them to that spot. So what I try to tell people, and I had to learn these things as I was growing as a channel in the early 2010s, was just make the content you want to see. If you're going to make content, you're going to try to emulate something else and just hope to get lucky, or just look in the content space and think about what you like to watch. And what do you like watching? Is there enough of that? Is there a whole bunch of that? Is there something unique in that space that hasn't been done that you can do? That's literally how I started with like Assist Me. It was just, hey, I love this AVGN character costume stuff. I think this is really cool. I think this is a great space for us to costume characters from Capcom and Marvel and really annoy me while I play fighting games. But I can teach people how to play them in the process. Like that was the beginning of it. I'm like, I want to watch that. And I was just dead set on executing that idea for like years,
Hello, I'm Takashi Iizuka, creative officer of Sonic.
What's new with this game? Is it a DLC? Is it a full-fledged new game? Like, talk about the perspective of the game.
Sonic X Shadow Generations is a new game. It's taking the 2011 Sonic Generations game, remastering it, and then adding into that new story and new gameplay using Shadow as the playable character with Shadow's story. So it's really a full game package with 3 hedgehogs: Modern Sonic, Classic Sonic, and Shadow the Hedgehog.
So speaking of that, are there any new abilities the Hedgehogs have, Shadow and Sonic? Are they unique? Do they have unique abilities to one another?
So yeah, Sonic and Shadow are very similar characters. They're both extremely fast, but we have some special abilities and new features for Shadow. He does have the brand new powers that are exclusive to this game, the Doom powers. Those are going to be a lot of fun to play. And we also have Shadow using Chaos Control to kind of stop time and do lots of Shadow unique abilities and attacks then.
What are some of the challenges when remastering a game from a director point of view, from your company's point of view?
So yeah, when thinking about Sonic Generations, when we remastered it, we really wanted it to look and feel better because we know a lot of people get into the game experience. So improving, not only the look but the frame rate is important, but even that we don't think would be enough, and we need new features. So we added in a Chow Rescue feature to Sonic Generations, so people who have played the game before have a reason to play it again.
Do you ever feel it's difficult to balance a remaster and not add too much and keep it the same, but at the same time want new things for players to experience with a remaster?
Yeah, it's always a challenge. It's part of what we want to do when we remaster the game is make sure things are still in their original state. So, Sonic Generations really is that 2011 game, the original game, Sonic Generations. But we also wanted to add some things in. We wanted to maybe remove some of the hurdles, the challenges, the things that stopped people from progressing in the game, but also adding in new actions for people that have played the game before, giving them new things to do inside of the game they've already played.
Can you take us inside your level design process? We played a lot of fun levels with Shadow today. What goes into designing a good Sonic level?
So yeah, the game design and really the level design for Shadow Generations is following the Sonic Generations kind of game format. We have a lot of levels and stages that are themed after really nostalgic and fun places that Sonic or Shadow have been in the past, and they wanted to use that to the maximum. So we have these stages you've played before, and we've added into there the new Doom powers that Shadow can use inside of the stage. And some of the more tricky places back when you played the original version of that stage, some of the tricky places, because of the new powers and abilities that Shadow has, is going to be more fun to play through and maybe a little bit easier for people to have lots of fun in. And so the team wanted to make sure everything felt original, but also had a certain amount of polish and tuning on it that more people can get through and have a really fun time getting through.
So with this being a remaster, Where does this take place in the Sonic timeline from a lore and story perspective?
Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations are two different games that you'll be choosing to play from the very beginning of the game. So you can choose to play through Sonic first, or you can choose to play through Shadow first. But from a story perspective, it's all happening kind of at the same time. So in Sonic Generations, the time meter comes, everyone gets sucked into the white space, and the game begins. Shadow Generations starts in the same way. We have the Time Eater event happen, and what happened in Sonic's world is also in parallel happening in Shadow's world. So the story is Shadow's story, but it's kind of happening in parallel to the events of what's going on in Sonic Generations.
Can you take us into your your mindset when you decide to do a remaster of sorts, like the conversation internally about doing that over a brand new game?
From a creative standpoint, it's always fun to make new games and deliver something new, but we also want to have titles coming out every year to keep all the fans excited and interested in our Sonic content. So there's always this conversation about what we're going to make and how we're going to make it. But we realize we also want to provide fans with things that they want, and just like when we released Sonic Colors Ultimate, a lot of fans said, "Oh my gosh, I really want like a Sonic Generations remaster. That'd be great." So we get to kind of have both slices of our cake and eat them too. Is we get to do a remaster and bring something out on time, but we also get to add in, it's not just the Sonic Generations remaster, we're adding in new gameplay with Shadow Generations to make sure the fans who loved Sonic Generations originally are going to buy this and like it because there's something new for them. But if you're just a new player and you've heard a lot about Sonic Generations and what a great game it is, you can also buy it and play it on the platforms that you have currently.
Love your necklace. Where did you get it, and where can I find one?
Thank you.
So thank you very much. You can buy this at King Ice. They have lots of cool product there. Check them out.
So people love Shadow, people love him. He's the ultimate life form, as he keeps reminding us. But for other fans out there who are liking the more obscure characters, what message can you give to them if they're really a big fan of Silver, or they're a fan of Vector? What would you say to them?
So for those who have played Sonic Generations, you already know this, but we have a lot of characters appearing in Sonic Generations. It's really like almost our full cast of characters that do make an appearance in Sonic Generations. So for those who haven't played it yet, do play it, because you will see Vector, you will see Silver. A lot of the characters maybe that you haven't seen in a while are there. But that goes for the Shadow side as well. It's not going to be Shadow just as his own. There's going to be lots of great characters on the Shadow side as well that hopefully people get excited about.
From a fan's perspective who knows nothing about game development, what do you think is the biggest misconception about your job being head of Sonic team?
So yeah, the only reason we've been able to continue releasing games for over 30 years is the support of our fans and really all of the positivity that we get from them. We're doing really well. Our business is healthy, and that allows us to bring out more games every year. And we really appreciate all the support we do get from our fans. And we do want our fans to know that it really helps the development teams out to get that support and to hear all the comments from fans. And be there to make sure they're going to be ready for more content, and they want more content. That helps everyone on the development team make the games, put in all the time, and make sure our fans are getting what they like.
Can you solve an age-old question? Who's faster, Sonic or Shadow?
We'll have to see in a race.
So you guys are even launching, there's like a Dreamcast kind of tie-in to this visually. Can you talk about that little bonus?
Yes, for those who pre-order, you can get a skin that will turn Sonic and Sonic Generations into a character that looks like Sonic from Sonic Adventure 2. And you can play Sonic Generations with that skin, so you get that cool look for the character. And in addition, if you order the Digital Deluxe, you are able to get a skin for Shadow that is based off of one of the original designs before Shadow was created. Is one of the many designs the team was thinking about for the character that became Shadow. That is also going to be a skin that you can put on the character and play through with that skin on. So we have two really cool offerings, and we hope people like them.
You said the magic word. Well, what a segue. Sonic Adventure 2. What a game that was, wasn't it? I have to ask because I see it every time, but People love that game. I love that game. It's a fan favorite game. Do you guys have any plans for a remaster of that down the line in the future?
Thank you very much. Yes, Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 are two of my favorite titles, so I really do want to remaster them and bring them to people, but they are really old. They're made with, kind of older software, and in order to really remaster them and bring them to what we want to provide players in this current generation, it takes a lot of work. So I'd like to believe that we could do this at some time, but we do realize it's a massive undertaking.
What would you say is the game you spent the most hours playing in your lifetime?
So unfortunately, I'm so busy, I haven't really had time to play many console games. I think since Zelda Breath of the Wild, I haven't really played any console games. And most of the games that I play are, games on my cell phone while I'm kind of passing the time, waiting to get other things done.
What do you think it is about Sonic and his characters and his friends that have made him withstand the test of time for almost over 30 years? 35 years, right? Yeah, about 30. Yeah. Almost 35 years.
So I don't know if this is true or not, but I want to believe that because every year we're releasing something, every year we're challenging ourselves, we're bringing new titles out, and we're really innovating, we're able to stay relevant, stay fresh, I think, in the players' minds. And because we do things like we release Sonic Superstars, and then we release Sonic Frontiers, and now we're releasing, Sonic X Shadow Generations. We're constantly challenging ourselves and bringing new content to the audience, and because it's fresh and it's fun for the audience, we think we're able to survive for the past 30 plus years, and we want to keep doing that in the future so we can still be relevant 30 years from now.
If you could describe what makes a Sonic game in one word, what would that word be?
It's got to feel good.
So when does Shadow Generations come out, and what platforms will be available at launch?
Sonic X Shadow Generations will be out this year, October 25th. For those who buy the Digital Deluxe or pre-order the Digital Deluxe, you can play it 3 days early, so that's going to be the 22nd. And we are out on pretty much any platform someone may have, whether it's the PlayStation Series, Xbox, Switch, Steam, or Epic.
And this is more just like a thank you. We have a lot of people on staff, and including fans, that interact with us and like the interviews we do with you, and we really do appreciate all the hard work you do, and that community is so great. Like, honestly, they may be hard at times. That's because they care about Sonic so much, and his team, and his friends, and his enemies. Just thank you for everything you're doing for that community, and thank you to the community for just watching these interviews and sharing them and spreading the word of Sonic. He goes fast, and he'll be around for hopefully a long time.
Thank you.
I'm the founding director of Pillbug Interactive, and I'm lead coder, I guess. Well, I'm the only coder, and that's my role, general role. Also, business stuff.
So I'm Dave, and I'm a lead writer and co-designer with Sean on all our Pillbug games, and I also do a lot of the pixel art. That's my areas for Pillbug.
And today we are looking at Captain Contraption and the Chocolate Factory. And can you just kind of give us the rundown, the top line on what is this game?
Sure. So Captain Contraption's Chocolate Factory is a post-apocalyptic chocolate factory game, but it's a chocolate factory game with physics. So it's like a game, something like Factorio, but crossed with something a bit like Polybridge. So everything in the game, every mechanic is driven by physics. So if you want to make a chocolate-covered almond, you smash chocolate and almond together, and that's how you create it. We kind of wanted to create a factory game that you could play in small bite-sized little chunks, and then that ended up going down this route of physics-based little puzzles where you solve these automation things. And continue on.
It's really interesting to see in action too, because you start with some. It looks like you start with some very small, simple instruments and tools, put them together, and you have the screen where you kind of got to get the input over to where it needs to be processed, and then over to where it needs to be turned into a treat. And how complicated was it to start to build the foundation of the physics and the automation for this game to work?
It was difficult, in a word. It seemed and so it came from. Have you seen the game Opus Magnum? Or Magnum Opus, I always get it the wrong way around. These kind of Zachtronic games that you have a programming game, and we're looking at that and thinking, what if that was we add that physicsness to it, that would be kind of neat. And then that sounds great, and you start doing it, and you realize there are things you can't do in this 2D physics plane that you can do really easily in something like a Factorio or another game. Like something as simple as if you have a bunch of ingredients that need to go across the screen, and you've got some other ingredients that want to go like up the screen. Normally, you'd have maybe 2 conveyor belts that just kind of cross each other, and the game just lets you do that because it does. But in our game, those things will hit each other. So you suddenly realize you have to do everything in these big kind of spirals, all these problems you don't realize are problems until you start kind of getting into it. And then you realize that's really the kind of core of what the game's about, is coming across and trying to find ways of getting around those weird problems from the fact that the nut is there and it exists.
And we found, I think like you're saying there, TJ, that it starts simple for the player, and that's of course how we started as designers. We started simple and then started to iterate and develop into kind of extra ingredients that behave differently and all that kind of stuff. So it was about starting simple for us and then just having fun and playing with it, and hopefully that transfers to the players as well.
And like talking about that sort of simplicity into complexity, like you take a look, even just like a look at the trailer, you can see how things get so complicated so fast as you add more machines, more gadgets, more automation to the system. And like, how do you go about like determining what simplicity is when guiding the player into this experience versus guiding them into more advanced and difficult setups later on in the game?
So the answer is level design. Like that's really the answer, is how do you get someone to go from the first level where all you're doing is taking one nut from up in the top left and getting it to the bottom right. Well, and to this kind of complex system is by picking those levels, designing those levels. And it's not something we've done in our previous games, which tended to be more sandboxy. So we didn't have that. But the way we tackled it was you kind of use the physics to your advantage of, like that first level, you put the entrance at the top and the exit at the bottom, and just naturally that's where the nut wants to go. So you don't tell the player, we're not just telling them directly, hey, you need to get from here to here. The level design kind of pushes them in that direction. And then there was a lot of testing of how you then kind of slowly ramp that up for the player.
And like, this seems like a game where the possibilities of level design, the possibilities of scenario design seem very endless. Like where you could put any level of challenges together, figure out where like things that need to be in place or things that need, or using a very limited resource pool of tools. Have you thought about player created levels, or like stuff that after they finish the main game being able to design their own like freeform contraptions?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a core design principle at the start of the process for us, was that we really wanted players to be able to do that. And I think, we're very much about kind of creating within constraints, because, obviously we're a 2-person team, and we try and kind of lean into any of those constraints we feel through the process. And we're very lucky to have not a massive Discord community, but, a very loyal Discord community. And some of the stuff they've created for our games, when we've given them that opportunity, has been amazing and has generated so many ideas for us and so on. So we knew we wanted that with Captain Contraptions. And we'll be launching with workshop support, keen to see what everybody comes up with the tools that we give them, because it is that kind of, we do design the levels carefully for the game in itself, but we are so looking forward to seeing what other people design with the simple tool set that starts each level, basically.
Yeah, what's quite interesting. So we decided very early on that the level editor that we're using to make the levels, we're just going to ship that. That's what you get in the game. It's the same one we use. And normally Valve don't let you have workshop support in demos. But somehow, because the demo has got the level editor in it, someone's figured out a way of uploading levels to the Steam Workshop with the demo, which I don't understand. That isn't a thing that should work, but someone seems to have found a way around it, because there are levels on the demo workshop which shouldn't exist, but they're already there's like interesting stuff on there, which is really exciting.
That's awesome. And where can folks find out more about Captain Contraptions Chocolate Factory?
So you can go to our website, pillbug.zone, which is, you can find out about all our games. You can follow us on TikTok, which is @pillbugint. and on Twitter at PillBuckInt. And if you download the demo from Steam, you can also join our Discord, which is a place to chat to us and give us feedback.
This game is set to launch July 17th. Are there plans for other platform releases past that?
I think that depends on the launch and how that goes. Being that we're a small team, we're often going like project to project. So we kind of see how it goes on Steam, and then kind of if there's interest, we can go from there, really.
I was going to ask you, TJ, what's your favorite chocolate?
Oh man, like dark truffle.
Nice,
All the
solid
way.
choice.
Just like
Solid choice.
that hard candy shell, that melty center. That's the ideal.
Hey, I'm Nathan Fouts. I'm the designer, director, and the writer of Chain Staff.
And can you kind of just give us the top line of what is Chain Staff? What are we looking at with this game?
Chain Staff is an action platformer with the special hook being you have a transforming grappling hook. So it's a run and gun, lots of platforming, and you got a grappling hook that can do all kinds of things. But we don't hold your hand. We tell you how it works, and then you get to figure it out in the level.
Seeing some of the gameplay in action, like it really does seem a little bit versatile, because I saw it used as a weapon. I saw it used to grapple around and swing. I also saw it used to like set up a pole to like keep a large alien structure from like crushing you as you go under it. How fun was it to just like decide, what can this thing do? How can you use it? What can it be used for, like defensively, mobility, or offensive wise?
It was an absolute blast. One of my oldest friends, he was just like, oh man, what's going to be your next game? I was like, oh, well, I mean, with Mommy's Best Games, I always try to pick an action game and put a really creative twist on it. I try as hard as possible to do that. So we did that in Piggy Ball. We with the eating in the barfing, kind of like Pac-Man, but different. And we did that in Shoot One Up. You played multiple ships, but all at once. So he's just like, dude, you should do a run and gun, but with a grappling hook for real. And it's like, okay, yeah. I love it. Like Bionic Commando, I love it. You know, Earthworm Jim, let's do it. But it's just like, it's got to be bigger than that. What are we gonna do? You know what I mean? And so the hardest part for the Chain Staff itself was trying to make it feel like organic, but when you use a power, to feel like the power is specific enough that it wasn't just, oh, it just always is kind of a thing and you just always kind of do the thing. So trying to create interesting situations where it's like, oh, this is definitely a platform situation. I should use it like a platform. And then another spot where it's like, oh, the platform's different than raising things, than jacking things up. So it's always on your mind, and you're always kind of trying to think of like, how do I use it a little bit differently? So coming at it from the other direction with design, it was tough but really rewarding to try to create the weirdest monsters that would let you think of ways to use it as a player.
And that is something that I saw that I was just enthused with right away. Your creature designs for enemies and like structures in this game, they are gross and awesome. And like how like compared to some of the other games too, like you've stuck to sort of like an arcade aesthetic in some of the older games, and this is just, it's got that vibe of like Contra Alien Wars, like Gorefest, the Bionic Commando, like later parts of that game. And like, what would you say was like the craziest thing that you came up with when you were designing creatures and monsters and stuff in this game?
One of the earlier ones, I'll get there, but one of the earlier ones is like, okay, your dude can wield a super spear. It's the biggest javelin, and he's ultra strong because of this alien parasite thing that we'll get into. But he's got this super spear, this javelin. It's like, there's got to be a balloon monster. Okay, there's got to be a balloon monster. You know what I mean? So balloon monster is like, well, we want to make him kind of cool and scary. And again, at the time, my son had a bearded dragon. Just like, oh, what if it's like a little dragon thing that inflates, but he also blows up his tail? And so like every creature that I do, I try to make sure you're surprised by it in somehow. Even the most basic enemy is called the flip bug. And he's this nasty looking centipede walking thing with a huge hook on his tail. You shoot him like twice. He flies back, you think it's dead, but then his tail rears up high and now he comes back at you for one more hit. So he only takes a couple hits, but every creature changes. So currently unveiled, the current most insane creature is what I'm just calling the organ boss. He's the level 3 boss. Level 3 is called Frozen Remains, so there's a lot of cool stuff in it. But hopefully, this will give away stuff, but hopefully people will still be freaked out and disgusted by it. You drop into this freaky ice cave, and there's this sentient, quiet, dormant, giant egg filled with organs. Like, you just don't even know what it is. And it's a thing hanging by the ceiling. And I won't spoil it all, but basically, I just knew when I did the design, I was like, you got a grappling hook. What if you have to hang from the creature? Sure. Like, that's happened before. You climb on creatures, Shadow of the Colossus. But it's like, no, what's the most disgusting thing ever? And it's like, what if you hang from a creature and you pull his organs out of his butt? We're doing that. So that's gotta be the grossest thing in the game. I mean, like, so far, I'm working on it. I'm trying to make sure other things are more insane. But, and this is all like 90s gore nonsense, right? That's what my kind of aesthetic is. It's gross, it's stupid, but it's like buckets of blood and ketchup. It's not like, you're not gonna be scarred for life. You know what I mean? If you see it, it's just like the dumbest thing you've ever seen, but like awesome. That's the hope.
There's a story here too. Like it is kind of that schlocky vibe as well, where like this is like a soldier that got basically attacked and fused with a parasitic creature, which forms basically the powers of the chain staff. And so like the military, whoever they are using him as like, we have this great thing here. We're going to use it as a weapon against everything that threatens Earth. And how fun was it to like write the story that goes along with just like this ridiculous, brutal action?
It was awesome. And it's funny, I don't know if we can edit it. At the beginning, I said writer. I guess I meant designer of the game. My old friend, AJ Johnson, is actually the dialogue writer for the game. I came up with the story and the structure of the story, but he writes the dialogue and he's really good at it. So that's all on him. But we keep bouncing back and forth, having fun, coming up with the concept of it. But I think like a lot of classic but schlocky stories, there's heart to it. And he came up with a good triangle. It's awesome. Like, you basically got yourself, your Sergeant Jesse Varlet. And so Varl is your nickname in this game because it sounds kind of alien and cool, but you're Jesse Varlet. Your sister is the doctor, and she's trying to save your life. So there's some real heart to it in that much. Captain Knox, yes, Fort Knox. Captain Knox, he's trying to save the world, and he's 100% using you like a pawn. Like, he's just using you like a military director. So he has that, good direction to it to save the world, but it's not looking good for you. Like, he's just using you because you're a super soldier now. And so your sister is trying to save your life, and the captain's trying to use you against, whatever's coming, and you're kind of caught in the middle.
For those who have kind of followed along with your games over the years, what do you hope for players and fans that have stuck with your games to like get out of chain staff that they may not have gotten out of your previous works?
I hope that they can enjoy a more like a maturation of my ability and skill as a designer. It's like the culmination of everything I've been working on so far. And I try to make every game like that better than the last and not a repeat. Just add something new to it. I think this is the best art I've ever done in my games, like the visual aesthetic and the design. And so, I think compared to my others, I try to make sure they're always still worth going back to and they hold up on their own. But I'd say this is probably my most polished game, and I'm loving it.
And where can people find out more about Chain Staff?
We've got a website called chainstaffgame.com. And if they are even casually interested in the game, if they wish list the game on Steam, that is a huge boost to me, my game, my art, and it'll help us get recognized by Valve going forward. So if they wish list it on Steam, they'll get more info as well. They can also sign up for the Mommy's Best Games mailing list. And I talk about the progress of the game, process, little secrets, and little contests and stuff like that.
For right now, you got it on Steam. Are there any plans to go to further platforms after the Steam launch?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi guys, I'm James from MegaCat. I was the first cat. I'm very excited to introduce Maximum Apocalypse today. Do you want to go Mike Nade next?
Sure, yeah. I'm Mike Ganade. I'm the designer of the original board game that the video game is based on.
Mr. Ramlock.
I'm Ramlock, or I'm the head of engineering at Megacat Studios.
I am TJ Tag, associate producer on Maximum Apocalypse video game, as well as the visual identity lead.
I'm Madison. I run the focus group testing here at Megacat Studios, and I'm also on the accessibility team.
Who wants to give the top line on what the game is about, what we're looking at, what players are getting into here?
I think on our side, like we've been in indie studios since day zero. A lot of us made a conscious decision to jump into the deep end and work in games we had a love and interest in. And there's so many people in Megacat that have a rich love for tabletop. And a lot of times we'd find that at trade shows, when they'd lay out tables for us, like things at PAX, they'd always put us near the tabletop folks as well, since we have physical cartridges. And I think the physicality just kind of drew a little bit deeper into us, meeting people like Mike, and then wanting to work on kind of maybe taking the things that we do with gaming and maybe expand some of the signal with some of our indie tabletop friends. So when we first met Mike and we saw Maximum Apocalypse, we're like, man, this is pretty cool. This could look visually interesting, and then solve some of the, I think, like sometimes friction that people get getting into some tabletop games that are incredibly intense. And I think there's some players that really like that, and there's some players that probably want something that can really enjoy these quick, snackable gameplay sessions. So that's kind of the really high level of why we wanted to get into this space and kind of what drew it. There's so many tabletop fans on the team. I feel like that's been on the wish list since we kind of started Megacat.
Yeah, and I would just follow up saying, you know, I would identify myself as a video gamer first, a longtime video gamer. You know, when I was younger, I started in Magic and tabletop and everything, but I lost that when I was in high school and college just because, you know, it's hard to do. It's much easier to jump on LAN and play Halo when you're in college and stuff like that. And it wasn't until years later that I rediscovered board gaming and my love for it. And in many ways, Maximum Apocalypse was inspired by a lot of the indie video games that I loved playing and knew about. You know, it's essentially my attempt at making a board game that's like a roguelike adventure survival game, like so many of the indie games out there that were popularized sort of in the late 2000, early 2010s, late 2000s.
There's this like shared affinity towards like in some of our company goals and values, like couch co-op and getting together and playing games with each other. That's just like triple emphasized with tabletop. So I think that just felt like a really, really easy play to get the team excited about.
Yeah, 100%. It's why I love tabletop again. So I remember playing like Mario Kart on Super Nintendo with my friends in 6th grade in a basement. And now you don't do that with video games anymore. Like, it just doesn't happen. But tabletop and board gaming is where you can have that experience again.
And so with this one, like it's a post-apocalypse roguelike, as you mentioned, where you take on one of several different survivors with different specialties and just kind of try to survive as long as you can, whether you do it alone or with others. And I'm curious, like, starting out as a board game and then coming to where we have like this video game, how interesting was it to try to like take all the functions and mechanics and aesthetics of the game and turn it into a video game, so to speak?
One of the things that, you know, I'm so happy about as sort of the board game publisher and designer is that so many of the board game implementations that are out there, like that were board games and become video games, are really just like the board game in a virtual space. And one of my favorite things about the Maximum Apocalypse project is that coming from a video game sensibility and knowing video games so well, like that's not what we wanted to do. It's not what I wanted to do, and I don't think it's what the Megacat team wanted to do. We've kept what the game is, like all the rules are the same, but video games gives us a way to present it a completely different way and sort of capture what you're trying to capture on the tabletop as far as theme goes. But it just isn't possible with cards and, you know, components on the table. And I think the team's done a really great job of sort of capturing what a video game version of this is while still maintaining the sort of rules and general sensibilities of how the board game works.
Yeah, and TJ Cat, I know you've been living in this, dude. I'd love some of your favorite moments.
Yeah, like I said, our goal was turning the board game into something that works as a video game, because if we were just to do a one-to-one translation, just like, okay, take these assets, put them digitally. That already exists both in like Tabletopia, like tabletop sim mods, stuff like that. With what we're able to do with the video game version, we're able to have like a little bit of like interaction, like a little bit of visual flair, and make the, you know, have sprites and characters move and interact in a way that gives it a little bit of extra flair there, so that you're relying less on your imagination to bring these characters and world to life. We have it in front of you with sound effects and music. Really good score so far by our music cat Mitch, and, you know, cool sprites that are inspired very much by the artwork from the original game.
And you can't have a really good apocalypse without a ton of really crazy looking VFX. So I'm glad to see that stuff all humming off.
One of the things I noticed right out of the gate with this is like, there's going to be multiplayer in this. There's going to be a form of like multiplayer that makes it similar to what you could do with the board game. And I'm curious, like, is that completely local, or is that something you can do online with others? How is that working?
So we're actually using Steam's own networking solution. So the game is fully multiplayer via the Steam API features. So you invite a friend via the Steam friends list, and from there you just, you know, actually play online. You see them select the character, you do your things, they do theirs, and you can see each other play. And since the game is turn-based, the screen also transitions to the other character, so you can see them playing. And you can also choose which one you're seeing at each time. So if you want to go back to seeing your cards while they are playing, you can also do that.
There's a few reasons we did that too. One of them being that I know it's a constant challenge to find people for matchmaking that want to play the games with you. And even if you have things like hyperactive Discords and all these other communities that people come together on, I feel like there's not an easier way with Steam's friends list and being able to open it up quicker, so you can just see who's online and say, hey man, you want to do a couple apocalyptic roguelike runs with me? You know, this is the way.
So this will have options to like, you can either get together with your friends, pull people off your list, or is there a possibility of like joining up with just randos to start a run?
That's a good question. Right now, it requires you to have your Steam's friends list going, but our expectation is that all the things that happen on things like Discords, like in the Rock Manor community and Make Out community, there's already a lot of private playtesting there for that same purpose. But I haven't seen an elegant solution for random, other than people just selecting random, because there's no lobbies. What do you think, Ramlog? What do you think is the most interesting way to solve that?
Yeah, we could do. Steam itself already has a lobby system, although it's not widely used. But we could do that. We could do full random, or we could do communities on Discord or something like that for joining as well.
Yeah, we were looking at some of the, TJ, have you seen the, I guess, Shack TJ, have you seen some of the cool Discord matchmaking stuff they have there too? They have like a new Discord rich presence, it's a matchmaking thing. I kind of didn't want to gate it behind one more piece of tech for folks that don't use Discord. Something I've noticed is that there's a lot of folks that are big tabletop fans, that are like casual game fans that love video games, but they definitely don't use Discord and Twitch and things like we all use that are living in gaming all day. I didn't want to make it like another discovery challenge, but it's an interesting problem to solve. Maybe there's a way to have it as a toggle or something.
Oftentimes with board games, like there's so many mechanics involved, so many features involved. Would you say that this is like kind of one-to-one as far as what's in the board game coming to what's in the video game? Or is there things that are gonna like that won't necessarily be in the video game on day one that might come later, or are there plans afterwards for like adding stuff that might not be in there at start?
I guess I'll kick that off. So we have a big appetite for DLCs, and the DLC in Maximum Apocalypse is awesome. All the core gameplay features that are in like the Maximum Apocalypse tabletop game are represented in the digital game, the version we have now. We're actually live on Kickstarter currently too. We have just over maybe 10 days left, something like that. But it's winding down, and we're about to close in on another stretch goal for some of the DLC content too. I can see, based on all the other fandom that Mike Nade has created, and as the father of Maximum Apocalypse, the DLC content definitely gets a lot of fan sentiments. I don't know, Mike, did you create the DLC based on like customers driving what they wanted, or is it just always part of your?
So my goal with like the DLC we revealed so far and sort of where we're headed is I'm trying to keep things in the same chronological order that the board gamers experienced it. So, the video game that's on Kickstarter right now is the original core. Like if you go back to the first Kickstarter of Maximum Apocalypse where it was born, the core set and the original sort of the core game, the original Maximum Apocalypse board game is what we're trying to represent in the current version of the board game. And then the first DLC content is like the first expansion, which I'm pretty confident will unlock that first expansion. which was Kaiju Rising, which has 2 new characters and like a kaiju threat. And then my goal would be to sort of continue down the line of features. So board gamers sort of know where we're going because they've experienced everything. But I think we released things in a good order with the board game, and it kept people interested all the way through. And it's a good path to follow moving forward. It makes the most sense because the final, like as the expansions went on in the board game, talking about complexity and stuff, we tried to keep the original board game a mid-weight style game and didn't want to get too heavy. But the nature of board game expansions is sort of it gets heavier as you go and add more expansions and more components. So from a coding standpoint too, I think it makes sense to not go crazy trying to add all these new features and timings and things to the video game when that doesn't really apply until the last few expansions. So we're going to try to hopefully eventually follow the order and catch up to where the board game series is.
And just to add on a little bit, like as we're focusing on the core game, like if you play Maximum Apocalypse before hopping into the video game, the rules are going to be exactly the same. The cards are going to be based on the current edition of the game. They work as they would in the video game or in the board game version. We have it all there. So like if you're familiar with Maximum Apocalypse, hopping to the digital world, it's going to be the same good time, just different medium.
A lot faster too.
Yeah, a lot faster for setup. Yeah.
No prep time, no worrying about whether you forgot to increase hunger. It's just all there.
The Kickstarter topic brings up an interesting conversation. Like, first off, like, can you speak to like how it's been going, and then also, what has the reaction been like? Who's coming along for the ride? Like, are you seeing a lot of the fans of the board game coming along? Are you seeing a lot of new faces come along and see like, what is this? This is interesting. How has the turnout been with that?
I'll start with this because I think I probably have the most experience with Kickstarter, just because kickstarting in board game and crowdfunding in board game is such a huge part of the industry right now. Not as much in video games. So the first thing I'd say is just what was really important to me, sort of knowing Kickstarter and knowing crowdfunding, was, we've been working on this game now. I actually was like looking it up, and our first emails with MegaCat were like back in 2000, like end of 2020, like beginning of 2021. And it's been 3+ years, like working on this game effectively. And we could have done a Kickstarter, a year into that project, a year and a half into that project, and it wouldn't have been the right time. We would have made backers wait an excruciating amount of time while we figured out online multiplayer, like all these particulars. So it's really important to me, if we were going to do crowdfunding, to do it near the tail end of the game where we can get the game in people's hands quickly. And because I know people have been burned by video game Kickstarters, people have been burned by board game Kickstarters too, but video games, I would say, has a worse reputation. It's sort of a different animal. Based on where we are, I would say I definitely feel like, the Rock Manor Games crowd, who are board sort of initial people, I think, are fans of Rock Manor Games and our board games, and they're also video gamers. They're sort of that cross section. I think the overall response from those fans is like really positive. If anything, they're like the ones pushing us they want all the content, right, for the board game. They want to like catch up with everything they have. And they're the ones driving us with like all these particular questions about, variant rules and like things that are like really deep into the board game. And our goal is to get those people beta testing the game. So we think they'll be great beta testers before the video game comes out, because they have so much knowledge about it already. That's where we sort of are. As far as like the video game, market as a whole, like bringing in new people, we've definitely brought in some new people just because we have some pledge levels where people can buy the board game and they're picking up physical copies of the board game and the video game together, which is nice for new people. We definitely have some of the people taking advantage of that. But I'm not sure with like Summer Games Fest and some of the other video game news that's been going on at June, like I think we were eclipsed by that a little bit. I'm not sure how much information we've gotten out into the greater video game world or like Steam players world, but the MegaCat guys know that sector better than I do.
But we have Steam Next Fest coming up with Maximum Apocalypse be part of too for Summerfest. And then it's funny, like we're closing in on like 650 backers with no paid ads, no paid influencer spots. Like the people that are giving us coverage are just like people that always support us and support indies. And we have some really neat stuff coming up this week. But a lot of the opportunities we did get for folks that gave us immediate like pickup, we asked them to kind of place it as we closed the Kickstarter, since we did have it funded in the first day and a half. So I think that big thrush at the end, we were hoping to unlock some of these stretch goals and take some of that momentum that all the existing like MA fans have jumped in and asked about.
which is what always happens too. Like that's Kickstarter is like about a third of your. I mean, my experience in the board game industry, being a sort of well-known entity at this point, is about a third of your funding comes or more in the first week, 3 days, and then another half of your funding can come from like the final week, and then the middle just sucks. I mean, it's just like you get as much as you can, you try not to have negative days, and you just hope that the little incremental stuff you're getting on in between helps you for the rocket at the end.
As this game has been coming together, like I guess I'm curious about there's a thing also like about like you want to make this fun as like and respectful to the original board game, but you also want to make it like fun as a video game, and I imagine there must be some level of challenge in there. So I'm wondering, as far as testing goes, like what has been the biggest challenge in like not only making this faithful but also just like fun on its own in every way that you can make it?
Well, I think on the design side, knowing how much to tutorial and automate things, and then how much to require people to do deep tabletop thinking has been a little bit of an interesting hurdle. I think that the general expectation in a lot of video games is you have these quality of life reinterpretations that make things super fun and super low friction, so people can just get in and play. And some of the tabletop games are almost purposely built through progression to become more challenging and require another level of like serious critical thinking and playing. And so maintaining some of that essence in the game while still making it pretty low friction for people to pick up and play, I think has been a back and forth since we started the game. I'm a huge fan of roguelikes. It's one of the reasons we love Maximum Apocalypse too. And I think the way we're interpreting it too has a little bit of like Slay the Spire kind of influence. I think that game's so easy to pick up. And that's one of the reasons it was as successful as it was. Because a lot of times it's someone's first roguelike. So making sure that kind of ramp up is there at the beginning of the game, I think is one of the things that's essential for like a video game player. And I don't know if we want to talk about the multiplayer hurdles, but it's a real pain in the cattail doing all the multiplayer stuff as usual.
You have that original design, you have like the visuals to work with from the board game, but like obviously you don't have the sounds and the effects, and you don't have the music to do. So what has it been like sort of fleshing out places where like there wasn't really anything there and you kind of had to come up with something to match the aesthetics and mechanics of the game itself?
Megacat TJ, is it an HR liability for us to talk about all the firecrackers under your desk and all the post-apocalyptic kind of method training you've been doing to get kind of in scene?
As long as nothing I say is admissible in court, we should be fine talking about it. So yeah, no, it has been as a visual identity lead, coming up with like how can we interpret the visuals and the world of Maximum Apocalypse into the video game form. I'm glad you said about the sounds and the music. Like our sound effects team has been going through like, okay, what sound does a rusty bear trap make? What sound is an alien laser going to sound different from a robot laser? Having fun discussions like that. When we were trying to come up with the original vibe for the music, it was like, okay, Maximum Apocalypse has horror elements, but it's not a horror game. It has adventure and action elements, but when say fully like action adventure, it combines all those. So we were looking at like what movies get that kind of vibe. So we were thinking stuff along the lines of like John Carpenter soundtracks for like the movie's blanking on me. They Live, which has like spooky elements but has action, stuff like that. Get into those atmospheric synthesizer vibes for some of the enemies, and also having more drum heavy stuff for like the mutants, because we were listening to the Mad Max soundtrack for some of them. Visually and audibly, it's been a really fun challenge bringing the board game to the video game atmosphere, and Mike's been giving us a lot of really great feedback and a lot of creative input so that we can make sure the best version's coming out on the screen.
As we kind of coast into the end of this, I would just like to give you an opportunity to say, where can folks find out more about the game? How can they get more involved with like learning about it, getting together as a community, maybe like setting up to make sure that they got their party ready to go on day one when this comes out?
Well, if you want to follow MegaCatStudios.com, subscribe to the newsletter. We have all sorts of cool stuff coming up for play testing that Madison's coordinating. If anyone's on the Kickstarter, of course, we're going to be playtesting with those folks as well. You find us on every social platform for Megacat Studios. And Mr. Mike, you want to go through the Rock Manor hype train?
Yeah, I mean, we're similar. RockManorGames.com is where you can find all the board game information. We're on socials too. We have a Discord channel, although I'm sure it pales in comparison to the video game side of things. But we do playtesting for board games over there as well. So if you're into that type of thing, it's there. But we also have we have like a channel there for Maximum Apocalypse fans. I'm sure a lot of them will be looking for players online as well. So we'll try to share people across Discord servers so they can get online and play with each other.
And as we close this out, is there anything else you want to share that we didn't hit in any of my questions before we close it down?
Mega Cat's located in Pittsburgh, and I specifically live near Monroeville, which has the Monroeville Mall, which is where the original Dawn of the Dead was filmed. And if you know anybody that's born and raised in Monroeville, it's not hard to find somebody that's been involved in one of the Romero zombie movies. So I'm all about the zombies, the zombie faction.
You're living in it.
Yeah.
I have a good contribution, TJ. Have you ever been to like Mars, PA during the Mars Fest? Like every year, you might find this kind of funny, Shack TJ. So there's this area called Mars that have this really cheap alien statue, and like a pretty small community. People just congregate near it and have like little like mini carnivals every year. Some that dress up as aliens. I think every city should have a place like that. I'm really proud to say we have one here in Mars, PA.
Steven Kick. I'm the studio head of Night Dive Studios. And yeah, we're working on The Thing and Killing Time.
Larry Cooperman, Director of Business Development for Night Dive Studios. And what Steve said goes for me too.
Let's jump into Killing Time. When I saw PO revealed for the first time from you, I was like, that one? I was like, because like Night Dive has been on a tear, like doing some awesome remasters of things that people really, really love. Like we've had Rise of the Triad Ludicrous Edition, we've had System Shock, we've had I'm sorry, what was
Quake 2. We had that out, and Star Wars Dark Forces.
And that's just to name a few.
I will tell you, when I was asked about the art style for PO'd, I did say, well, it's no Star Wars Dark Forces.
and now we arrive at Killing Time, which is kind of another 3DO deep cut. And I'm kind of curious, just like off the top of my head, did y'all just like take a dig through the 3DO library and just start like, this one could be good? How did you move from PO'd into Killing Time here?
Well, originally we were looking into doing Killing Time like 5-6 years ago. That was kind of on our radar pretty early on, and we ran into some legal issues with that initially. And it wasn't until Ziggurat, I wouldn't call them a sister company exactly, but they had acquired all the rights.
Our partner in that.
Yeah, that's definitely more accurate. They're our partner in this release, but they had acquired all the rights and had kind of cleared all that up, and so it had come back to us in that way. And so we were kind of ready to work on it. We had already done some of the preliminary work on finding the source code and some of the assets. So it was just a matter of time, really, before we got our hands on it.
But PO'd completely separate, although coincidental and perhaps serendipitous. PO started out with Steve came to visit came to visit me in Las Vegas, coming in for DICE. I want to say not last year, but the year prior to that. And we went to one of the collectible stores here in Las Vegas, and sure enough, Steve found a copy of PO'd, which was a game that was near and dear to the heart of Sam Villarreal. So that kind of brought the topic up about PO'd, and then fast forward, some months past that, Sam's birthday is coming up, and Steve asked him what he wanted for a birthday present, and it was to do PO'd. It was to Kexify PO'd.
Yeah, he goes, can you go get the rights to that for me?
That's so cool. So it's just, that is straight up a passion project then.
It absolutely was. But I want to say about both games, TJ. I mean, it's a great question. People are going to ask why. And look, Night Dive has had a consistent mission throughout, which is to talk about games preservation and to bring the games back. It has always been about the games for us. And yeah, we know that PO probably was not going to make the list of top 10 most significant games in gaming history on anybody's list. Not in the top 100, maybe not in the top 1,000. But it's still a game that contributed to gaming history, and it did some pretty cool things. I think that you can see the sense of humor in PO'd. I'm not saying that it was the original, but I think you're going to see that same snarky, tongue-in-cheek style of humor about the game is something that passed on to more and influenced more modern and more classic titles.
It's an interesting point that you brought up before about the rights for Killing Time were in Ziggurat's hands. And it just so happens, like, for those who don't know the history, Atari owns Ziggurat, and at this point they have acquired Night Dive as well. So y'all are, wait, do I have that right?
I'm gonna say Wade Rosen, who is the CEO of Atari, is the principal investor in Ziggurat, but that is through Wade as Wade Rosen the person rather than as Atari.
Right.
So there is no direct. They're not under the Atari umbrella with us, but certainly there are points of commonality that we have.
Right, and that was kind of what I was gonna get to, is that like this interesting set of connections kind of has made it possible for Killing Time to like happen under Night Dive at this point, hasn't it?
You're absolutely right, and it's not the first one. I mean, you mentioned Rise of the Triad. Rise of the Triad was a project that we had wanted to do also for years, but it took our partnership with Apogee and New Blood, and I think that's something interesting that companies that are playing in the same space often work together. Often, we're really serious about the content and about the games, and so we're willing to, subordinate our own interests to produce the title.
And jumping into like the content of Killing Time, like this is another game that is kind of interesting, kind of pioneering. This game took a lot of stuff that was new and very young in technology at the time and mixed it into a first-person shooter. We're talking about like you've got the first-person shooting, but you also have a bit of puzzle solving. You have a bit of FMV, and
Yes.
It's just a lot of stuff coming together into one game. And how exciting is it to finally get like Killing Time into your hands, being able to apply like the Night Dive development style to it and fiddle with everything that's in there?
Well, the really interesting thing about Killing Time is that out of all the games that we've done over 10 years, it's had the most exhaustive, well-kept archive of assets that we've ever seen. So all the original movie clips that were filmed of the actors in costume that were primarily used for that FMV and for the enemy sprites, we have all that. And so the difference between the retail version that came out in, I think, 1995 or whenever it was first released, and the upcoming remaster is going to be night and day in terms of quality, just in terms of the presentation and how sharp and how clean all the assets are. And we don't often see that. We don't often even get the source code to games, but in this case, we have almost everything. And it's going to be a real treat for for Killing Time fans.
The other thing that comes up is and this is something that I said recently, but you can judge the importance of titles both from the immediate impact, how many people bought it, how many people played it, but also for the influence that it had. For there's always one game that does something for the first time, and then it becomes a thing that people, model after that. And some of these old titles really were groundbreaking.
When you look at the original Killing Time, when you look at what's out there right now, it's there's a lot of stuff in there that's very unique, very cool, but you can also see the dating on it. Like you can the FMV, not the best that I've seen, not the best that many have seen, but it's still in there. And with like all of these assets at your disposal and like this archive to work with, how much is Night Dive able to spruce it up past what it was?
Almost the entire game. It's wild. We've had to recreate a couple things that were missing from the archive, but but not much. It's all in there, and you know, whoever was responsible for backing all that up and making it available, I mean, they probably couldn't foresee that, you know, a company 30 years later would be going through it and rebuilding it, but I'm grateful for it.
And the Kex engine it's been so good for so many games. Like when I was playing through Star Wars Dark Forces, I loved that game when I was a kid, but like being able to actually like look up and down easily, being able to like fiddle with the controls easily, being able to like seeing how crisp those sprites looked, it was incredible. And like has there been, what would you say is like the biggest challenge as the team approaches these older games, like these games that may not have full archives available, and what is the biggest challenge behind taking something and like bringing it up to Night Dive level of quality?
That's a really good question. Both our engineering and our art teams are incredibly talented, and they've definitely gone through the gauntlet of 90s FPSs, so they understand like what makes the game feel good, what kind of things can be added in to make it feel even better, or to just make it more presentable or kind of appetizing to a modern audience. And I think it's definitely a blend of those things, like getting the movement feeling nice, getting the controls to feel responsive, having the art look good on a 4K screen, because that's what everybody has now. And then just finding a balance between those things and making sure that it doesn't go too far in terms of losing what made the original so special. And it's a fine line to balance for every game because they're so different from one another. But I think that we've done a really good job of understanding like what it is that made those games what they were and why they endure. And then being able to also shine a light on what they represented and what they offered to the industry, so that both old fans and new fans can find a lot of enjoyment in them.
Out of curiosity, if you can talk about this, or if it's a little too early yet, like when it comes to Killing Time itself, I want to ask, like, what is your favorite upgrade that you've assembled for this game so far? Like, what are you most excited for people to see when they see Killing Time?
Well, I think one of the biggest complaints, and so this is another thing that the team actually really enjoys doing, is going back and reading old reviews for the game and getting a better idea of what even back then caused problems, or bugs, that type of thing, or frustrations that reviewers had with the experience. And for Killing Time explicitly, I think it was the level design. It's okay. It's not the best. It can get a little confusing. And so we actually brought in a level designer to come in and reevaluate some of those problem areas that were identified even when it originally came out, and kind of smooth it out so that it's not as frustrating. It's still there. The foundation of the level design and the intention of that level is still present, but it's just the rough corners have been smoothed out. So I think that's going to be one of the biggest things that people see and appreciate from the Night Dive team. But also, I mean, I can't wait for you to see the difference between the sprites from the original and what we have now. They look totally different. Unrecognizable almost.
Getting into it, the thing was an absolutely interesting video game at the time it came out. Like, we are talking about some of the most interesting action horror elements that I think I've ever seen in a game.
Nobody had ever seen anything like it before.
Kind of same question. What is it like to not only handle a game as unique as this, but also an IP just as massive and beloved as The Thing?
Just on that note, and Steve is really the driving force behind it. But we had been looking to get the rights to do that. We've been talking about doing this. It was on our list since the company started. You know, Steve as a youngster had a very strong personal attraction to the game. He started playing it during a very snowy New England winter. Very snowy New England winter doesn't usually require amplification. We know. So it must have been the absolute perfect time to be playing that game, with the snow piling up outside. So, that was something that it was IP that was very important to us, and we've been very careful to treat it with the reverence that it really deserves.
The original team behind the thing talked about how like the fear and infection system were very experimental at the time. But because they had to have a story in there, these mechanics kind of clashed with the systems at the time, and it became very difficult to balance. And I was curious how the team has approached the challenge of that, and if they're retweaking things or if they're kind of keeping things the way they were.
I believe that the system is being mostly kept intact, because again, this is one of those instances where we went back and we read the reviews, and this was also something that some of the original developers talked to us about as well, like what their intentions were and how, they didn't have exactly the time that they wanted to really kind of smooth out some of those things that were mentioned, such as the infection taking place on somebody that you literally just tested for infection, and it having to happen because of the scripted sequences in the game, where one of your teammates was going to get infected no matter what. So it kind of took out a little bit of the player agency that they were kind of striving for initially in the original game. We're keeping a lot of that intact. It was part of the original game. There kind of isn't a way around it without redesigning major parts of the game itself. But what's interesting is they talked about what they were planning for a sequel, and the whole thing was going to take place around a dynamic infection system where basically if somebody got infected and you couldn't eliminate the thing in time, you would lose the game because it would spread to everybody at this this Antarctic camp that it took place in. But the problem was, and they kind of found a lot of joy in talking about it, is that you could get a game over within the first couple of minutes of the game, because if an infection took place somewhere else in this open world and it just started, taking over, there was nothing to do about it. So there's a lot of tricky balancing in the original, but it sounds like even with this one that they were planning, as a result of that, it was going to get even harder. But yeah, it's something that we're aware of, and it's just going to be one of those things that is it's kind of like a legacy holdover.
And that kind of answers a little bit of my next question, which it sounds like you have had chances to talk with the original development team a little bit about this game, but also have you been in contact with Carpenter himself on any of this? Like, is he involved at all?
No, not John, but we have been working with a number of the original developers from Computer Artworks, who are the original devs on the game. Ron Ashtiani and Mark Atkinson, but they've basically been consulting with us and going through giving us some ideas on where to push things. Again, they may not have had the time back then to fully implement or design, but it's been invaluable for the team, much in the way that the original developers helped us out for games like Shadow Man and Quake 1 and Quake 2. It's been kind of an integral part of our secret recipe, finding the people who made the game and hearing directly from them, like what they would have done differently back then if they had been able to. And then, taking that advice and implementing it on our end and coming out with a better game on the other side.
You mentioned that Carpenter himself isn't directly involved, but he did have a cameo in the game, and there was the song that was at the end from Saliva, which, like, in this day and age of like licensed properties and IP, like, will these things be kept intact in the game? Like, will we still get to hear Carpenter as Faraday and Saliva at the end of the game?
Yeah, to my knowledge, those are both still in there.
Worth noting, like, you talked about it like with the sequel a little bit, but like some interesting aspects of the thing was that there were Game Boy versions in development. There was that sequel was in development, and eventually, like, most of these things got canceled at one point or another. And I thought back to like Star Wars Dark Forces Remastered, where like we got so much behind the scenes stuff, and alongside that was just so interesting to dig through. And I wonder, will we get to see some of that in the thing?
So We had the Vault. We introduced the Vault actually in Quake 2, and then again, as you mentioned, in Star Wars Dark Forces. We have not come to a final determination yet as to whether there will be a Vault in the thing or not, in the thing remastered. But we can tell you, and you can take this to the bank, that there will be plenty of content and surprises for fans to discover in the game.
What would you say is some of the challenges associated with taking on such a legendary IP as the thing?
So you want to make enough modifications. You want to make enough enhancements that people feel that they're getting a real value. That there have been done, that there have been things that are done that have made it more playable, more accessible to today's modern audiences. That's the sine qua non. I mean, that's the reason for all of the work that we do. At the same time, TJ, the challenge is there's a temptation to put your own mark on things, to change things, to improve them, and you want to be careful to preserve the elements that made the game great in the first place. It's one of the reasons why we focus so much on working with the original developers and asking the questions: what was your intent? If you had a better set of tools, what would you have done? What would you do differently? To stay within the realm of what made the game great, not lose any of those things, and at the same time to make sure that you give people enough value.
On the surface level, I can speak to this because it's, as a huge fan of the original movie, we've got some artists on our team that are probably even more fanatical than I am, and they have gone over every frame of the original movie, and they've picked up details and small little things, just visual things, that they've brought back into the game that were omitted for whatever reason in the original, to just make it look and feel more like Outpost 31 from the movie. So if you're a really big fan, there's going to be a lot there to appreciate.
That's awesome. It's almost like you just put out a Where's Waldo. Like there's going to be Easter eggs. Like what should I be looking for? Where is it going to be? What's that from?
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Exactly.
And like I have to ask at that point then, like, what has been the most exciting or perhaps surprising part of like getting the thing video game and kind of getting to see what's under the hood and how things worked and how it was set up in the original game versus what you're doing with it?
Yeah, I wish I could speak to the technical side of that, but from the perspective of our engineers, they always love to look at these games, the ones that have bespoke engines, the games that aren't powered by Unreal or even IdTech at this point, because everybody had unique ways of approaching those design challenges and those game mechanic challenges back in the day, that they would create their own systems. And so the guys really love to see literally how it was done under the hood. Like, in this game, how did they handle the aiming of the weapons? It's completely different than, say what is standard today, because everybody uses the same engine. And then from kind of like an art perspective, we're working with the original art director, and he's telling me, oh yeah, the guys got PTSD because they had to look at car crash photos for this reference of this guy being torn apart because they don't know what organ is he could be exposed here. You hear these stories and you see that your own team kind of going through the same movements, and you just gain a whole new appreciation for the people that came before us
years ago. And he's somebody that was instrumental in getting my career started. Matt Toshlag, who was one of the original developers of Descent, was talking about making games in the 1990s. They were building the engine that powered the game at the same time as they were making the game. Just incredible to think about.
We talked a little bit about the balance of like the systems, like the Infection and Fear system, but can you go over like the broad strokes of what are players going to see? What are the night dive touches that players going to see when they see the thing remastered?
I think that the biggest thing is going to be the graphical enhancements. One of the things that was expressed to us by the original development team is that they wanted the game to feel more like the movie in terms of specifically the lighting and the atmosphere. And while the original game did a really good job of it, the technical limitations of the time didn't really enable them to go as far as they wanted. And so that was kind of our big call to action from our art and programming teams, was to add, you know, more dynamic lighting, the ability to kind of color grade certain scenes like you can in film. And so a lot of the areas that you revisit in Outpost 31 will look very similar to those in the movie, in terms of, again, the lighting and the coloring of the scene. It sounds trivial, but it took a lot of technical work to be able to implement the tools to enable the team to do that kind of thing. It just really evokes the feeling of the movie now, much more so than it did originally. Especially if you had played the game on PlayStation 2, you know, when it came out. So that's like my biggest thing, is I hope that both new and old players who experience the game, they feel like they're there. They feel like they're at Outpost 31, and they can see the destruction and the mayhem that was left over from the original movie.
Yeah, we shipped 4 titles last year, including System Shock. This year we're really stepping up our game.
Stepping up, like y'all are already at it hard work, like nonstop.
So this is another one where, you know, just as a closing thing, I had mentioned during our Killing Time talk that like 5-6 years ago, that's when we wanted to do Killing Time. Well, the thing was very similar. I think, you know, the day after System Shock 2 had been a success for me personally and had launched Night Dive, the thing was like the one that I wanted to do next. So it only took, you know, almost 11 years, but it'll be worth the wait.
TJ, there's been I guess a witticism that we've had at Night Dive for a while. It only took us 10 years to become overnight successes.
Hey folks, I'm Juan Castaneda. I'm the creative director behind SOPA, which is a beautiful narrative experience about the things we pass along. My background is as an animator, a 3D animator, and then I also worked for many years as a technical director on different kinds of projects, from music videos to film to games.
Right off the bat, like looking at this game, it seems deeply personal. Like it seems like a kind of story that comes straight from the heart. And I'm just like kind of curious, like, how did you begin to assemble this story? Like, what were the inspirations for it?
It is, I think, a very personal story, and I'm glad that that's coming through. The story is really based around our experiences growing up in Latin America. I come from a big family. I co-wrote the game along with my cousin, who's the gameplay lead on SOPA. And we collected a lot of our family stories. Some of them are more changed than others, but we tried to capture basically the feel of growing up in Latin America in the 90s. Everything from like the lighting to the grandma's house, which is inspired by my grandma's house somewhere in like the mountains of Colombia. A lot of people have said that the little boy Mijo looks a lot like me, but we've really tried to give it that personal touch to capture that feeling.
Speaking of colors, like this game is like, it's vibrant, it's very pretty, and like there's definitely an aesthetic here. How difficult was it to like sort of come up with the visual sort of theming of what you wanted here and put it together to kind of make the tapestry that tells this narrative?
So it was definitely a search. I think a big part of the core art style is just my own personal art style that I've evolved over the years. But we were trying to first make it look and feel very Latin American, which is something that we hadn't seen a lot in games. And what's interesting is I think people have this association of what Latin America is supposed to look like. And that's built around the aesthetics of certain specific countries. But some countries like Colombia have an aesthetic that is a little bit more subdued in terms of certain things or the usage of certain colors. So a lot of it was looking at what we have around us here, but also deliberately trying to like play down things that could be interpreted as being from other countries that are a little bit more representative, more commonly represented in media. I think a big part of it is the lighting. So just capturing that particular type of feel of like a hot day, and of the air not moving around too much. A lot of the work was trying to capture that feel of these places in Latin America, of our hometown essentially on a hot day. And so a lot of it is that the beam of light coming in through the window, the air being kind of still, these sorts of little dust particles floating around in the air, that light beam next to the window. And just the particular kinds of colors that you get, because it's not exactly the same as a golden hour, like in the northern hemisphere. It's a lot more of like it feels like more of a whiter light that's gonna burn out the highlights a little bit. And so trying to capture that color and that mood and that feel was really important to us, because it's about the experience of being there, and showing a little bit of that stillness. And it makes it feel like you've been there longer than you actually have. That all plays into the vibe of being in these places, and so it was really important for us to capture that.
And there's a really kind of funny vibe in some of the imagery that we see, like even in just some of the trailers for this game, like the I assume it's a coyote.
So it's a culpeo fox, from far down in South America. Yeah.
The reptiles playing a card game, just like there's all sorts of fun stuff in here. And like I'm curious, like, does some of this come from folklore? Does some of this come from just like stories? Like, how did you decide like how the more supernatural elements of SOPA?
So it's definitely a mix. We did try to make it so that most of the animals that you see in the game are animals that you find in the regions of South America. So, for example, from the frogs to the fox, it is a particular type of fox that's in the far south. We even have a character that's a harpy eagle, which, funnily enough, one person recognized on Twitter as being that exact species of eagle, which we thought was really cool. As far as some of the goofier things that they do, it's a mix of playing on the idea of tall tales, or what we call in Latin America magical realism, specifically in Colombia. And so it's this sort of place where it works as a tall tale, where you hear this sort of story that's just pushed enough or just extraordinary enough for you to doubt whether it's real or not. And so we took that as a starting point, and then we ran with it. So it was sort of like, well, how would you exaggerate, frogs being really large? Maybe these frogs, maybe people say in the town that these frogs used to be so big around town that it felt as though they were eating potatoes. And you sort of play on it in that direction of like, what would big frogs do? What would frogs behave like if they were just like normal people living in their normal like frog town? And we sort of just run with that idea and keep adding things to it and adding things to it and adding things to it. Like when you're having a conversation with a close friend and you're just kind of adding to somebody else's joke, and then it just takes on a life of its own.
It's also really cool that like some players have already sort of like from those regions have seen what you're putting in the game and can kind of identify with like some of the imagery, some of the animals, some of the stories. It's really interesting to see like that when like the culture itself recognizes what it's seeing in the art of others. It's so cool to see that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's one of the things that we're the most proud of, to be honest, because we're making this kind of weird project. It was definitely a leap of faith to jump into making SOPA, because it is such a different and unique thing, and it is so cultural. The ambience around it and everything in the story. So that has been absolutely rewarding. So we had a really nice experience recently. We're at a showcase. A player who wasn't from my own country, he was from a different country in Latin America. He just saw the game in the background. He was like, "Oh my God, that's like my grandmother's house." And he was excitedly telling his friend, "That's my grandmother's house." And then he sort of flipped the character around and he grabbed the control and he was like, "Oh my God, that looks just like me. That's me. And then he ran through the hallway into the kitchen. He's like, oh my God, that's exactly my grandma's kitchen. And then he saw the silhouette of the grandma, of Nana, in the background. He's like, oh my God, that's my Nana. And he walked up to the interaction icon and he saw the name pop up, Nana. And he was like, oh my God, her name is actually Nana. This is amazing. And then he just turned and started talking to me and thanking me for making this kind of experience. And what's been really beautiful is that it's been folks that are from countries that are even far away from our own country, that have had radically different experiences growing up, folks that are also like second or third generation, coming from Latin American families that move to different places, and they connect with it too, and they connect with the food aspect, and they connect with the look, and they get it right away. And what's interesting too is, starting from Latin America, we've also met people from regions that are even farther away. We've talked to people from the Philippines, from countries in the Middle East, that have said, wow, that feels just like my grandma's kitchen. That yard feels just like my yard back home. That house feels just like my house. So all of that has been super, super rewarding.
This is a game. Like, people can play the game, and it does look like it's going to be just like as varied as the imagery, as varied as the narrative and story are. It kind of looks like the gameplay itself is also going to be just as varied. And like, how did you come up with the interactive elements, and what the player was going to do, and how they were going to advance this story?
So the gameplay is very varied, and we approached the gameplay as designed to support the story. The core thing about the game for us is that narrative experience. So what we wanted to do was have people feel rather than just see what happens in that story. And so all of the elements are built around that. So for example, when we have say button mash events or quick time events, rather than it just being like, oh, you're lifting something heavy like in most games, or just like throwing punches, here we wanted it to be very contextual. So here you're button mashing to like build up the courage to stretch out your hand. You're shaking hand to a scary dog and have your dog sniff your hand. So it's contextual in the sense that if you stop button mashing, you give into your own instinct, which is to pull your hand back. And as you're button mashing, it's causing your hand to shake. So you're kind of doing it despite your own inclination. We have sections where there's a lot of dialogue and getting to know different characters, because getting to know that world and getting to know the traditions in that world are really what's core to that story and that experience of being there in that place. We have stuff like, sailing down river rapids and avoiding rocks there. And that's all, again, coming from the story of how do we get to this place in an interesting way, but also what are these real places that exist that are relevant to the story. So my family was all born in this small house in this mountainous region, and their house was next to this river. And so we grew up listening to stories of them playing the river, of women washing their clothes by the river. And then, of course, as we grew up, we would constantly go down to the river and either swim in the river or raft on the river. So those are all the experiences that we wanted to very tangibly bring into the game. You'll find that the gameplay is quite bespoke to anything that's happening story-wise. And we like keeping the game fresh in that way, where it's always changing.
When players experience them, what's the biggest thing that you want them to get out of it as its creator?
I think we'd like people to feel warmth, and for people to feel appreciative of their families. I think nowadays it's really easy to take things for granted, and you get caught up in your day-to-day, your work, or whatever it is that you're doing. It's just so easy to forget, so easy to talk to your mom and have her say lovely things and kind of discount it as, oh, you're just saying that because you're my mom. But what we wanted to do was really focus in on that and remind you of how valuable that is, and how quickly that goes by, how quickly life goes by. And I think those are the central themes of the game.
Where can folks find out more about the game? Where can they follow it and learn more about like what's happening with it and when it's coming?
So the game's already up on Steam. You can wishlist the game on Steam to follow all of the latest updates. That's probably the best place. And then you can follow us on Twitter and on Instagram and now on TikTok and all the social media things that all the kids are doing these days at Studio Bando.